Hello and welcome to Insomniac's Law, the channel where captivating stories help you unwind and drift off to sleep. Before we begin tonight's tale, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. I love seeing how far our community reaches. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new journey. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let us guide you into a peaceful slumber. London, 1620. Thomas Wakefield had learned early that survival meant becoming invisible. At 12 years old, he was already a master at melting into shadows, at making himself so small and still that even the rats scurrying through London's gutters paid him no mind. But today, invisibility had failed him. "Stop, thief!" The cry rang out across the crowded marketplace, and Thomas clutched the stolen loaf of bread tighter to his chest as he ran. His bare feet, calloused from years on London's cobblestone streets, carried him swiftly between the legs of merchants and around their carts. Behind him, the heavy footfalls of the constable grew closer. The bread was still warm, its crust crackling against his ribs as he ducked into a narrow alley. The scent of it made his empty stomach twist painfully. When had he last eaten? 2 days ago. 3. The days had begun to blur together since his father's arrest. "Where'd the little bastard go?" The constable's voice echoed off the close-pressed walls of the alley. "Someone catch that boy." Thomas pressed himself into a shadowy doorway, holding his breath. His heart hammered so hard he feared they might hear it. The constable's heavy breathing drew nearer, and Thomas could smell the man's sweat, sour with ale from the night before. "He's just a child," a woman's voice called out. "Surely there are real criminals worthy of your attention." "Just a child," the constable spat. "These street rats breed nothing but trouble. Last month one of them picked the pocket of Lord Ashworth himself. We strung the little devil up, and good riddance." Thomas's blood ran cold. He remembered that hanging, the boy had been no older than himself. He'd watched from the crowd as the child's legs had kicked and jerked, and later that night he'd wept in his hidden corner beneath the bridge, wondering if that would be his fate too. The constable's footsteps moved past his hiding place, and Thomas allowed himself to breathe again. He waited until the sounds of pursuit faded before slipping out of the doorway. Instead of heading back to his usual haunts, he found himself drawn toward the docks, where the heavy masts of merchant ships creaked in the autumn wind. The Thames stretched before him, its waters dark and choppy. The air here was different from the rest of London, still foul with sewage and rot, yes, but there was something else too. Salt, promise, freedom. A group of sailors passed nearby, their voices carrying on the wind. 2 months to the new world, they say. Aye, if the weather holds. The Mayflower's a sturdy ship, but the crossing's never easy. Still, better than staying here. They say there's land there, free for the taking. A man could start fresh, leave his past behind. Thomas clutched his stolen bread tighter, his mind racing. Leave the past behind. The words echoed in his head like a prayer. No more running from constables, no more sleeping in doorways, no more wondering if each day would be his last before the gallows claimed him. He thought of his father, rotting in Newgate prison for the crime of stealing food for his starving son. "You're clever, Thomas," he'd said during their last visit, his face gaunt in the prison's dim light. "Cleverer than I ever was. Promise me you'll find a way out of this life." Looking up at the Mayflower's billowing sails, Thomas felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Hope. It was dangerous, that feeling. Hope could get you killed faster than a knife in the dark. But as he watched the sailors loading supplies onto the ship, a plan began to form in his mind. He would need to be careful, more careful than he'd ever been. One mistake would mean death, either tossed overboard if he was discovered or left to hang if he remained in London. But for the first time since his father's arrest, Thomas saw a path forward that didn't end at the gallows. The sun was setting now, painting the Thames in shades of blood and gold. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow night, when the darkness was deepest, he would make his move. And if God or fate or simple luck was with him, perhaps he would find that fresh start the sailors spoke of in a land across the sea. Thomas took a bite of his stolen bread, letting the warmth of it fill his hollow stomach. One last theft, he promised himself. One last crime to escape a life of crime. After that, he would become someone new, someone his father could be proud of. He didn't know then, as he watched the Mayflower's sails snap in the wind, that his journey would test not just his survival skills, but his very soul. He couldn't have guessed that the greatest challenges he would face wouldn't be the storms or the sickness or even discovery, but the choice between the person he'd been forced to become and the person he could choose to be. But that was tomorrow's worry. For now, he had bread in his belly and a plan in his mind. And for a boy who'd learned to survive on nothing but wit and will, sometimes that was enough. The barrel of salted fish had seemed like a clever hiding place when Thomas first crawled inside. 3 days later, the smell had seeped into his skin, his clothes, his very soul. His stomach churned with each roll of the ship, though whether from hunger or the stench, he couldn't say. He pressed his eye to a gap between the barrel's staves, watching shadows move across the cargo hold. The Mayflower had been at sea for 3 days now, and he'd learned its rhythms. When the crew made their rounds, when the passengers came below to retrieve supplies, when it was safe to slip out and steal sips of water from the barrels. A child's laughter drifted down from above, followed by a sharp reprimand. "Charlotte, such frivolity is unseemly. We are on a holy mission, not some pleasure cruise." Thomas shifted in his barrel, wincing as splinters dug into his skin. The Puritans and their endless prayers made him uneasy. In London, he'd learned that people who spoke loudest of God were often the quickest to call for the hangman's noose. A rat scurried past his hiding place, and Thomas watched it with envy. Even the vermin moved more freely than he did. His legs had begun to cramp, and the salt was raising sores on his skin. He couldn't stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, he would have to risk venturing out for more than just furtive sips of water. The decision was made for him that night when the storm hit. The first wave crashed over the Mayflower's bow with enough force to send Thomas's barrel rolling. He tumbled inside it, biting back a cry as his head struck the wooden slats. The ship pitched violently, and somewhere above, he heard screaming. Another wave hit, and this time his barrel broke free entirely. It rolled across the hold, and Thomas felt his world spinning. The staves creaked, threatening to split apart. If the barrel broke in the pitch darkness of the hold, he would be crushed by the cargo shifting around him. With no choice left, Thomas pushed against the barrel's lid. It was stuck fast, swollen from the damp air. He pushed harder, panic rising in his throat as the ship tilted again. Finally, with a crack that he prayed was lost in the storm's chaos, the lid gave way. Thomas tumbled out onto the hold's floor just as a lantern's light appeared at the top of the stairs. He scrambled behind a stack of crates, his heart pounding as boots descended the steps. "Check the cargo," a man's voice called out. "Anything breaks loose down here, we're all dead." The lantern's glow drew closer, and Thomas pressed himself deeper into the shadows. But the light caught something else, a small figure huddled in the corner, shaking. It was a girl about his age, her face pale with terror as the ship pitched again. Without thinking, Thomas reached out and grabbed her arm, steadying her before she could fall. She whirled to face him, eyes widening in shock. Thomas pressed a finger to his lips, silently pleading. For a long moment, as the storm raged and the lantern drew closer, their eyes remained locked. "Charlotte," the voice from above again, sharp with worry. "Charlotte, where are you, child?" The girl, Charlotte, looked from Thomas to the approaching lantern and back again. Then she drew a deep breath and called out, "I'm here, Mother, by the grain stores." The lantern swung toward them, but Thomas had already melted back into the shadows. He watched as a tall woman in a dark dress hurried to Charlotte's side. "What were you thinking, coming down here alone? Come, we must join the others in prayer. Only God's mercy will see us through this storm." As Charlotte was led away, she glanced back over her shoulder. Thomas could have sworn he saw the ghost of a smile on her lips. The storm raged for 3 more days. Thomas stayed hidden, but he noticed that someone had begun leaving scraps of food near his hiding place: a crust of bread, a handful of dried peas, a strip of salt pork. He knew it had to be Charlotte, though he never saw her do it. On the fourth day, when the storm finally broke, Thomas's luck ran out. He had grown bolder, venturing out to stretch his legs in what he thought were the pre-dawn hours. But he had misjudged the time, and suddenly the hold was filled with lantern light as passengers descended the stairs for morning prayers. "Thief!" the cry went up before he could hide. "A stowaway!" Rough hands seized him, dragging him up the stairs and onto the deck. The morning sun blinded him after so many days in darkness, but he could hear the angry murmurs of the crowd gathering around him. "A papist spy, no doubt. We barely have enough food as it is. Throw him overboard and be done with it." Thomas struggled against the hands holding him, but it was useless. Through squinting eyes, he saw Charlotte and her mother in the crowd. The girl took a step forward, but her mother held her back. A tall man in black pushed through the crowd. Elder Bradford, Thomas would later learn. His face was stern as he looked down at the boy before him. "We left England to escape corruption," he said, his voice carrying across the deck. "And yet it follows us, even here." He turned to the crew. "Prepare to dispose of this." "Wait!" The voice was firm, female. Charlotte's mother stepped forward, her face unreadable. "Look at him. He's no older than my Charlotte." "Age does not excuse sin, Goodwife Hall," Elder Bradford replied. "No," she agreed, "but it may explain it." She turned to Thomas. "Boy, what's your name?" Thomas thought about lying, but something in her eyes told him she would know if he did. "Thomas," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "Thomas Wakefield." "And why did you hide yourself aboard our ship, Thomas Wakefield?" The truth rose to his lips before he could stop it. "Because the gallows waited if I stayed." A murmur ran through the crowd. Elder Bradford's face darkened, but Goodwife Hall held up her hand. "We all fled something," she said. "Some fled persecution, some poverty, some their own past sins. We seek God's grace in the new world. Shall we begin our new life by showing none?" The debate raged for hours. In the end, it was decided that Thomas would be allowed to live, but he would work off his passage under Goodwife Hall's strict supervision. If he showed any sign of theft or deception, he would be clapped in irons until they reached land. That night, as Thomas huddled in his new sleeping place near the galley, Charlotte snuck down to speak to him. "I knew you weren't a rat," she whispered, "though you certainly smelled like one." "Why didn't you tell anyone?" he asked. She shrugged. "Everyone deserves a chance to start again. Isn't that why we're all here?" Before Thomas could respond, a shadow fell across them. Goodwife Hall stood in the doorway, her face stern. "Charlotte, return to your bed. And you, Thomas Wakefield," she paused. "Your work begins at dawn. I suggest you rest while you can." As Thomas curled up on his thin blanket, his mind raced. He had survived discovery, but he knew his troubles were far from over. The Puritans would be watching him, waiting for him to prove their worst suspicions right. And somewhere in the darkness, he could feel Elder Bradford's suspicious gaze. But for the first time since boarding the Mayflower, Thomas slept without fear of being found. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but at least he could face them in the light. What he didn't know was that far greater tests awaited him. Tests that would force him to choose between his old instincts and his chance at a new life, between survival and something he had never dared to dream of: redemption. The sickness came like a thief in the night. Thomas recognized its signs before anyone else: the pallor of skin, the sheen of sweat, the rattling breath. He had seen enough death in London streets to know its harbingers, but when Goodwife Hall collapsed during morning prayers, the knowledge brought him no comfort. "Mother!" Charlotte's cry cut through the usual murmur of devotions. Thomas watched from his place at the back of the congregation as Goodwife Hall crumpled to the deck, her face ashen. Elder Bradford was the first to reach her. "The fever has taken another," he announced grimly. "Take her below with the others." Thomas felt his chest tighten as two men lifted Goodwife Hall. In the 2 months since his discovery aboard the Mayflower, she had been stern but fair, teaching him the ways of their community, even as she watched him for signs of his old thieving habits. She had given him a chance when others would have thrown him overboard. And now she was dying. He knew what the fever did. He had watched it take his own mother, had seen how it burned through the poor of London like fire through dry timber. Already, a dozen passengers lay in their berths below deck, their skin hot with fever, their lips cracked and bleeding. "It's God's judgment," he heard someone whisper, "for harboring a thief among us." Thomas slipped away as the crowd dispersed, making his way to his familiar hiding spots in the cargo hold. But this time, he wasn't hiding from discovery. He was searching for something specific. He had seen it during his first days as a stowaway, a small wooden chest in the captain's private stores, marked with a red cross. He had considered stealing from it then, but even in his desperation, he had known that medical supplies were too precious to waste. Now, those supplies might be the only thing standing between Goodwife Hall and death. The lock on the chest was simple, the kind he could have picked in seconds during his London days, but as he knelt before it, his hands shook. If he was caught stealing now, after all these months of proving himself. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, boy." Thomas froze. The voice belonged to Jack Marley, one of the sailors. Thomas had avoided him ever since recognizing him from the London docks, where Jack had run with the same gangs that had sometimes employed Thomas for petty theft. "Goodwife Hall is dying," Thomas said without turning around. "Aye, and you'll join her on the other side if you're caught stealing from the captain's stores." Jack's footsteps drew closer. "Unless—" Thomas finally turned to face him. "Unless what?" Jack's smile was cold in the lantern light. "Unless you're willing to do a bigger job, one that could set us both up nicely when we reach the new world." "What kind of job?" "The strongbox in Bradford's cabin, the one with all the colony's funds." Jack's eyes glittered. "I've seen you watching him. You hate him as much as I do, with all his praying and preaching. Think of it. We could take what we need and be gone as soon as we make landfall." For a moment, Thomas was tempted. It would be so easy to fall back into his old ways, to take what he needed and damn the consequences. But then he thought of Goodwife Hall's face when she had argued for his life, of Charlotte's secret smiles, of the trust he had slowly earned. "No," he said quietly. Jack's smile vanished. "Then I'll tell Bradford what you're really doing down here. How long do you think his mercy will last when he learns you're still a thief?" "I'm not stealing for myself," Thomas protested, but Jack was already turning away, heading for the stairs. Thomas acted without thinking. He lunged forward, grabbing Jack's coat. The sailor stumbled, and his lantern crashed to the deck. Oil spilled across the wooden planks, and suddenly the hold was filled with flames. "Now look what you've done," Jack shouted, but Thomas was already moving. He threw himself at the small chest, snatching it up as smoke began to fill the hold. Behind him, he heard Jack coughing, cursing. "Fire!" the cry went up above deck. "Fire in the hold!" Thomas ran for the stairs, chest clutched to his chest. The smoke was thicker now, making his eyes water. He could hear chaos erupting above, shouts, running feet, prayers. He burst onto the deck into a scene of panic. Sailors rushed past with buckets of seawater. Passengers huddled by the railings, faces pale with terror. And there was Elder Bradford, pointing at him with a trembling finger. The thief. See how he shows his true nature at last. But Thomas didn't stop. He ran past them all, down into the passenger berths where the sick lay. He found Goodwife Hall on a thin mattress, Charlotte holding her hand. "Thomas!" Charlotte's eyes widened at the sight of him, smoke-stained and clutching the stolen chest. "What have you?" "There's medicine," he gasped, dropping to his knees beside them. "In here. I've seen it used before for the fever." The deck shuddered beneath them as men fought the fire below. Thomas could hear Elder Bradford's voice getting closer, calling for him to be seized. His fingers fumbled with the chest's lock, picking it by touch as he had done 100 times on London streets. The lock clicked open just, as hands seized his shoulders. "Stop," Charlotte cried. "He's trying to help." "He's a thief and a destroyer," Elder Bradford's voice boomed. "He set fire to our ship." "The fire's out," the call came from below. "Praise God, we caught it in time." Thomas shrugged off the hands holding him and pulled out a small glass vial. "This one," he said, pressing it into Charlotte's hands. 3 drops in water 3 times a day. I remember from when my mother—" He didn't finish. The hands were on him again, dragging him away. The last thing he saw was Charlotte uncorking the vial with trembling fingers as Goodwife Hall's fever-bright eyes followed him. They kept him in irons for 3 days, locked in a storage closet that smelled of tar and rope. He heard snippets of conversation through the door, debates about his fate, arguments over whether he had started the fire deliberately. On the 4th day, the door opened. Thomas squinted against the light, expecting to see Elder Bradford with news of his punishment. Instead, there stood Goodwife Hall. She was pale and thin, but her eyes were clear of fever. She studied him for a long moment before speaking. "The medicine saved my life," she said quietly, "and not just mine. We've used it to treat 5 others who were near death." Thomas said nothing. What was there to say? He had saved lives, yes, but he had done it by returning to his old ways. Theft, deception, breaking the law. "Elder Bradford wants you confined until we reach land," she continued. "He says you're unchanged, that a thief will always be a thief." She paused. "But I saw something he didn't. You stole that medicine before the fire started. You could have run, saved yourself. Instead, you brought it to us." She stepped forward and unlocked his shackles. "Why?" she asked as the irons fell away. "Why risk everything to save those who would have cast you out?" Thomas rubbed his wrists, considering the question. "Because," he said finally, "I wanted to be someone different than who I was in London. Someone who helps instead of takes, even if I had to steal to do it." Goodwife Hall's lips curved in a slight smile. "Perhaps that's the truest test of change, not that we never sin, but that we sin for better reasons." She held out her hand. "Come, there's work to be done, and I believe you've earned your place among us." As Thomas took her hand and stood, he felt something shift inside him, like a door closing on his old life and opening on something new. He had faced his test, and though his methods had been questionable, his heart had chosen right. Above deck, he could hear the crew calling out. Land had been sighted. The new world waited ahead, and Thomas Wakefield was ready to meet it, not as a thief or a stowaway, but as someone who had finally found his true course. The new world emerged from the morning mist like a painting coming into focus. First just shapes of darker grey against the pale sky, then the deep green of forests, the brown of rocky shores, the white of breaking waves. Thomas stood at the Mayflower's rail, his hands raw from the rope work he'd been assigned, watching as their new home drew closer. Behind him, he could feel the weight of stairs. The passengers had divided into camps after the fire and his theft of the medicine. Some, like those whose loved ones had been saved by the stolen remedies, now looked at him with something approaching gratitude. Others, led by Elder Bradford, saw him as more dangerous than ever, a wolf who had learned to wear sheep's clothing. "It's strange," Charlotte said, appearing beside him at the rail. She had taken to joining him during his morning watches, though her mother still frowned upon it. "From here, it looks like God just finished making it." Thomas glanced at her. The voyage had changed her as it had changed them all. She was thinner, her face more angular, but there was a new strength in her bearing. She had stayed by her mother's side throughout the fever, helping Thomas administer the stolen medicine, defying those who called it tainted by his theft. "Your father would be proud," she said quietly. Thomas started. He hadn't told anyone about his father, about the promises made through prison bars. "How did you?" "You talk in your sleep sometimes. During the fever, when you were helping Mother," she turned to face him. "You kept apologizing to him, saying you had to steal again, but that it was different this time." Before Thomas could respond, a shout went up from the bow. "Anchoring spot sighted. All hands prepare to moor." The deck erupted into activity. Sailors rushed past, calling orders. Passengers emerged from below, squinting at the approaching shore. Thomas moved to join the crew, but Charlotte caught his arm. "Wait," she said. "There's something you should know. I overheard Elder Bradford speaking with the other leaders last night about what happens when we land." Thomas's stomach tightened. He had known this moment would come, when they would have to decide whether he would be allowed to join the colony or be cast out. "They're split," Charlotte continued. "Some say you've earned your place. Others—" She glanced toward where Elder Bradford stood with his allies, their faces grave as they watched the approaching shore. "It doesn't matter," Thomas said, though his heart was racing. "I'll find my way, I always have." "Is that what you want?" Charlotte's eyes were intense. "To go back to just surviving?" Before he could answer, Goodwife Hall's voice called out, "Charlotte, come away from there. There's work to be done." Thomas watched Charlotte go, then turned back to the shore. The coast looked wild, untamed. Perhaps that would be his fate, to disappear into those forests, to live by his wits as he had in London. But the thought brought none of the relief he would have expected months ago. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. The Mayflower dropped anchor in a natural harbor, and the first boats were prepared to go ashore. Thomas worked alongside the sailors, helping to lower the small craft into the water. He felt Elder Bradford's eyes on him constantly, waiting for any sign of misconduct. As the first group prepared to depart, the leaders who would survey the landing site, Goodwife Hall approached Thomas. She had recovered her strength, though the fever had left its mark in streaks of grey in her hair. "The council has been discussing your place among us," she said without preamble. "I know." Thomas kept his eyes on his work, coiling a rope with the precision she had taught him. "Elder Bradford believes you are a threat to the moral fabric of our community, that your actions during the fever, while possibly well-intentioned, prove you cannot overcome your criminal nature." Thomas's hands stilled on the rope. "And what do you believe?" Goodwife Hall was quiet for a long moment, watching the shore. "I believe," she said finally, "that God's grace manifests in unexpected ways, sometimes through prayer and fellowship, sometimes through a boy willing to risk everything to save others." She turned to face him fully. "The question is not what we believe about you, Thomas. It's what you believe about yourself." Before he could respond, a commotion arose near the boats. One of the ropes had snapped, sending a craft spinning dangerously close to the rocks. Thomas moved without thinking, diving for the trailing rope. His hands burned as the rough hemp slid through them, but he managed to catch it, bracing himself against the rail. Others rushed to help, and together they pulled the boat back to safety. When it was done, Thomas found himself face to face with Elder Bradford, who had been about to board that very boat. The elder studied him for a long moment. "Still trying to prove yourself, boy?" "No, sir," Thomas said, meeting his gaze steadily. "Just doing what needs doing." Something flickered in Bradford's stern face. Not quite approval, but perhaps a grudging reassessment. He turned away without another word, but Thomas noticed that when the boat was resecured, he boarded it without hesitation. That evening, as the sun set behind the mysterious shore, the council gathered to vote on Thomas's fate. He sat apart from them, watching the stars emerge above this new land. They were different here somehow, or perhaps he was the one who had changed. Charlotte found him there after the council dispersed. "Well?" he asked, not sure he wanted to hear the answer. She smiled, and in that smile he saw his future taking shape. "They've voted to let you stay on condition." "What condition?" "That you teach others your skills, how to move quietly, how to find food in hard times, how to survive." Her smile turned mischievous, "though perhaps not your lock-picking abilities." Thomas laughed, and it felt like the first real laugh he'd had since London. Tomorrow they would go ashore, and the real work of building a new life would begin. There would be hardships ahead. Hunger, cold, the 1,000 challenges of taming this wild land. But as he looked out over the dark water toward the shore, Thomas realized something. He was no longer just surviving. For the first time in his life, he was about to start living. Winter descended on Plymouth Colony like a judgment. The cold came first, seeping through the hastily built shelters, turning the earth to iron beneath their feet. Then the snow, endless and deep, entombing their new settlement in white silence. By December, they had buried half of those who had survived the voyage. But Thomas did not run. He had opportunities. During his hunting forays into the forest, he would sometimes stand at the edge of the wilderness, looking into its dark depths. The woods whispered of freedom, of a life answering to no one. Yet each time he turned back toward the settlement, game slung over his shoulder, tracks disappearing in the falling snow. "You're different," Charlotte told him one evening as they worked together, preserving meat for the winter stores. Her hands were chapped from the cold, but her eyes were bright. "From when we first found you in the hold." Thomas paused in his work, considering. The boy who had stowed away on the Mayflower felt like a stranger now, someone glimpsed through the fog of memory, desperate and afraid. "We're all different," he said finally. "Your mother smiles more now. Even Elder Bradford has stopped quoting scripture every time he sees me." Charlotte laughed, but quickly grew serious. "Do you ever regret it, coming here?" Through the window of the common house, Thomas could see the graves, row upon row of mounds in the snow, marking those who hadn't survived the crossing or the bitter winter. Henry Abbott lay there, the frail boy who had been the first to succumb to the fever. Next to him was Jack Marley, who had vanished into the woods after the fire and been found frozen weeks later. "No," Thomas said softly, "no regrets." That night, as the settlement gathered for the evening meal, Goodwife Hall made an announcement that stopped all conversation. She intended to adopt Thomas formally, making him legally her son. Elder Bradford's spoon clattered against his bowl. "Have you forgotten what he was, what he did?" "I remember all of it," Goodwife Hall replied calmly. "I remember a boy who risked everything to save others. I remember someone who chose to stay and work when he could have fled. I remember a child of God who taught us that grace comes in many forms." The elder opened his mouth to object, but stopped as others began to speak up. The cooper's wife told of how Thomas had helped repair their roof before the first snow. The miller spoke of Thomas's skill in tracking game when their stores ran low. One by one, members of the community stood to voice their support. Thomas sat in stunned silence, feeling the weight of their words. He thought of his father, still in Newgate prison, who had begged him to find a better life. "I did it, Father," he thought. "I found my way out, just not in the way either of us expected." Later that week, after the adoption was recorded in the colony's records, Thomas took Charlotte to the shore. The Mayflower was long gone, having returned to England months ago, but he often came here to think. The waves reminded him of that first night, huddled in a barrel, believing that his only choices were escape or death. "I have something for you," he said, reaching into his pocket. He withdrew a small object, a lock pick, the last of his old tools. Charlotte took it, turning it over in her hands. "You're past," she said. "Not anymore." Thomas took the pick back and with all his strength hurled it into the sea. They watched it disappear beneath the waves. "Was that wise?" Charlotte asked. "Your skills have saved us more than once." Thomas smiled. "The skills aren't in the tools, they're in here." He tapped his head. "And now they serve a different purpose." As spring arrived, bringing new growth and new hope to Plymouth Colony, Thomas found himself taking on an unexpected role. Young children would seek him out, begging for lessons in tracking and foraging. Parents who had once clutched their purses at his approach now asked him to teach their sons woodcraft and survival skills. And if sometimes, late at night, he would pick open a stuck door or a jammed lock for a neighbor in need, no one spoke of it as theft. They had all learned, as Thomas had, that actions found their morality in their purpose. 1 year to the day after the Mayflower first anchored in Plymouth Harbor, Thomas stood on the same shore where he had first set foot in the New World. Behind him, smoke rose from the chimneys of the thriving settlement. Children's laughter carried on the wind, mixing with the sound of axes and hammers as new homes rose from the cleared land. Goodwife Hall, his mother now, in law as well as heart, approached him there. Thinking deep thoughts, she asked. Wondering what God's plan was, Thomas replied, when he led a thief to stow away on a ship of saints. She laughed softly. Perhaps he knew the saints needed a bit of the sinner in them, and the sinner needed a taste of grace. She took his arm. Come, Charlotte's waiting and there's work to be done. Thomas took one last look at the horizon where the Mayflower had disappeared all those months ago. The boy who had hidden in that ship's hold would never have believed where his journey would lead, not just to a new land, but to a new self. As he turned away from the shore, Thomas Wakefield smiled. He had sought escape and found belonging. He had run from death and found life. And in trying to shed his past, he had discovered that true redemption meant not forgetting who you were, but choosing who you would become. In the end, that was the greatest journey of all. The end. Dawn crept across the 7 hills of Rome, painting the marble columns of the Forum Romanum in shades of amber and gold. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of burning olive oil from the Temple of Vesta, fresh-baked bread from the Pastrina, and the ever-present undercurrent of thousands of bodies pressed together in the eternal city's heart. As the rising sun warmed the stones, it released yesterday's remembered odors of fish sauce and incense, sweat and sacrifice. Lucius Attilius Verus knelt at the basilica's foundation, ignoring the disdainful glances of passing nobles. His calloused fingers traced a crack in the marble, not the harmless surface fracture the Senate's chosen architects had dismissed, but a deadly, serious flaw that reached deep into the building's heart. Above him, the morning crowd swelled. Senators in pristine togas trimmed with purple, merchants arguing prices, slaves hurrying on errands. None of them noticed the web of fissures spreading beneath their feet, their sandals scraping away at stone that had stood since the days of his grandfather's grandfather. None of them, save Lucius, ever looked down. He closed his eyes, remembering his father's hands guiding his own across similar stones 15 years ago. "Feel that, my son," his father had whispered, pointing out the telltale signs of stress in the rock. "The stone speaks to those who listen. We build the world they walk upon, but they never see us." Even now, Lucius could smell his father's scent dust and lime and honest sweat, could feel the rough warmth of those workers' hands. "You see it too, then?" The voice startled him from his reverie. Marcus Vitruvius Pollio stood behind him, Rome's most celebrated architect, appearing like a ghost in the morning mist. His weathered face bore the same concern Lucius had seen on his father's all those years ago. "The foundation is compromised," Lucius said, running his hand along another crack. "The weight of the upper floors. We'll bring it all down, yes." Vitruvius gestured to the Forum's temple-crowned hills. "Look at them, Lucius. They build higher and higher, never questioning if what lies beneath can bear the burden." He paused, studying the younger man with eyes that seemed to pierce through to Lucius' very thoughts. "But you question everything, don't you?" A memory flashed. Lucius as a boy, watching his father try to warn a wealthy patron about a dangerous flaw in his villa's foundation. The man had sneered, called them simple laborers, and ordered them back to work. 3 months later, the villa's collapse killed 2 slaves. The owner blamed poor materials and refused to pay his father's wages. "Someone must question," Lucius said quietly, "or more will die." "Ah, but in Rome, questions are more dangerous than crumbling stone." Vitruvius lowered his voice. "I heard about your experiments in Campania, the volcanic ash, quite innovative and quite dangerous." Lucius' heart thundered against his ribs. He had told no one about his work with the strange grey powder that, when mixed with lime and water, hardened stronger than any stone. "How did you?" "I have eyes everywhere, young friend. including among the slaves who help you carry your samples. Vitruvius smiled, but his eyes remained grave as a funeral mask. A new idea in Rome is like a fire. It spreads, or it is smothered. The forum's morning bustle suddenly stilled, like prey sensing a predator. A cluster of men emerged from the Senate house, their voices raised in argument. At their center walked Marcus Licinius Crassus, Rome's wealthiest man, his purple-trimmed toga a statement of power as loud as a war cry. His cold eyes swept the forum like a general surveying a battlefield. "Watch there," Vitruvius murmured. "The vultures circle. Crassus lost a fortress in Gaul last month. Poor construction, they say. 200 men dead when the walls failed." He shook his head. "Good Roman boys, dead because Rome fears change more than she fears weakness." Lucius watched Crassus disappear into his waiting litter, borne aloft by 8 matched Gallic slaves. With proper materials, those walls would have held. "Careful, boy." Vitruvius gripped his arm with surprising strength. "That kind of talk will get you noticed, and in Rome, being noticed is rarely a blessing." He released Lucius and stepped back. Though perhaps that is exactly what we need. A deep crack echoed through the morning air like distant thunder. Lucius spun toward the sound. Another fissure had appeared in the basilica's foundation, showering dust onto the oblivious crowds below. A slave girl looked up, her dark eyes meeting Lucius for a moment before she hurried away. Vitruvius sighed. "Rome cannot stand on tradition alone, Lucius, but those who try to change her." He trailed off, then reached into his robes and withdrew a sealed scroll, its edges worn smooth with age. "Come to my villa tonight. There is someone you should meet, a senator who might understand the value of your experiments." Lucius took the scroll, its weight somehow both promise and warning. Above them, the basilica groaned again, its ancient stones shifting beneath the weight of empire. In that sound, he heard his father's voice one last time. "The stone speaks to those who listen." "Remember," Vitruvius called as he turned to leave, "in Rome, timing is everything. The question is not whether the old ways will fall, but who will be crushed when they do." Lucius stood alone in the forum's growing shadows, the scroll heavy in his hands. Around him, Rome continued its eternal dance of power and ambition, while beneath their feet, the foundations of empire slowly crumbled away. He looked down at the crack once more, and in its jagged depths, he saw his future taking shape, in fire, in stone, and in the dreams of immortality that had haunted Rome since her first foundations were laid. "We build the world they walk upon," his father had said, but Lucius would do more than that. He would build a world that would outlast them all. Vitruvius' villa clung to the Palatine Hill like a swallow's nest, its gardens overlooking the darkening forum below. As Lucius approached through the gathering dusk, oil lamps flickered to life across the 7 hills, transforming Rome into a constellation of earthbound stars. The evening air carried the metallic tang of approaching rain and the eternal perfume of the city, wood smoke, incense, and humanity. The Greek slave who admitted him Alexandros, Lucius learned, moved with the quiet grace of one who had spent decades navigating the currents of power. "Be careful tonight," he murmured as he led Lucius through the peristyle garden. "The ladies of Rome have longer memories than their husbands." Before Lucius could question this cryptic warning, they entered the tablinum. Senator Gaius Antistius rose from his couch, his toga still bearing the dust of the Senate floor. "Ah, young Verus, Vitruvius speaks highly of your innovations." Lucius bowed, cataloguing the room's occupants with careful eyes. Vitruvius reclined with his ever-present wax tablets. Marcus, the scarred head of security, stood by the door like a statue of Mars. And there, half hidden behind a screen, sat Livia Terentia, the senator's wife, her fingers dancing across a loom even as her dark eyes missed nothing. "The volcanic ash mixture," Antistius prompted. "Show us this miracle of yours." Lucius withdrew the block of opus caementicium, noting how Livia's hands stilled on her loom. "Stronger than marble," he said, "yet it can be poured like water, shaped like clay. It hardens underwater, grows stronger with age." Like a fine wine, Livia's voice carried gentle mockery. Or a dangerous idea. Both, perhaps, Vitruvius cut in smoothly. Ideas like wine require proper aging, proper control. Control, Livia's shuttle clicked against the loom. Is that what Rome needs? More control. What Rome needs, Antisteus said sharply, is strength. 200 men dead in Gaul because our walls failed. And Crassus. Careful, husband. Livia's warning was silk over steel. But Lucius caught the current moving beneath these waters. Crassus lost men in Gaul. A fortress fell, Marcus growled. Good Roman boys dead because some architect thought he knew better than tradition. Better dead than changed, is that it? Livia's words struck like arrows. How many more must die for tradition's sake? Silence fell, broken only by thunder's distant growl. Lucius felt power shifting in the room like sand beneath the tide. Antisteus studied his wine cup. Marcus glowered, but Vitruvius watched Livia with something like respect. Perhaps, the old architect said carefully, we should discuss terms. The conversation turned to numbers, costs, materials, laborers needed. But Lucius found his attention drawn to Livia's loom. She was weaving a scene he knew well, the death of Remus, murdered by his brother Romulus for daring to leap the walls of infant Rome. But in her version, the walls themselves seemed to weep. As the meeting drew to a close, Alexandros appeared with more wine. As he poured, his hand brushed Lucius' shoulder, pressing something into his palm, a folded scrap of parchment. Outside, the storm finally broke over Rome. Lucius waited until he was alone in the garden to read the note by lightning's flash. She who weaves can also unravel. The lady knows more of falling walls than her husband dreams. Come tomorrow at dawn. Bring proof. Thunder answered his questions before he could ask them. Somewhere in the city, a dog howled at the storm. Dawn found Lucius in the Subura, where Rome's poor pressed together like olives in a press. Here, the buildings rose impossibly high, rickety wooden structures that swayed in the wind. The night's rain had turned the streets to rivers of mud and waste. Master architect, Titus, his young assistant, emerged from an alley. They're waiting. The builders gathered in a small courtyard, men who worked with stone and wood, men who knew the truth of Rome's foundations. Their leader, Quintus, had hands like gnarled oak and eyes that had seen too many walls fall. Show us, Quintus said simply. Show us what's worth dying for. For the next hour, Lucius demonstrated his mixture. The men watched, faces unreadable, until Quintus spoke again. My father died shoring up the temple of Castor, he said quietly. Your father died in the Insulae collapse. Good men, dead because Rome fears change more than she fears gravity. He touched the hardened concrete. This could save lives. It could end livelihoods, another builder countered. Cheaper materials mean fewer repairs. Fewer repairs mean fewer funerals, Titus spoke up suddenly. Fewer orphans, fewer widows. The men stared at the slave boy, but Lucius saw something shift in their eyes. They all knew the cost of tradition. They had paid it in blood and bone. A horn sounded the vigiles, racing to another fire. Smoke rose from a nearby insula, black against the morning sky. As they rushed to help, Lucius caught sight of a figure watching from a rooftop, purple-trimmed toga bright against the smoke. Crassus, Titus whispered. They say he builds with cheap wood, knowing it will burn. Then he buys the land for nothing from those who survive. The figure disappeared as the building groaned. Too late to save anything but ashes. But as they turned away, Quintus caught Lucius' arm. There are more of us, he said. Men who remember their dead, men who would build something better if given the chance. He pressed a ring into Lucius' palm iron, worn smooth with age. When you need us, show this at the Temple of Vulcan. We'll be waiting. Another crash echoed through the streets of Rome. Another foundation failed, but not for much longer. The time for waiting was over. Rome would change, or Rome would burn. He had made his choice. Now he would have to live with the consequences. And somewhere above, in her villa on the hill, a lady's shuttle moved across her loom, weaving a future only she could see. The siege engines loomed against the pre-dawn sky like creatures from myth, their wooden frames wrapped in Lucius concrete armor. From the commander's tent, Crassus watched his men make final preparations, his smile as cold as a statue's. "Beautiful, aren't they?" he said, gesturing to the machines. "Your genius, made manifest in Rome's might. This is what greatness looks like, architect." Lucius stood silent, watching his creation become an instrument of death. The Gallic town below was still sleeping, its wooden walls pathetically inadequate against what was coming. Men, women, children, all would die beneath stones hurled by machines he had helped build. "Having doubts," Crassus moved closer, his voice almost gentle. "Remember what I told you. Men do not build Rome with dreams, but with ambition. You could be more than just another builder, Lucius. You could be immortal." The rising sun painted the sky blood red. In the distance, a cock crowed, heralding dawn's arrival. Soon, the attack would begin. "You're wrong," Lucius said quietly. "What was that?" "I said you're wrong." Lucius turned to face him. "Rome wasn't built by ambition. It was built by men who dreamed of something better, men who looked at stone and saw possibility, men who died forgotten," Crassus cut in. "Like your father, crushed beneath the weight of his own mediocrity. Is that what you want, to die as he did, nameless and unmourned?" Before Lucius could respond, horns blared across the camp. Within the town, answering horns echoed they had been spotted. The attack would begin early. "Time to choose, architect," Crassus said. "Glory or obscurity, power or death, what will it be?" Lucius closed his eyes. He saw his father, teaching him to read the language of stone, saw Titus, watching him with trust and hope, saw Livia at her loom, weaving futures that might never come to pass. He opened his eyes. "I choose Rome." "Good, then." "Not your Rome." Lucius' hand closed around the iron ring Quintus had given him. "The Rome that should be." He turned and ran. Behind him, Crassus' shouts became roars of rage. Guards appeared, but Lucius had spent his life on construction sites. He knew how to move, where to hide. He reached the first siege engine as arrows hissed through the morning air. The concrete armor he had designed had a flaw, a small one that only its creator would know. One that, when struck just right. The first engine collapsed with a thunderous groan, its concrete shell shattering. The second followed, then the third. Each destruction a death knell for Crassus' dreams of easy conquest. An arrow found his shoulder. Another grazed his thigh. But Lucius kept moving, kept striking at the weak points only he knew existed. Behind him, chaos erupted as the falling machines created havoc in the Roman lines. "Take him," Crassus' voice rose above the din. "Take him alive." But it was too late. The last engine fell, and with it, any hope of a quick victory. The Gauls would survive, at least for today, and his concrete, his dream of a better Rome, would not become a weapon of mass death. Pain blossomed in his side, a spear thrust, deep and final. Lucius staggered, fell. The ground rushed up to meet him, hard as his beloved stone. "Fool!" Crassus stood over him, rage twisting his patrician features. "You could have been remembered forever." Lucius coughed, tasting copper. "I will be," he whispered. "Just not as you think." Movement caught his fading vision. There among the chaos, a small figure darting between tents. Titus, clutching the precious scrolls containing the secret of Opus Cementitium. The boy met his eyes for a moment, nodded once, then vanished into the confusion. Lucius smiled, even as darkness crept at the edges of his sight. His father had been wrong about one thing. They would see him, these builders of Rome. Not his face, perhaps not his name, but they would see his dream, rising in concrete and stone, outlasting all the armies and empires yet to come. "Tell me," Crassus demanded, "why? Why throw it all away?" "Because," Lucius whispered, "some things are worth more than memory." The sun crested the horizon, turning the shattered concrete to gold. Somewhere in Rome, a lady's shuttle moved across her loom, weaving a story of choices and consequences. And in the years to come, when men looked up at the great dome of the Pantheon or stood in awe before the Colosseum, they would feel it the dream of a forgotten architect who chose to build eternity rather than own it. Lucius Attilius Verus closed his eyes for the last time, smiling at a future he would never see but had helped to build. Above him, the morning sky was the deep, enduring blue of Roman concrete, stretching forever toward infinity. The news of Lucius' death reached Rome before his body did. It came first as whispers in the forum, then as fragments of truth in the marketplace. The architect was dead, the siege engines destroyed, Crassus' campaign delayed. But it was in Vitruvius' villa, 3 days after the battle, that the full story emerged. He sabotaged his own work, Marcus reported, his soldier's voice rough with something like respect. Struck each engine at its weakest point. By the time we reached him, he trailed off, looking at the assembled faces, Vitruvius, grave and still, Antisteus, pale with calculation, Livia, her hands motionless on her eternal loom. And the formula, Antisteus demanded, the scrolls. Gone, along with that slave boy of his Titus. Livia's shuttle clicked against the loom. How unfortunate for some, she murmured. How fortunate for Rome. In the Subura, where Rome's poor lived and died in their towering insulae, Quintus gathered the builders in secret. They met in the temple of Vulcan as the sun set, each man wearing an iron ring worn smooth with work. Lucius is dead, Quintus announced, his voice echoing off ancient stones. But his dream lives. The boy Titus reached us yesterday. The knowledge is safe. A murmur passed through the gathered men. Hope, fear, determination all mixed like lime and volcanic ash, hardening into purpose. We build in secret, Quintus continued. Small things at first. A wall here, a foundation there. We show Rome what is possible, one stone at a time. And when they ask who taught us, someone called out. Quintus smiled. We tell them the truth. We learned from a man who loved Rome more than glory. In his villa on the Palatine, Crassus raged. Servants scurried from his path like mice fleeing a cat. Maps of Parthia covered his walls, his next target, his chance for redemption. Find the boy, he ordered Marcus. Find those scrolls. Without them. My lord, Marcus interrupted, the Senate has approved your Eastern campaign. They say you must leave within the month. Crassus paused, ambition warring with vengeance in his eyes. Finally, he nodded. Parthia first. Then we deal with these, builders. But as he turned back to his maps, he missed the slight smile that crossed Marcus' scarred face. Vitruvius worked late into the night, his stylus scratching across wax tablets. Around him, architectural scrolls lay open, each containing fragments of knowledge, pieces of the future. You're sure about this? Alexandros asked, setting down a fresh lamp. Someone must preserve the knowledge, Vitruvius replied. Not just the formula, but the dream behind it, the vision of what Rome could be. He gestured to his work, the beginnings of what would become De Architectura, his gift to future generations. And when they ask about Lucius, they won't, Vitruvius smiled sadly. His name won't appear in these pages, but his ideas will echo through time. In a small room near the Circus Maximus, Titus unrolled the precious scrolls by lamplight. Around him, other former slaves gathered, men and women Livia had freed, each chosen for their intelligence and loyalty. Learn this, Titus told them, pointing to the careful diagrams, the precise measurements. Learn it by heart. Each of you will carry a piece of the knowledge. Each of you will teach others. This way, even if the scrolls are found and destroyed, the secret lives on. One of the women, Helena, who had once served in Livia's household, traced the formulae with careful fingers. Why did he trust you with this? She asked Titus. Because he saw me, Titus replied simply. Just as I see all of you. We are the invisible ones, the forgotten ones, but we will build Rome's future, one stone at a time. As autumn painted Rome's hills in gold and shadow, change came slowly, subtly. A wall that should have crumbled stood strong. A foundation that should have shifted held firm. Small miracles, unremarked by the mighty, noticed only by those who knew where to look. In her villa, Livia wove the final threads of her tapestry. There was Romulus founding his city. There was Remus leaping the wall. But now there was something more, a figure without a face, pointing toward a future built on dreams instead of blood. "Is it finished?" Vitruvius asked, studying the work. "Nothing is ever finished," Livia replied. "That's what he taught us, isn't it? We build, others improve, the work goes on." She cut the final thread. Rome is eternal not because she refuses to change, but because she always does. That winter, Crassus marched east with his legions, never to return. His dreams of glory would end in Parthian sands, far from the city he had tried to own. But in Rome, other dreams took root and flourished. In secret workshops and hidden rooms, former slaves memorized formulae while builders practiced new techniques. In the Forum, Vitruvius wrote of architecture's eternal principles, embedding revolutionary ideas in seemingly traditional text. And high above the city, where the first stars began to shine, a boy who had once been a slave traced his fingers across diagrams that would change the world. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. Rome would endure, not through the might of her armies or the pride of her senators, but through the dreams of those who looked at stone and saw possibilities, through the vision of a man who chose to build eternity rather than claim it. Lucius Attilius Verus was dead, but his dream lived on, hardening like concrete, growing stronger with each passing year, waiting for the moment when Rome would be ready to build not just with stone, but with imagination. The future was already rising, one invisible stone at a time. The bell tower's shadow stretched across the empty piazza like a sundial marking time in a town that had forgotten how to count the days. Luca watched it from his workshop window, the same window where Master Vittorio had once stood each morning to greet the sunrise with a craftsman's optimism. Now, 3 months after the plague had claimed his mentor, Luca could barely bring himself to look at the half-finished bell that hung suspended from the workshop's ancient wooden beams. The bronze surface, still rough from its incomplete casting, caught the morning light and seemed to mock him with its imperfection. Vittorio had always said a bell carried the soul of its maker in its voice. If that were true, this one would ring with nothing but doubt and grief. Luca turned away from the window, his hands finding comfort in the familiar weight of his tools. The workshop remained as Vittorio had left it, hammers and files arranged with careful precision, shelves lined with clay molds, and the great furnace cold and silent in the corner. The air still held the metallic tang of bronze and the ghostly scent of pine smoke, but beneath it lay the sharp bite of vinegar and herbs, the futile remedies they'd used when the sickness came. Outside, a cool autumn wind carried the sound of emptiness through Firenzuola streets, where merchants once called their wares and children played between market stalls. Only the occasional creak of a shutter or the scrabbling of rats broke the silence. The plague had transformed the bustling town into a hollow shell of itself, leaving behind boarded windows marked with crosses and doors that would never open again. The toll of a distant bell startled him from his reverie, not the rich, pure sound his master had taught him to craft, but the thin, desperate clanging that had become the town's heartbeat. 1 toll, 2, 3. Luca counted automatically, the way everyone did now. 7 rings. Another death. He wondered if it was someone he knew, then pushed the thought away. Better not to know. Better to focus on survival, on the daily ritual of checking his skin for signs of the disease, on the endless task of finding food in a town where most granaries stood locked and guarded. He reached for the worn leather book, where Vittorio had recorded his final design sketches for a bell that was meant to celebrate life, not count deaths. The pages fell open to familiar diagrams, the margins filled with his master's careful notes about proportion and harmony. Luca's fingers traced the faded ink, following the curves of the bell's profile as he had done countless times before. A sound from the street made him freeze footsteps, too deliberate to be rats. Few ventured out in daylight anymore, fearing both the disease and those who took advantage of the chaos. Luca moved silently to the door, peering through a crack in the weathered wood. A woman walked slowly past the workshop, her dark cloak marking her as one of the healers who still dared to move among the sick. She carried a basket of herbs, and despite the cloth mask covering her face, her eyes held a determination that made Luca's chest tighten with an emotion he hadn't felt in months. Hope. He watched her disappear around the corner toward the bell tower, her figure merging with the lengthening shadows. As she vanished from sight, the tower's great bell, silent since the plague began, gave a single, almost imperceptible tone, not the clear ring of a struck bell, but the deep, resonant hum of bronze responding to wind or vibration. Luca felt it more than heard it, the sound traveling through stone and soil to reach him. In that moment, something shifted in his understanding. The unfinished bell in his workshop was not a reminder of failure, but a connection to everything that had been lost and perhaps to something that could still be saved. He opened Vittorio's book again, this time with purpose. The bell would be completed, not as it was originally intended, but as something new. A voice for those who could no longer speak, a reminder that even in a town marked by death, the craft of creating beauty endured. As evening approached, Luca lit the furnace for the first time since Vittorio's death. The familiar routine of preparing the fire came back to him like a prayer. The careful arrangement of charcoal, the gentle encouragement of flames, the slow building of heat that would eventually transform metal into music. In the gathering dark, the workshop's windows glowed with amber light, a small defiance against the encroaching night. Above, the bell tower stood sentinel, its silence now feeling less like abandonment and more like anticipation. Tomorrow, Luca would begin again, carrying forward his master's final work not because he was ready, but because the time had come to remember what it meant to create something that would outlast grief. The healer's name was Elena, Luca learned, though few in Firenzuola spoke it aloud. They whispered instead about her arrival, how she appeared in the wake of the last great wave of deaths, carrying her herbs and poultices through streets where even priests feared to walk. Some called her a witch, others a saint. Luca watched her from his workshop, noting how she moved with the precise care of someone accustomed to being watched. One morning, as Elena passed the workshop, the sound of approaching horses scattered the morning silence. She ducked into the shadowed doorway where Luca stood, her breath quick behind her mask. Their eyes met in the darkness, and Luca saw what he hadn't noticed before: she was younger than he'd thought, with eyes that held more weariness than malice. "The marauders are early today," she whispered, pressing herself against the wall as hoofbeats echoed through the empty streets. "They grow bolder each week." The riders passed, their weapons glinting in the weak sunlight. Luca recognized their leader by the red scarf he wore, a cruel joke, marking him as one who had survived the Red Death that still haunted the countryside. Once they were gone, Elena remained, her eyes fixed on Luca's workbench where Vittorio's book lay open. "You're the bellmaker's apprentice," she said. "It wasn't a question. I heard the furnace last night. People are talking about it." "People should mind their own affairs," Luca replied, but there was no heat in his words. It had been so long since he'd spoken to anyone about his work. Elena moved to the workbench, her fingers hovering over the diagrams. "In my village, they said bells could ward off evil spirits, that their voice could reach into the heavens and plead for mercy." She turned to him, her expression unreadable behind her mask. "Do you believe that?" "I believe in bronze and fire," Luca said, "in proportions and harmonics. Master Vittorio taught me that a bell's power lies in its craft, not in prayers. Yet you still cast them even now." There was something in her voice, not mockery, but genuine curiosity. Before Luca could answer, A new sound cut through the morning, the deep, resonant toll of the great bell in the tower. Both of them froze. No one had rung that bell since the plague began. Its voice rolled over the town like thunder, a single pure note that seemed to wake something long dormant. "That's impossible," Luca whispered. "The mechanism was disabled. Pietro made sure of it." Pietro. Elena's posture changed at the name. "The old priest who keeps the tower. He sealed it himself when the death toll became too much to count." Luca moved to the door, peering out at the tower that dominated the town's skyline. "No one's been up there in months." Elena joined him, her shoulder brushing his as she looked up. "Someone is now." In the highest window of the bell tower, a figure moved against the light. Even at this distance, Luca could see it wasn't Pietro's stooped form. The figure raised an arm, and the bell spoke again, its voice carrying a message Luca felt in his bones. "It's wrong," he said, his craftsman's ear catching what others might miss. "The strike is wrong. They're damaging it." "Does it matter?" Elena asked. "It's just a bell." Luca turned to her, words rising from some deep place of certainty. "Everything matters. Every bell has its own voice, its own story. That one," he pointed to the tower, "that one was cast by my master's master. It survived 3 plagues and 2 wars. Its voice has called this town to prayer, to celebration, to mourning. It's not just metal, it's memory." Elena studied him for a long moment. Finally, she pulled down her mask, revealing a face marked by determination rather than fear. "Then perhaps you should do something about it. The tower is sealed." "I know another way in," she hesitated, then added, "but you'll need help. There are passages beneath the tower, old ones, and there are things you should know about its history." From the tower, the bell rang again, and this time Luca heard the slight crack in its voice, the beginning of damage that would soon become irreparable. He thought of Vittorio, of all the mornings they had stood in this workshop, listening to that bell mark the hours. He thought of the unfinished bell hanging above them, waiting for purpose. "Show me," he said. Elena nodded, but her next words carried a warning. The marauders aren't the only ones interested in the tower. There are stories about what lies beneath it, old stories about a bell cast in darker times, hidden away for good reason. "What kind of stories?" "The kind that Pietro keeps locked away with everything else he guards." She pulled her mask back up. "Meet me at sunset, behind the old granary, and Luca," she paused at the door, "bring your tools, not just the ones for metalwork." After she left, Luca stood in the workshop's silence, feeling the weight of decision settle over him. He ran his hand along the surface of the unfinished bell, its incomplete form a reminder of all that had been left undone when death came to Firenzuola. The tower bell rang once more, its wounded voice calling him to action. Luca began to gather his tools, hammers and files, yes, but also the small knife Vittorio had given him for protection in these lawless days. As he worked, he spoke quietly to his master's memory. "You always said a bell carries the soul of its maker," he murmured. "Let's hope you were right about that." Above the workshop, clouds gathered, promising the kind of storm that often broke the autumn heat. Luca thought of Elena's words about bells warding off evil, about the secrets beneath the tower. He thought of Pietro, who hadn't been seen in days, and of the marauders who grew bolder with each passing week. The sun was already falling toward the horizon, painting the workshop in shades of amber and shadow. Soon it would be time to meet Elena, to descend into whatever mysteries lay beneath the tower. For now, Luca touched the rough surface of his unfinished bell one last time, a craftsman's farewell and a promise to return. Outside, the wind carried the scent of rain and the distant sound of hoofbeats. In the gathering dark, Luca could almost believe the bells of Firenzuola were whispering their ancient secrets, calling him toward a destiny shaped by bronze and shadow, by plague and hope, by the endless cycle of destruction and creation that marked these desperate times. The crypt air hung thick with centuries of silence as Luca traced the ancient bell's surface with trembling fingers. Even in the guttering torchlight, He could read its story in the bronze, the desperate craftsmanship of those who had cast it during that long-ago plague, their fear and hope preserved in metal that had outlived them all. "We have to move," Elena whispered, her voice tight with urgency. Above them, the tower bell tolled again, its wounded voice now a constant reminder of the marauders' presence. "They're searching every building. It won't take them long to find the passage." But Luca couldn't look away from what his craftsman's hands were telling him. The bell was flawed, not just damaged by time, but fundamentally compromised in its casting. Whatever power it was supposed to hold had been broken before it ever rang its first note. "It's wrong," he murmured, remembering Vittorio's teachings. "The walls are uneven, the crown is fractured. This bell, it was rushed, cast in fear, not faith." He looked up at Elena, whose face flickered in the torchlight. This is what they were hiding. Not a miracle, but a failure. A crash echoed from above, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Pietro's voice, weak but defiant, carried down to them. "You'll find nothing here worth stealing." "The old man lied to us about the tower being sealed," growled a deeper voice, the marauder leader. "Search everything. The bell is here somewhere." Elena grabbed Luca's arm. "We have to help him." "Wait!" Luca's mind raced, pieces falling into place. "The legend isn't about this bell. It never was." He turned to the wall of the crypt, where generations of messages had been carved into the stone. What he had first taken for random scratches now revealed themselves as diagrams, proportions, measurements, the accumulated knowledge of bellmakers who had come before. "Look," he said, running his hand over the markings. "They didn't hide the bell to protect its power. They hid it to protect the truth. Every bellmaker who discovered it added their own notes, their own understanding. The real treasure isn't the bell itself, it's this, all of this, the knowledge of how to cast hope from despair." A scream from above cut through his revelation. Pietro's voice turned to pain. "Luca," Elena pleaded, "whatever truth you've found, it won't matter if we don't survive to share it." He nodded, mind already racing ahead. "Help me with the rope." Together, they unwound the ancient hemp that had once been used to lower the bell into its hiding place. As Elena tied one end around a stone pillar, Luca pulled his tools from his bag, not the fine instruments of his craft, but the simple hammer he used for rough work. "When I give the signal," he told Elena, "ring the hidden bell. Even flawed, it will echo through the whole tower. The sound will be," he managed a grim smile, "memorable." "And what will you be doing?" "What my master taught me." He gripped the rope, creating something new from something broken. Before she could respond, he began to climb. The rope burned against his palms as he pulled himself up through the passage that connected the crypt to the bell tower proper. Every toll of the great bell above sent vibrations through the stone, and with each one, Luca counted the cost of poor craftsmanship. The marauders were destroying it, turning its voice into a weapon. He emerged behind the tower's wooden panels just as the marauder leader struck Pietro again. The old priest crumpled against the wall, blood staining his grey beard. 3 other men were trying to dislodge the main bell from its mounting, their actions clumsy and destructive. "Stop!" Luca's voice carried the authority of his craft. "You're ruining it." The marauders turned, weapons rising. Their leader smiled, the expression made cruel by the red scarf that marked him as a plague survivor. "The bellmaker's boy, come to protect your precious bells." "No." Luca stepped forward, letting them see the hammer in his hand. "I've come to show you how wrong you are about their worth." The leader laughed. "Wrong. You know what people will pay for bronze these days? When food is scarce and coin worthless, metal becomes the only true currency." "You don't understand," Luca said, moving closer to the great bell. "The value isn't in the metal, it's in the voice, in what it represents." He gestured to the bell they were trying to steal. "This bell has called this town to prayer for generations. It has marked births, deaths, celebrations, warnings. It carries the memory of every hand that ever rang it, every ear that heard its voice." "Pretty words," the leader sneered, "but words don't fill empty bellies." "No," Luca agreed, "but this will." He struck the bell with his hammer, not on its sound bow where it would ring true, but on the shoulder where the bronze was already stressed. The impact sent a discordant shock through the tower. At that same moment, from deep below, Elena rang the hidden bell. The two sounds met in the tower's chamber, one pure but flawed, the other broken but powerful. The resonance built upon itself, growing into something that was neither music nor noise but pure vibration. The marauders staggered, covering their ears against the assault of sound. Luca struck again, and again, each blow precisely placed to amplify the discord. The hidden bell's voice rose through the stone like a ghost awakening. Somewhere in the town below, shutters began opening. Faces appeared at windows. The sound was drawing people out, just as bells had always done. The leader raised his sword, but his next words were drowned in the cascade of sound. His men were already retreating, their weapons forgotten as they clapped hands over their ears. The leader himself struggled to maintain his footing as the tower seemed to sing with decades of accumulated voices. Through it all, Luca continued his work, turning destruction into creation, discord into purpose. He thought of Vittorio's teachings about the soul of a bell, about how true craft could survive any darkness. In that moment, he understood that the real power had never been in the hidden bell's mythical properties, but in the knowledge preserved with it, the understanding that even in the darkest times, people could create beauty from chaos. The marauders fled, their horses panicked by the supernatural chorus. In their wake, townspeople began to gather in the square below. Elena emerged from the passage, supporting Pietro, whose eyes were wide with understanding. "You knew," the old priest said to Luca. "You knew the bell itself wasn't the miracle." Luca nodded, his hands aching from his work. The miracle was never in the casting. It was in the teaching, in passing on the knowledge of how to make something that outlives us, something that calls people together, even in their darkest hours. The sound of the bells gradually faded, leaving behind a silence that felt somehow different, not empty, but expectant. In the square below, people who had hidden from each other for months were gathering, drawn by the memory of what bells had always meant to their community. Elena touched his arm. "What now?" Luca looked at his hammer, then at the great bell that had survived its encounter with the marauders. Its voice would never be quite the same, but perhaps that too was part of its story. "Now," he said, "we rebuild. We repair what's broken. We create something new." He smiled slightly. "After all, that's what bell makers do." The morning sun broke through the tower's windows, casting bronze shadows across the floor. Somewhere in the workshop below, an unfinished bell waited for its voice to be discovered. But that was tomorrow's work. For now, Luca stood in the tower where his master had once taught him to listen to the soul in the metal, and he heard in the waiting silence the first notes of renewal. Dawn broke over Firenzuola differently the next morning. The silence that had shrouded the town for months was broken by sounds. Luca had almost forgotten voices calling between houses, the creak of opening shutters, the tentative rhythm of life returning to the streets. From his workshop window, he watched as people emerged from their homes, drawn together by the previous day's events, their fear of the plague temporarily overshadowed by something stronger, the need for community. Elena worked among them, moving from group to group with her herbs and wisdom. She had removed her mask, a sight that made others pause, then slowly follow suit. The air they had feared for so long now carried the scent of Elena's burning herbs, sharp and cleansing. "The plague hasn't gone," she had told Luca earlier that morning as they tended to Pietro's wounds in the bell tower. "But perhaps we were as sick with fear as we were with fever." The old priest sat now in the tower's highest chamber, his injuries bandaged, but his eyes bright with purpose. Around him lay the carvings Luca had rescued from the crypt, generations of bellmakers' knowledge preserved in stone and finally brought into the light. Pietro traced the ancient diagrams with trembling fingers. "All these years," he murmured, "I thought I was protecting a miracle. Instead, I was guarding something far more precious, the wisdom of those who survived before us." Luca turned from the window to face his unfinished bell, still hanging where Vittorio had left it. In the morning light, its incomplete form no longer seemed like an accusation but a promise. He lifted his tools, their weight familiar in his hands, and began to work. The sound of his hammer drew others to the workshop. First came the children, peering through windows to watch bronze take shape. Then the adults followed, standing in doorways, speaking in low voices about memories of market days and festivals when the bells had marked life's rhythms instead of its endings. Through the morning, Luca worked as Vittorio had taught him, each strike of his hammer deliberate and true. But he did something his master had never done. He spoke as he worked, explaining each step to those who gathered to watch. He shared the secrets hidden in the crypt's carvings, the knowledge that had been preserved through generations of plague and survival. The bronze remembers, he told them, repeating Vittorio's words but understanding them anew. It holds the heat of the fire, the skill of the maker, the hopes of those who hear its voice. Every bell is a story cast in metal. Elena appeared in the doorway, her basket now empty of herbs but full of food, bread and dried meat brought by those she had helped, shared freely for the first time in months. She set it aside and came to stand beside him, watching as he worked the bell's surface. "The marauders won't stay away forever," she said quietly. "No," Luca agreed, finishing a careful stroke that would help shape the bell's voice. "But we'll be ready when they return." He gestured to the gathered townspeople. "We're stronger together than alone. The bells taught us that." In the afternoon, Pietro descended from the tower, moving slowly but steadily. He carried a bundle of papers, records of the town's history, stories of past plagues and recoveries, knowledge that had been locked away out of fear but could now serve as guidance. The townspeople gathered around him in the square, hungry for words of hope from their past. As the sun began to set, Luca finished the day's work on the bell. It was still not complete, but its shape had changed, incorporating elements from the ancient diagrams not to create supernatural power, but to capture something equally profound: the resilience of human craft and community. The great bell in the tower, though damaged, rang the evening hour. Its voice was different now, carrying the scars of the marauders' abuse, but the town heard it with new ears. Each imperfection in its tone spoke of survival, of things that could be broken but not destroyed. In the workshop's deepening shadows, Elena helped Luca clean his tools and bank the forge's fire. Their hands met over a hammer, and neither pulled away. "Will you stay?" he asked, the question about more than just the evening. She looked around the workshop, at the walls that no longer felt like barriers against the world, but like the foundations of something being rebuilt. "I think," she said slowly, "there's healing needed here, not just of bodies, but of hope." She squeezed his hand. "Besides, someone needs to tend to those who will come to hear your bells." Later, in the quiet hour before true night fell, Luca sat in his workshop doorway, listening to the town settle into a different kind of peace than the one that had gripped it for so long. The unfinished bell cast a long shadow in the dying light, its shape a reminder of all that remained to be done. But now, looking at it, Luca saw not just his own work, or even Vittorio's legacy. He saw the continuation of something ancient and enduring, the craft that had sustained his town through countless disasters, the knowledge preserved by generations of artisans who understood that creating beauty was itself an act of defiance against darkness. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The plague still lingered, the marauders would eventually return, and the work of rebuilding had only begun. But as the evening star appeared above the bell tower, Luca felt the truth that had been hidden beneath the town all along. Hope, like bronze, could be melted down but never destroyed. It could always be recast, its voice renewed by those who remembered how to shape it. Winter came early to Fianzuola that year, bringing with it the kind of crystalline cold that made bronze sing at the slightest touch. On the morning of the feast of St. Barbara, patron saint of bellmakers, Luca stood in his workshop before dawn, making final adjustments to the bell that had once been Vittorio's last unfinished work. Its surface now told many stories: the original design his master had envisioned, elements from the ancient diagrams found in the crypt, and Luca's own additions, born from everything he had learned about craft and courage. In the bell's crown, he had cast the names of those lost to the plague, including Vittorio's. Along its waist ran an inscription in Latin, Ex tenebris lux, from darkness, light. Elena appeared in the doorway, her breath visible in the cold air. The months since the confrontation in the tower had changed her as much as they had changed the town. She no longer wore the mask of a plague healer, though her basket still carried herbs and remedies. Around her neck hung a small bell Luca had cast for her, its tone pitched to complement the great tower bell. "They're gathering," she said softly. "The whole town." Luca nodded, running his hand one last time over the bell's surface. The past months had been full of work not just on this bell, but on rebuilding the community. The knowledge preserved in the crypt had proved to be more than just bell-making crafts. It contained the wisdom of generations who had faced darkness and chosen to create beauty in spite of it. Pietro had transformed the bell tower into a repository of memory and learning. The walls that had once held secrets now displayed the carved histories rescued from below. Young apprentices came to study not just metallurgy, but the stories of how their town had survived previous calamities. The old priest's wounds had healed, leaving him with a slight limp but an unwavering sense of purpose. The marauders had returned twice. Each time they found not a frightened, fragmented town, but a unified community ready to defend itself. The tower bells rang not in warning but in defiance, their voices carrying across the valley as townspeople stood together. After the second attempt, the raiders never returned. The plague, too, had loosened its grip. Though death still visited Firenzuola, it no longer ruled unopposed. Elena's healing arts, combined with the renewed spirit of the community, had helped many survive who might otherwise have been lost. Those who fell ill were no longer abandoned but cared for, their names added to Pietro's records not just as casualties, but as part of the town's continuing story. Now, as the winter sun began to paint the workshop's windows with pale light, Luca heard the tower bell ring no longer wounded, its voice restored through careful work. It was calling the town to witness something they had not celebrated in far too long, the casting of a new bell. The furnace was already hot, its flames carefully tended through the night. The molten bronze waited, glowing like captured sunlight. Around the workshop, the townspeople gathered, their faces bright with anticipation. Children sat on parents' shoulders, and even the oldest residents had left their homes to attend. Elena moved to stand beside him as he prepared for the casting. Her fingers found his, warm despite the cold. "Vittorio would be proud," she said. "Not just of me," Luca replied, looking at the gathered crowd. Each face reminded him of how far they had come, the baker who now shared his bread freely, the mason who had helped repair the tower, the children who no longer fled at the sound of hoofbeats. Pietro limped forward, leaning on his staff. In his free hand, he carried the book where Vittorio had sketched his final designs, its pages now supplemented with the accumulated knowledge from the crypt and Luca's own notes. "The bronze remembers," the old priest said, echoing what had become a common phrase in Firenzuola. "But so do we." Luca nodded and stepped forward to address the crowd. Once, such attention would have made him shrink into himself. Now, he spoke with the quiet confidence of someone who had found his voice. "A bell," he began, "is more than metal. It's memory given form. It's the story of its makers, its ringers, its hearers. Every bell we cast carries something of those who came before and those who will come after." He gestured to the molten bronze. "Today, we cast not just a bell, but a promise that what we build together will outlast our darkest hours." The casting itself was like a dance, one that Luca had practiced countless times but never performed with such meaning. Each step had its purpose, each motion its significance. The bronze flowed like liquid light, taking the shape that would give it voice. As the metal cooled, the town celebrated. Wine was shared, songs were sung, and stories were told, stories of the plague, yes, but also of survival, of craft, of the strength found in standing together. Elena moved among them, her healing now as much about mending spirits as bodies. The sun was setting when Luca finally returned to the workshop alone. The newly cast bell would need days to cool, weeks to tune, but its basic form was there, waiting to be awakened. In the fading light, he opened Vittorio's book to a blank page and began to write. He recorded not just the technical details of the casting, but the story of how a town had rediscovered its voice. He wrote about the hidden bell in the crypt, about the wisdom preserved in stone, about the courage found in creating beauty, even in darkness. He wrote about Elena, about Pietro, about all those who had chosen to rebuild rather than retreat. The bronze remembers, he wrote in conclusion, but so must we. Let those who come after us find not just bells, but the knowledge that hope, like metal, can always be recast. Let them learn what we learned, that the finest bells are shaped not by one pair of hands, but by an entire community holding fast against the night. Outside, the tower bell rang the evening hour, its voice carrying across a town that had changed profoundly. Firenzuola was no longer just a place marked by plague and loss. It had become something more, a testament to the enduring power of craft, courage, and community. Luca closed the book and stepped out into the winter evening. Above him, stars were beginning to appear, their light reflecting off the bell tower's ancient stones. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new bells to cast, new stories to preserve. But for now, he stood in the deepening dark, listening to the echoes of bronze and memory, knowing that some songs never truly fade as long as there are those who remember how to sing them. The pelts landed on the wooden counter with a dull thud, ice still clinging to the frozen fur. Elias Ward ran his calloused fingers through the beaver's coat, assessing its worth with the practiced touch of a man who'd spent a decade measuring life in skins and coin. Outside his trading post, the Alaskan wind howled like a hungry wolf, rattling the frost-covered windows. $3, he said, not looking up at the native trapper who'd brought them in. The man's silence spoke volumes, but Elias had long since learned to ignore the weight of desperate eyes. In another life, such things might have moved him. Now they were just another tax on doing business in this frozen hell. $5 last month, the trapper said quietly, his accent thick with the languages of his ancestors. Elias finally looked up, his expression as hard as the permafrost beneath their feet. Last month wasn't the dead of winter. Last month, I could still get my sleds through to Anchorage without losing half my dogs. He pushed $2 silver and a handful of quarters across the counter. $3. Take it or try your luck with Blackwell's outfit 50 miles north. The trapper's shoulders slumped as he took the money. Both men knew Blackwell's company paid even less when they paid at all. As the door creaked open and closed, letting in a bitter gust that set the oil lamps flickering, Elias added the pelts to his growing collection. Come spring, they'd fetch triple his price in Seattle, assuming he survived another winter run through the mountain passes. He just finished his inventory when Tom Burke burst through the door, trailing snow and panic in equal measure. The young clerk from the telegraph office was red-faced from more than just the cold. Mr. Ward, message from Kinjik. Tom thrust a crumpled paper into Elias's hands. The cache, your survival cache on the North Route. Bears got into it yesterday. Everything's gone. Elias felt his stomach drop. That cache was his lifeline, carefully stocked with enough supplies to support his winter trading runs. Without it, the Northern Route would be a death sentence. But the timing couldn't have been worse. He had appointments with 3 different Inuit villages in the coming weeks, agreements that had taken months to negotiate. He stared at the telegraph, mind racing. The nearest trading post that could replenish his cash was Blackwell's, and that bastard would sooner watch him freeze than offer help. The only other option was a treacherous solo run to his secondary cache near the Inuit summer hunting grounds. It was a foolish risk this late in the season, but the thought of losing his northern contracts to Blackwell made his blood boil. "Tell Sanders I need my best dogs ready at first light," Elias said, already pulling his bearskin coat from its peg. "And Tom, don't breathe a word of this to anyone. Last thing I need is Blackwell's men catching wind of my troubles." As Tom hurried out, Elias began packing his sled gear with mechanical efficiency. The years had taught him that survival in Alaska meant choosing the lesser of two evils. Tomorrow he would set out alone across the tundra, gambling his life against the certainty of financial ruin. What he couldn't know, was that his real journey hadn't even begun. Dawn painted the sky in shades of frozen rose as Elias urged his dog team across the endless white. The sled runners whispered through fresh powder, each mile carrying him deeper into territory where a man's mistakes rarely offered second chances. His breath frosted in his beard, forming tiny icicles that crackled when he turned his head to survey the horizon. The first sign of trouble came near noon. His lead dog, Zeus, suddenly raised his head and whined a sound Elias had learned to trust more than his own instincts. The weather was turning, though there wasn't a cloud in sight. Inuit hunters called it White Death, a storm that came from nowhere, erasing the boundary between earth and sky until a man couldn't tell if he was walking on solid ground or stepping into an abyss. He should have turned back. The thought nagged at him as he pressed on, watching the horizon blur. But turning back meant letting Blackwell win, meant watching another piece of his life's work crumble like snow through his fingers. The dogs sensed his stubbornness, their anxiety telegraphed through taut lines and flattened ears. The bear's appearance was as sudden as it was inevitable. One moment the trail stretched empty before them. The next, a massive brown shape rose from behind a snow-covered boulder. The dogs panicked, veering sharply. Elias felt the sled tip, heard the crack of wood, and then he was flying. The world spun in a kaleidoscope of white and grey before the ground rushed up to meet him. Pain exploded in his shoulder. Through watering eyes, he watched his dogs disappear into the swirling snow, dragging the wreckage of his sled behind them. His rifle lay just out of reach, half buried in a drift. The bear's roar seemed to come from everywhere at once. So this is how it ends, he thought, reaching for the rifle anyway. Better to die fighting than freeze slowly in the gathering storm. But before his fingers could close around the weapon, a sharp crack split the air. The bear reared up, then crashed backwards with a sound like an avalanche. Through the thickening snow, two figures emerged. The smaller one approached the bear cautiously, spear raised. The taller one moved toward Elias with quiet purpose, kneeling beside him in the snow. A woman's face appeared above him, weather-worn but still younger than her first impression suggested. Her dark eyes studied him with neither warmth nor hostility, simply the careful assessment of someone deciding whether to save a life or let nature take its course. "I'm Elias Ward," he managed through chattering teeth, "from the trading post at—" "We know who you are," she cut him off, her English careful but clear. "I am Atka. The real question is whether you are worth saving." The boy with the spear, her son, Elias would later learn, called out something in their native tongue. Atka replied without taking her eyes off Elias. He recognized the weight of judgment in her gaze. These people knew him as a trader, knew what his kind had done to their lands and their way of life. He waited for her to turn away, to leave him to the fate he probably deserved. Instead, she began checking his injuries with practiced hands. "You have two choices, Elias Ward. Die here in the snow or come with us and learn to live as we do. But know this, if you choose to live, you must leave your old self behind. Our ways are not your ways." The storm was building now, erasing their tracks almost as soon as they were made. Elias thought of his trading post, of ledgers filled with transactions that had slowly drained away his humanity. He thought of Blackwell, and of all the choices that had led him to this moment. "I'll come," he said. Atka nodded once, but her expression remained guarded. "We will see if you mean that, trader. The storm is not the only thing that can change a man's mind." They half carried him through deepening snow to a hidden valley he'd passed 100 times without noticing. As consciousness slipped away, Elias caught glimpses of ice-rimed totems standing sentinel. of smoke rising from homes built in harmony with the land rather than in defiance of it. The last thing he saw was Kalik, Atka's son, watching him with the same measured gaze as his mother. When he woke days later, swaddled in furs in a warm hut that smelled of herbs and wood smoke, Elias discovered that the storm had blocked the passes. There would be no returning to his old life until spring if he returned at all. As Atka's family nursed him back to health, each day brought new lessons in humility. He learned that his years of experience meant nothing here, that true survival required more than just endurance and cunning. Kalik taught him to read the wind's messages in drifting snow. Atka showed him how to hunt seals by listening to their breathing through the ice. The village elder, Mickey, shared stories of the land's spirits, though Elias couldn't tell if the old man was trying to enlighten him or mock him with tales of things his rational mind refused to accept. But it was during the long, dark nights that the hardest lessons came. As Atka's family shared meals and stories around the cooking fire, Elias began to understand what his years of trading had really cost not just the Inuit people, but himself. Every pelt he'd bought for a fraction of its worth, every resource stripped without regard for tomorrow, had been another step away from his own humanity. The revelation might have broken him if not for Kalik's unexpected friendship. The boy's initial suspicion had gradually given way to curiosity, then to a cautious trust. He seemed to sense that Elias was changing, becoming something different from the hard-eyed trader who had arrived half-dead in the storm. That trust was tested the day Blackwell's men arrived. They came without warning, their dog teams appearing through the winter haze like wraiths. Elias was checking fishing lines with Kalik when they heard the commotion. They returned to find the village in turmoil, with Blackwell himself standing in the center, spreading promises like poison. "Progress is coming," he announced to the gathered families, his smile sharp as a steel trap. "We're establishing a permanent trading post here. Those who cooperate will prosper. Those who don't—" His eyes fell on Atka, who stood like a stone in his path. "Well, the winter is long and supplies are precious." When he spotted Elias, Blackwell's smile widened. "Ward, should have known you'd turn up eventually. Come talk business with me. There's more than enough profit to go around, and these people," he gestured dismissively at the villagers, "they'll adapt or fade away. That's progress." Elias felt the weight of many eyes upon him, Kalik's, Atka's, the whole village. In that moment, he saw with perfect clarity the fork in his path. On one side lay the familiar road of exploitation and profit, paved with rationalization and greed. On the other, he looked at Atka, whose face betrayed nothing but whose eyes held the same question they had asked that first day in the storm. Was he worth saving? The silence stretched like a bowstring drawn too tight. Elias felt the weight of Blackwell's offer settling around his shoulders like a familiar coat, one that no longer fit. Behind him, he heard Kalik's sharp intake of breath, felt Atka's steady gaze boring into his back. "You're right about one thing, Arnold," Elias said, his voice carrying across the packed snow. "Progress is coming, but you're standing on the wrong side of it." Blackwell's smile faltered. "Don't be a fool, Ward. These people, this way of life, it's dying. We're just hastening the inevitable." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Think about it. With your knowledge of the territory and my resources, we could control everything from here to the coast. No more scrabbling for scraps." The old Elias would have seen the logic in it, would have counted the profit in furs and coin, justified it as the natural order of things. But that man had died in the storm, replaced by someone who'd learned to see wealth in different terms. In Kalik's proud grin after a successful hunt, in Atka's quiet wisdom, in the way the village shared everything, wasting nothing. "The territory isn't yours to control," Elias said. "The land belongs to itself and to the people who understand it, people like them." He gestured to the villagers. "People like I'm learning to be." Blackwell's face hardened. "Then you'll die with them." He nodded to his men, who began spreading out, rifles appearing in their hands. "Clear the village. Burn what you can't carry." What happened next seemed to unfold in heartbeats and eternities. Elias saw Kalik reach for his spear, saw Blackwell's finger tighten on his trigger. Without thinking, Elias threw himself forward, tackling the boy as the shot cracked across the village. They rolled behind a snowbank as chaos erupted. The ice caves, Atka's voice cut through the confusion. Drive them to the caves. Elias understood immediately. The network of ice caves north of the village was treacherous this time of year, the passages unstable and shifting. Only those who knew them intimately could navigate safely. Calic, Elias grabbed the boy's shoulder. The seal nets from the fishing holes bring them, and get the children to the meeting house. The boy nodded, disappearing into the swirling snow as Blackwell's men began their advance. Working with a lifetime of winter knowledge he hadn't known he'd absorbed, Elias and the villagers fell back in deliberate retreat. They left subtle markers that only they could read: a broken branch here, a scattered pile of snow there leading their pursuers deeper into the maze of ice. Blackwell took the bait, driving his men forward with promises of rich rewards. They didn't notice how the temperature dropped as they descended, how the ice walls seemed to breathe with ancient malice. They didn't recognize the signs of instability that every child in the village learned to spot before they could walk. Near the heart of the caves, where the ice groaned like a living thing, Elias found Atka waiting. Her face was streaked with blood from a grazing shot, but her eyes blazed with fierce purpose. Together, they spread the seal nets across the narrowest part of the passage, anchoring them to the ice with Calic's help. When Blackwell's men rounded the corner, they charged straight into the nets. The tangle of bodies and curses was all they needed. Atka raised her arms and began to sing an old song, Elias would later learn, meant to wake the spirits of the ice. The cave walls shuddered. "Back!" Elias roared at Calic and Atka. "Get back now!" The ceiling came down with a sound like the end of the world. Blackwell's scream was cut short as tons of ice sealed the passage. Those of his men who hadn't followed him into the trap fled back the way they'd come, but the tremors had destabilized the entire network. They would find no easy escape. In the aftermath, as the village tended to its wounded and gathered its scattered strength, Elias stood with Atka and Calic at the edge of their territory. The aurora danced overhead, painting the snow in ghostly colors. "The spirits of the land helped us," Calic said with quiet certainty. "They knew you had changed." Elias thought of Blackwell, entombed in ice, a victim of his own ruthless progress. He thought of his own transformation, of all the moments that had led him here. The wind whipped around them, but he no longer felt its bite as a threat. "I wouldn't say I've changed," he replied, watching the lights ripple across the tundra. "More like I've remembered something I lost a long time ago." Atka touched his arm the first time she had initiated contact without necessity. "The land remembers too," she said simply. "That is why you are still here." Together they watched the night deepen. 3 figures standing sentinel against the darkness, guardians of a way of life that refused to fade into history. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to the dreams of men who thought they could own the wild. Spring came slowly to the tundra that year, as if the land itself were cautious about awakening. The ice caves remained sealed, nature's tomb for Blackwell and his ambitions. Those of his men who had survived fled south, carrying tales of spirits and savagery that would keep others away for a time, at least. The village's recovery was measured in small victories. Each day brought new signs of healing, children's laughter returning to the paths between houses, hunters venturing out in larger circles, the rhythmic scraping of hides being worked by careful hands. Some scars would take longer to fade. Atka's wound had left a pale line across her temple, and the younger children still startled at sudden noises. But these too were lessons, woven into the fabric of their stories. Elias found himself walking the boundaries of the village each morning, tracking the changing season in wolf prints and caribou trails. He'd learned to read the land's moods like a book written in tracks and weather, though Calic still teased him about missing the obvious signs. "The snow geese returned yesterday," the boy said one morning, falling into step beside him. "You were too busy staring at the horizon to notice." "I noticed," Elias replied with a half smile. I just didn't feel the need to announce it to everyone like some people I know." Their easy banter was interrupted by the arrival of Mickey, the village elder. The old man had been spending more time with Elias lately, sharing stories that felt less like lessons and more like inheritance. "The trading post still stands empty," Mickey said without preamble. "Spring brings new traders. Some will be better than Blackwell, some worse." Elias nodded, understanding the unspoken question. His own trading post would have been seized by now, his absence taken for death. He could return, try to rebuild with what he'd learned. Or, "I've been thinking about that," he said carefully. "The post's location, it's wrong. Set up to control the trade routes rather than work with them. But there's a site just north of here where 3 hunting trails meet. If we built something there, something different." Mickey's weathered face creased in thought. "Different how?" "A trading post run by the village. Fair prices, respect for hunting grounds and seasons. A place where both worlds could meet as equals." Elias looked at Calic, who was trying to hide his excitement. "Your son has already offered to help me learn the proper protocols." The boy ducked his head, embarrassed but pleased. He'd been pestering Elias for weeks about building bridges between their peoples, showing wisdom beyond his years. Mickey was silent for a long moment, watching a pair of ravens circle overhead. Finally, he spoke. "You understand this path will not be easy. There will be those who see any change as a threat." "I understand," Elias said, "but I also understand that nothing worth protecting comes without cost." That evening, as the village gathered for the evening meal, Atka studied the plans Elias and Calic had drawn in the snow. Her expression was unreadable, but there was something softer in her eyes than there had been during those first desperate days of winter. "You could have left," she said quietly. "Gone back to your world with everything you've learned. You could have used this knowledge to become very rich." Elias watched the northern lights beginning to dance above the tundra. Once, they had seemed like nothing more than a pretty display. Now he saw them as the village did as spirits dancing across the barrier between worlds, reminding him that some wealth couldn't be measured in furs or gold. "My world," he replied. "I think maybe I'm already there." The summer solstice brought the longest day of the year, when the sun wheeled endlessly through the sky, refusing to set. It was on this day that the new trading post opened its doors. Built from timber and stone rather than the hastily assembled planks of most frontier outposts, it embodied the permanence Elias now felt in his bones. The building itself was a bridge between worlds, part trading post, part gathering place. The main room featured traditional Inuit carvings alongside practical shelves and counters. A circular fire pit dominated the center, echoing the village's communal spaces. Most importantly, the walls bore careful markings showing the boundaries of hunting territories and the seasonal movements of game, ensuring that even outsiders could learn to respect the land's rhythms. Atka stood beside him as the first traders arrived, her presence both support and subtle warning. She had agreed to serve as an intermediary between the village and the outside world, though her initial skepticism had given way to cautious optimism only recently. "They will test you," she said, watching a group of rough-looking trappers approach. "Old habits die slowly." "Let them test," Elias replied. "The terms are fair, the profit margins are smaller, but they ensure everyone survives: the people, the animals, the land itself." He touched the scar on his shoulder, a reminder of the bear that had set him on this path. "Besides, I have a good teacher in negotiation." Atka's slight smile was answer enough. The day passed in a blur of transactions and translations. Some traders grumbled at the new rules: no trading with individual hunters, respect for seasonal quotas, fair prices set by the village council. But even the most hardened among them couldn't deny the logic of sustainability. By working with the Inuit rather than exploiting them, everyone stood to gain in the long run. As evening painted the sky in shades of gold that would never quite turn to night, Calic led a group of young hunters in from a successful caribou hunt. The boy, nearly a man now, had grown into his role as a bridge between cultures. He moved easily between languages and customs, teaching other young people from both worlds the importance of balance. "The spirits are pleased," Mickey announced, appearing suddenly at Elias's side as the hunters distributed their catch according to traditional custom. "They say you have learned to listen." Elias thought back to the trader he had been, measuring life in ledgers and losses. "I'm still learning," he said, "every day." That night, the village celebrated around the communal fire. Stories were told in two languages, tales of survival, of transformation, of the winter when the ice itself had risen up against those who would destroy its children. Elias listened as his own story was woven into the fabric of village legend, shaped into a lesson for future generations about the possibility of change. Later, in the endless twilight of the solstice night, he walked with Atka to the ridge overlooking the valley. The trading post stood as a darkened silhouette below them, while beyond it, the village's cooking fires winked like earthbound stars. "Do you regret it?" she asked suddenly, "choosing this life?" Elias considered the question carefully, as she had taught him to consider all things. The past year had stripped away his old certainties, replaced them with deeper truths. He thought of the comfortable life he might have had, the wealth he'd once dreamed of. Measured against what he'd found here, purpose, belonging, a chance to protect something precious, those dreams seemed as insubstantial as morning mist. "The only regret," he said finally, "would have been not choosing it." Atka nodded, satisfied. They stood in comfortable silence as a lone wolf's howl echoed across the tundra, a sound that had once meant danger to Elias, but now spoke of wilderness preserved, of balance maintained, of home. The wind picked up, carrying with it the sense of summer flowers and distant snow. Soon the days would begin to shorten, the wheel of seasons turning once again. Somewhere to the south, other trading companies would be eyeing these lands, making plans, dreaming of profit. But they would find no easy victory here. The village had shown him how to be strong in ways that had nothing to do with force, strong like the tundra grass that bent before the storm but never broke, strong like the ice that remembered every story written in its depths. "Time to return," Atka said at last. "Tomorrow brings new challenges." Elias took a final look at the midnight sun hanging low on the horizon, not setting, not rising, but poised in that liminal space between what was and what could be. Like the land itself, he had found his balance between two worlds, learned to walk the boundary without being torn apart by it. Together, they turned back toward the village, their footsteps marking the snow in parallel tracks that would soon fade, becoming part of the endless story written on the face of the last frontier. The constant drip of water formed a metronome in the trenches of the Somme, marking time in a place where days bled together like watercolors in the rain. Private James Alder pressed his back against the muddy wall, his uniform long since turned the same lifeless brown as the earth around him. Above, the June sky remained stubbornly grey, as if the very heavens had absorbed the smoke of countless artillery barrages. A rat scurried past his boots, and James watched it disappear into a crevice between sandbags. The creature had grown fat on the offerings of no man's land, like all its kin. Strange, he thought, how even in this wasteland, life found a way to persist. The crack of a distant rifle shattered the morning quiet. James instinctively ducked lower, though the shot hadn't been meant for him. Around him, men whispered a familiar name. The Ghost. They said he was a German sniper who never missed, a shadow who chose his targets with terrible precision. Some claimed they'd seen comrades fall before they even heard his rifle's report, as if death itself had simply reached out and plucked them from the earth. James closed his eyes, trying to push away the acrid smell of cordite that never quite left the air. Instead, he summoned memories of home. golden wheat swaying in summer breeze, Helen's laughter beneath the old oak tree, the sweet scent of apple blossoms in spring. They had spent countless evenings planning their future, sketching designs for an orchard that would sustain generations. Helen, with her schoolteacher's precision, had insisted they name each tree after someone they loved. "Careful there, dreamer," a familiar voice cut through his reverie. "Keep your head down unless you fancy adding ventilation to that helmet." Thomas Croft, his closest friend, settled beside him with the ghost of his baker's son's smile. Despite the mud and grime, Thomas somehow maintained an air of gentle mischief, as if the war were merely an inconvenient delay to his real life's work. "Letter came for you," Thomas added, producing a slightly mud-stained envelope from his pocket. "Crossed paths with it in the support trench. Figured you'd want it straight away." James took the letter with trembling fingers, recognizing Helen's neat handwriting. He traced the curves of his name before carefully breaking the seal. "My dearest James, the apple trees in the village square bloomed early this year. The children in my class collected the petals and made wishes on them, as we used to do. Little Doris Collins wished for her brother's safe return from France. I didn't tell her I make the same wish every night, though not for her brother. Our oak tree stands strong, and I often sit beneath it during lunch, imagining our orchard. I've been reading about grafting techniques. Did you know you can join two different apple varieties on the same trunk? Perhaps that's what we are now. Two parts of the same tree, separated by this terrible distance, but growing toward the same sky. The children ask me today why we fight wars. I wish I had a better answer for them. Instead, I told them about you, about all of you, protecting our future like the ancient knights in their storybooks. They drew pictures of heroes in muddy trenches, but made sure to add flowers growing nearby. Children understand more than we think, I suppose. Come home to me, James. Come home so we can plant our dreams. All my love, Helen." James carefully refolded the letter, tucking it into the breast pocket of his uniform, close to his heart. Thomas watched him with knowing eyes but said nothing, offering instead the companionable silence of someone who carried similar letters close to his own heart. A whistle pierced the morning air, not artillery this time, but a different sort of summons. Captain Gregory Harland appeared around the bend of the trench, his weathered face bearing the calm expression that had earned him the men's trust. Despite the mud that caked his boots like everyone else's, he carried himself with the quiet dignity of a man who had found purpose in chaos. "Alder Croft," he nodded to them. "New orders coming down the line. Gather the section in the dugout in 10 minutes. He paused, studying James with keen eyes that seemed to see past the mud and exhaustion. "Bring that tin whistle of yours, Alder. Might do us all good to remember there's more to life than war." As the captain moved on, James touched the small whistle in his pocket. Harlan's gift from weeks ago, when he'd found James struggling through a particularly dark night. "Music," the captain had said, "is how we remember our humanity when the world tries to strip it away." Another shot rang out across no man's land, closer this time. The ghost, marking the start of another day in his deadly vigil. James gripped the whistle tighter, thinking of Helen's letter, of apple blossoms and children's wishes. Somewhere beyond the mud and barbed wire, beyond the reach of snipers and artillery, spring was turning to summer. He had to believe he would live to see it. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight, turning the trenches into rivers of mud that threatened to swallow men whole. James stood watch, water dripping from his helmet's brim, his socks squelching with each slight movement. The morning mist clung to no man's land like a burial shroud, concealing its horrors beneath a deceptively peaceful veil. Thomas appeared beside him, offering half a biscuit from his rations. "Heard anything from Helen lately?" James shook his head. "Not since the last one you gave me," accepting the meager offering. "Post's been delayed, probably waterlogged, like everything else." He didn't mention his growing fear that her letters might have been lost forever in some muddy postal bag, or worse, that something had happened to her. Such thoughts were dangerous in the trenches, where hope was as precious as dry socks. A haunting melody drifted through the fog someone was humming in the next section. James recognized the tune, Keep the home fires burning. His mother used to sing it while tending her garden. Thomas joined in softly, his voice carrying the weight of memory. Mary loved that song, Thomas said, speaking of his wife. Sang it at the station when I left. Funny how you remember the smallest things. He pulled out his diary, its pages warped from the damp. Been writing to her in here since the post is so unreliable. Figure if anything happens. He trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. The quiet was shattered by the familiar whistle of incoming shells. Down, James shouted, pulling Thomas into a dugout as the world exploded around them. Earth and shrapnel rained down, the air thick with cordite and screams. When the barrage lifted, cries for stretcher bearers echoed along the line. A young private lay wounded in no man's land, half buried in mud. James caught Thomas's eye, seeing his own decision mirrored there. Together, they crawled out into the wasteland. The ghost's reputation hung heavy in their minds as they inched forward. One clean shot was all it would take. James could almost feel the crosshairs on his back as they reached the wounded man. Stupid way to die, Thomas muttered as they dragged the private to safety. All of it. Stupid war, stupid mud, stupid men sending boys to die. It was the closest James had ever heard him come to bitterness. Later, during a lull, James found himself exploring an abandoned German trench. Among the scattered debris, a leather-bound sketchbook caught his eye. Inside, delicate pencil drawings revealed glimpses of a life beyond the war. A small farmhouse, children playing in a garden, a woman tending flowers. One sketch stopped him cold, a sniper's view of no man's land, with craters and trenches meticulously marked. The precision struck James as unnerving. It wasn't merely art, but a calculated map of death. On the final page, an orchard in full bloom was drawn with such care that it seemed almost alive. The artist's signature was smudged beyond recognition, but the date beside it chilled him, 3 days before the Battle of the Somme began. As James tucked the sketchbook away, a thought gnawed at him. Could this belong to the sniper they call the Ghost? Near the sketchbook lay a helmet with a single neat hole punched through its crown. The Ghost, someone whispered behind him. Always a clean shot, never wastes ammunition. Captain Harland found James still holding the sketchbook. Fascinating thing about war, he said quietly. Makes us forget the enemy dreams in color too. He gestured to the tin whistle in James's pocket. Perhaps that's why we need music to remind us. That night, James played a soft melody while Thomas wrote in his diary. Other soldiers gathered quietly, drawn to the simple sound of beauty in a world gone mad. The tune floated above the trenches like a prayer. A single shot cracked through the night, the bullet ricocheting off the trench wall inches from where James sat. The music died instantly. The Ghost doesn't approve of concerts, someone joked nervously, but the weight of their vulnerability hung heavy in the air. The next morning brought orders. They were to attack at dawn. As James cleaned his rifle, Thomas pressed his diary into his hands. "If I don't make it," he said simply, "make sure Mary gets this." James stared at the worn notebook, understanding the magnitude of what he was being asked to carry. "You'll give it to her yourself," he said firmly, but accepted the diary anyway. They both knew that in the trenches, hope needed insurance. That night, no one slept. James thought of Helen's last letter, still crisp in his pocket. She had written about grafting trees, 2 lives joined together, growing toward the same sky. Tomorrow, he would charge across no man's land toward the Ghost's domain. He wondered if death came with the sound of a rifle crack, or if it was as silent as falling apple blossoms. Captain Harland moved among the men, offering quiet words of encouragement. When he reached James, he paused. "Remember, Alder," he said softly, "we fight for the world we dream of, not the one we see." He touched the pocket where James kept Helen's letters. "Keep those dreams close. They're what separate us from the mud." The hours crept by like centuries. In the distance, a nightingale sang, either oblivious to or defiant of the human tragedy below. James held his rifle and waited for dawn, the weight of Thomas's diary heavy against his chest, Helen's apple trees blooming in his mind. Dawn came like a whisper, pale light seeping through the morning mist. James stood on the fire step, his fingers white-knuckled around his rifle. Along the line, hundreds of men waited in similar poses, each trapped in their own private eternity. Thomas stood to his left, diary safely stored in James's pocket, while Captain Harland moved quietly behind them, checking equipment and offering steady words. The ghost's presence loomed in their minds. Somewhere in the haze ahead, he would be waiting, choosing his targets with mechanical precision. James touched Helen's latest letter through his uniform, feeling the crisp paper against his heart. Her words about apple blossoms seemed to come from another world entirely. The whistle blew. Time fractured into razor-sharp moments. James vaulted over the top, his boots finding purchase in the churned earth of no man's land. The morning mist parted around him like a curtain. Somewhere, someone was screaming a sustained, animal sound that seemed to come from the earth itself. Shell holes pockmarked the ground, filled with stagnant water and things he refused to name. He leaped over them, stumbling, recovering, pressing forward. Thomas ran beside him, their shoulders nearly touching. Behind them, Captain Harland's voice cut through the chaos, steady as a lighthouse in a storm. The first machine gun opened up, its staccato rhythm seeming to bend time. Men fell like wheat before a scythe. James dropped, crawling through mud that smelled of iron and decay. The tin whistle in his pocket pressed against his ribs, a reminder of music in this symphony of destruction. A single shot cracked through the air, distinct from the general chaos. Clean, precise. To James's left, a soldier dropped without a sound, a neat hole in his helmet. The ghost had begun his work. James pressed himself into a shell hole, heart hammering. Thomas slid in beside him, breathing hard. Like deliveries in the rain, he gasped, trying to smile. Father always said. Another crack split the air. Thomas's words stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in surprise. James caught him as he fell, but already knew. The ghost never missed. The world narrowed to a tunnel. Through the mist, James caught a flash of movement, a shadow shifting in a ruined building ahead. The ghost, repositioning for his next target. Time seemed to slow, each heartbeat lasting an eternity. James raised his rifle, remembering Harland's lessons about breathing, about finding stillness in chaos. Through his scope, he saw the sniper clearly for the first time. Not a ghost at all, but a man in a grey uniform, methodically scanning the battlefield. Their eyes met across the distance, two soldiers playing their part in this grand tragedy. His finger tightened on the trigger. In that frozen moment, Helen's voice floated through his mind, speaking of grafting trees, two lives joined together, growing toward the same sky. The German's sketchbook flashed in his memory. The farmhouse, the children, the orchard in bloom. How many letters did this man carry close to his heart? How many dreams of spring? The ghost's rifle turned toward him. James fired. The sound echoed across no man's land, indistinguishable from 1,000 other shots, yet somehow different. Through his scope, James watched the sniper fall, the rifle dropping from lifeless hands. No different from any other death that morning, except for the weight of it in his soul. Moving as if in a dream, James made his way to the sniper's position. The man lay crumpled against a wall, his uniform the same mud-brown as James's own. In death, he looked younger than James had expected. A locket had fallen from his pocket, its silver surface dulled by war. Inside, a photograph showed a woman and child standing before an apple tree in bloom. James's eyes caught the curve of the tree's branches, an exact match to the one drawn in the sketchbook. His heart sank. The sniper had carried memories of home, just like him. James knelt in the rubble, holding the locket as artillery continued to thunder in the distance. He thought of Thomas's diary, still pressed against his chest, waiting to be delivered. He thought of Helen's letters, of orchards yet to be planted, of all the dreams suspended between worlds. With trembling fingers, he closed the locket and slipped it into his pocket alongside the tin whistle. Somewhere above, a bird began to sing nature's defiant response to man's destructive symphony. James looked up, watching dawn fully break over the battlefield. The mist was lifting, revealing the true cost of the morning in stark relief. Captain Harland found him there, still kneeling beside the ghost. The older man said nothing, understanding in his eyes as he helped James to his feet. Together, they made their way back through no man's land, where the dead and wounded lay like fallen blossoms after a storm. That evening, James sat in a quiet corner of the trench, Thomas's diary open before him. His friend's last words trailed off mid-sentence, like so many dreams in this war. He took out the tin whistle and began to play not a soldier's march or a patriotic anthem, but a gentle folk tune his father once played in their village orchard. The melody drifted over the battlefield where the ghost would never again keep his vigil. In his pocket, the locket pressed against his heart alongside Helen's letters, a reminder that even enemies dream in colour. James played until the stars emerged, each note a prayer for Thomas, for the ghost, for all the dreamers whose hopes lay buried in foreign soil. Tomorrow, he would write to Helen about apple blossoms and grafting trees. But tonight, he played for the dead, his music carrying their stories into the vast, indifferent sky. The days following the battle blurred together like watercolors in rain. James moved through them as if underwater, performing his duties with mechanical precision while his mind wandered through orchards of memory. Thomas's absence felt like a missing limb phantom pain from something irretrievably lost. At night, he would take out the four objects that now defined his existence: Thomas's diary, the ghost's locket and his sketchbook, and Helen's letters. Each held fragments of lives interrupted, dreams suspended between heartbeats. He hadn't written to Helen yet. How could he explain that he had become both murderer and mourner, executioner and witness? "You should sleep," Captain Harland said one evening, finding James at his usual post. The older man's face bore new lines, as if the battle had carved its story into his skin. "The dead keep their own vigil." "I hear his music sometimes," James admitted quietly. "Thomas, humming that song about home fires burning. And when I close my eyes, I see the ghost's orchard from his sketchbook." Harland sat beside him, shoulders touching in the narrow trench. "When I was in India," he said, his voice distant with memory, "I saw a temple where they planted trees for their dead. Not to mark graves, mind you, but to give their spirits somewhere to rest. The locals said a tree planted in sorrow bears the sweetest fruit." James touched the locket in his pocket. "His daughter looked about the age of my students," he said. "In the photograph, they're standing under an apple tree." "The Germans have a word," Harland replied. "Schicksalsgemeinschaft, a community bound together by fate. Perhaps that's what we all are now, on both sides of this wire. Bound by what we've seen, what we've done." The next morning, James finally wrote to Helen. "My dearest Helen, you wrote to me of grafting trees, two lives joined together, growing toward the same sky. I've been thinking about that, about how we're all grafted together now by this war, enemy and friend alike. Thomas fell 3 days ago. He died thinking of home, of Mary, of the bakery he'll never open. I carry his diary next to my heart, where your letters rest. I met the ghost, the sniper we feared. He was a man like any other, with an apple tree in his garden and a daughter who will wait forever for his return. I took his life, Helen, and with it, I took someone's future, someone's love, someone's father. Yet in his pocket, I found proof that he dreamed, as we do, of orchards and spring mornings and children's laughter. You asked once why we fight wars. I still don't have an answer, but I know now what we must do after them. We must plant trees, my love. Trees for Thomas, for the ghost, for all the dreamers who will never see another spring. Perhaps their spirits will find peace in the blossoms, and their children's children will taste sweetness born from our sorrow. I understand now why you insisted we name each tree in our orchard. They're not just trees, they're stories, memories, promises to the future. When I return, and I will return, Helen, I swear it, we'll plant an orchard of remembrance. The first tree will be for Thomas, who taught me that courage wears a baker's smile. And there will be one for a German sniper whose name I'll never know, but whose dreams I'll always carry. Keep faith, my love. Even here in this wasteland, birds still sing. Yours, James. After posting the letter, James took out the tin whistle. Its notes carried differently now, weighted with all he had seen. Other soldiers gathered silently, each lost in their own memories of those who would never return. In the distance, artillery flickered like heat lightning, but in their corner of the line, there was only music and remembrance. Captain Harland appeared with a bottle of whiskey, a rare luxury in the trenches. "For Thomas," he said simply, passing it around. Each man drank in silence, adding their own private toasts to the night air. As the bottle made its rounds, stories began to emerge. Tales of Thomas's kindness, his dreams of the bakery, the way he could make even the darkest days lighter with his quiet humor. James found himself sharing the story of the ghost's sketchbook, of the orchard drawn with such care and hope. "Strange," one soldier mused, "how the men we fear become human only after they're gone." James touched the locket, thinking of the apple tree in the photograph. Somewhere in Germany, that tree would bloom again, its blossoms falling on soil that had never known war. A daughter would look up through its branches, remembering a father who would never return. Yet the tree would continue to grow, indifferent to human sorrow, offering its fruit to future generations. That night, he dreamed of an orchard where German and English voices mingled like leaves in the wind, where children played beneath trees watered with tears and memory, where the ghost's daughter and Helen's students gathered apples side by side. He woke with tears on his cheeks, but a strange peace in his heart. The war raged on around them, but something had shifted in James's world. Each sunrise now held not just the promise of survival, but the weight of responsibility to live fully enough for those who couldn't, to plant trees that would shelter future generations from the shadows of war, to find beauty even in the midst of destruction. In his pocket, the ghost's locket rested alongside Helen's letters. No longer enemies, but pieces of the same story, a story of love and loss, of dreams interrupted and renewed, of the endless cycle of death and rebirth played out in orchards and battlefields alike. Spring, 1919. The village hadn't changed, yet James saw it through different eyes. The old oak tree still stood sentinel over the square, its branches reaching toward an impossibly blue sky. Children still played beneath it, their laughter carrying on the breeze like apple blossoms. But now he noticed the absences, the empty shops, the weathered gold stars in windows, the shadows that crossed people's faces when they spoke of the war. Helen waited for him at the station, her face older but her eyes the same. She held him without words, understanding that some changes couldn't be spoken. Later, as they walked through the village, their fingers intertwined, she showed him the piece of land she'd purchased, a gentle slope facing south, perfect for an orchard. "I've been studying," she said, pulling out a notebook filled with careful diagrams. "About soil preparation, grafting techniques, everything we'll need." She hesitated, touching his arm. "And I've been collecting names." James nodded, unable to speak. In his bag, he carried Thomas's diary, finally to be delivered to Mary. The ghost's locket weighed heavy in his pocket, its silver surface worn smooth from years of touching. Helen noticed his hand straying to it but didn't ask. There would be time for stories later. They visited Mary first. She lived above the old bakery, which had gathered dust since Thomas left. James handed her the diary with trembling hands, explaining how her husband had carried their love until the end. Mary ran her fingers over Thomas's last unfinished sentence. "He always did leave things half done," she said softly, smiling through tears. "Said it gave him a reason to come back tomorrow." She pressed a packet of seeds into James's hands, Thomas's prized apple variety, saved from before the war. "Plant these for him. He always wanted his trees to feed people." Spring advanced as they prepared the land. Each evening, James and Helen worked side by side, turning soil that had never known shells or trenches. Sometimes he would stop, overwhelmed by the peace of it, the simple act of creating rather than destroying. Captain Harland visited as they planted the first trees. He looked different in civilian clothes, but his eyes still held the same steady wisdom. He helped them dig the hole for Thomas's tree, sharing stories that made them laugh through their tears. "In India," he said, watching James place Thomas's apple seeds in the earth, They say a tree planted with love grows twice as strong. He touched the trunk gently. This one will weather any storm. They planted the ghost's tree next, James finally sharing the story of the sketchbook, the photograph, the orchard in Germany that might still bloom. He buried the locket beneath its roots, a secret offering to a man whose name he would never know. Helen held his hand as he whispered a prayer in broken German, words he had learned for this moment. As spring turned to summer, more trees took root, one for each name in Helen's notebook. Families brought mementos to bury, letters, photographs, small treasures that had returned home without their owners. The orchard became a living memorial, each tree a story of love and loss. James wrote one last letter, sending it through channels he hoped might reach the ghost's family. To the family of the sniper at Thiepval. Your husband, father, son carried a silver locket with your photograph, taken beneath an apple tree. He was an artist who drew dreams of home in a leather sketchbook. I want you to know he died thinking of you, and that a tree grows for him in English soil. Its blossoms fall on earth that holds his locket, and its fruit will feed children who will never know war. Perhaps someday your daughter will visit. She will find her father's tree strong and tall, its branches reaching toward the same sky that watches over your orchard in Germany. With deepest respect, the English soldier. Years passed. The trees grew strong, their branches weaving together overhead like the threads of memory. Children played beneath them, unafraid of the names carved in copper plates at each trunk. They made up stories about Thomas the baker, who surely must have grown the sweetest apples in England, and the mysterious ghost, whose tree bore fruit with flecks of silver in autumn light. James taught them the old tune on Thomas's tin whistle, which still played clear and true. Helen's students wrote poems about the orchard, imagining the lives of those it honored. In spring, when the blossoms fell like snow, James would sometimes pause in his work, listening for echoes of distant songs about keeping home fires burning. One day, a letter arrived from Germany. Inside was a pressed apple blossom and a photograph of a young woman standing beneath a mature tree. On the back, in careful English, "Our tree still blooms. Thank you for giving my father roots in your soil. Perhaps our grandchildren will share fruit from both orchards." James hung the photograph in their cottage. Beside it, he placed the old sketchbook, its pages preserved between glass. Together, they told a story of war and peace, of loss and renewal, of the courage it takes to plant trees whose shade you may never sit beneath. In the years that followed, the orchard became known as a place of healing. Veterans would walk among the trees, finding solace in their quiet strength. Young couples carved their initials beside the memorial plates, adding new love to old remembrance. The village children collected fallen apples, learning the names of the dead as they harvested the fruits of memory. And sometimes, in the golden light of evening, James would stand beneath the oak tree where he and Helen had once dreamed of their orchard. The air would fill with the scent of apples and the distant sound of laughter. In those moments, he could almost believe that somewhere, Thomas was smiling at the sweetness of his trees, and the ghost was sketching blossoms falling like peace over a world that had finally learned to grow instead of destroy. The tin whistle, worn smooth by years of use, still sat in its place of honor beside Helen's wartime letters. Its music had changed from a soldier's comfort to a farmer's hymn, each note a testament to the power of life to emerge from ashes and love to bloom even in the hardest soil. In the end, it was not the war that defined them, but what they chose to grow from its ashes. The orchard stood as testament to this truth, its roots deep in soil enriched by memory, its branches reaching ever upward toward a future where apple blossoms fell like hope on the graves of old sorrows. The Japanese patrol boat sliced through Manila Bay's murky waters, its searchlight cutting arcs through the morning mist. Leah Soriano pressed herself against the splintered wall of the fishmonger's shack, her leather-bound journal clutched to her chest. The familiar stench of rotting fish and diesel fumes made her stomach turn, but she didn't dare move. Not yet. She counted the seconds between searchlight sweeps, just as she had done every morning for the past week. 23 seconds. 23 seconds to dash across the exposed pier to the relative safety of the mangroves. 23 seconds to avoid becoming another nameless casualty in this war that had already taken everything from her. The beam swept past. 1, 2. A child's cry pierced the dawn. Leah froze. In the distance, a mother quickly shushed her baby, but the damage was done. The searchlight swung back, probing the warren of abandoned market stalls. Leah's fingers tightened around her journal, its pages heavy with 3 years of documented atrocities, her testimony to a world that seemed to have forgotten the Philippines. She closed her eyes, remembering the last words she'd written in the Manila Tribune before the Japanese arrived. The tide of history cannot be turned back by bayonets and bombs. Such brave words, such naive words. Now the Tribune's offices lay in ruins, along with most of Manila. Her printing press, once a weapon of truth, had been melted down for bullets. "Soriano-san," the whisper came from behind her, barely audible above the lap of waves against the pier. She knew that voice, though she wished she didn't. Koji Takahashi, the deserter. The enemy. Or at least he had been, until the day she found him helping evacuate children from a burning orphanage. "There's a boat," he continued, keeping his voice low. "Tonight, a fisherman named Ramon is taking refugees south, to Australia." Leah's grip tightened on her journal. "I won't abandon my country." "Your country needs your voice." Koji's words carried the weight of his own guilt. Dead journalists tell no stories. Before she could respond, small fingers tugged at her skirt. She looked down to find Mateo, a boy no more than 10, his dark eyes wide with fear. In one hand he clutched a crumpled photograph, all that remained of his family. In the other he held out half a banana, offering it to her with the unshakable generosity of a child. The searchlight swept past again. 1, 2, 3. Mateo's presence stirred something in Leah, a memory of her own younger brother lost in the bombing of Manila. She had failed to protect him. She had failed to save so many. But perhaps Koji was right. Perhaps living to tell their stories was not abandonment, but a different kind of resistance. "The boat leaves at midnight," Koji said, melting back into the shadows, "from the hidden cove behind the old chapel." Leah looked down at Mateo, then out at the bay where the patrol boat continued its relentless circuit. The morning sun was rising, painting the waters in shades of blood and gold. Somewhere beyond that horizon lay freedom, and with it, the chance to give voice to the silenced. She took Mateo's offered banana and broke it in half again, sharing it back with him. "Come," she whispered, taking his small hand in hers. "We have preparations to make." The tide was turning, and with it, perhaps, their fortunes. But as Leah led Mateo through the ruins of her beloved Manila, she knew that some tides carried as much sorrow as hope. The real question was whether she would have the strength to ride this one to its end. The fishing boat creaked beneath them as another wave struck its bow. Leah steadied herself against the gunwale, watching Manila's burning skyline recede into darkness. The boat's 7 passengers huddled beneath a tattered tarp, sharing what little space remained between Ramon's fishing nets and empty fuel drums. Only Koji remained exposed, scanning the horizon with the watchful eyes of a man who knew too well what hunted them. "You trust the Japanese," Ramon's whispered accusation carried across the deck. He stood at the tiller, his weathered face twisted in a scowl. "He'll slit our throats while we sleep." Leah's hand found Mateo's shoulder as the boy stirred restlessly beside her. "He had plenty of chances to betray us before we left," she replied, keeping her voice low. "Yet here we are." But Ramon's words echoed her own doubts. She watched Koji's silhouette, remembering the Imperial Army's boots marching down Manila's streets, the screams that followed their house-to-house searches. Her fingers traced the spine of her journal, each page a testament to 3 years of documented brutality. How many of those atrocities had Koji witnessed? How many had he participated in before his desertion? The night stretched on, marked only by the rhythmic slap of waves and Eva's quiet prayers. The old midwife's rosary beads clicked softly as she murmured in Latin, a sound that reminded Lear of raindrops on tin roofs during happier times. Even Ramon's suspicious glances seemed to soften at Eva's devotions, as if her faith could somehow shield them all from what lay ahead. Dawn broke with a violence none of them expected. The storm arrived without warning, transforming the placid sea into a churning nightmare. Rain lashed the deck as waves crashed over the gunwales, threatening to swamp their already overloaded vessel. Ramon fought with the tiller, cursing as another wave nearly tore it from his grip. "The nets!" Koji's shout cut through the storm's roar. "We must cut them loose." Ramon's face contorted in fury. "Those nets are worth more than you're worthless." His words died as a massive wave struck the port side. Lear felt the deck tilt drastically, and then Mateo's scream pierced the chaos. The boy had lost his grip on the gunwale, his small body sliding toward the churning sea. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. Koji launched himself across the deck, his fingers catching Mateo's wrist just as the boy went over the side. The impact yanked them both toward the water, but Koji's other hand caught a stray rope, his knuckles white with strain. "The nets!" he shouted again, his voice strained. "The weight will drag us all down." Lear didn't hesitate. She pulled her father's knife from her boot and began sawing through the ropes that held Ramon's precious nets. Eva joined her, then even Ramon himself, their shared desperation finally overcoming his greed. As the last net slipped into the sea, the boat rose higher in the water, steadying itself against the waves. Together, they pulled Koji and Mateo back aboard. The boy clung to his rescuer, sobbing, while Koji himself trembled from more than just the cold. Lear saw something in his eyes then, not the calculated efficiency of a soldier, but the raw humanity of a man desperate to save one small life. Later, as the storm began to ease, Lear found Koji sitting alone at the bow. The first hints of sunrise painted the clouds in shades of purple and gold, nature's indifferent beauty a stark contrast to their harrowing night. "Why did you desert?" The question slipped out before she could stop it. Koji was silent for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of countless sleepless nights. "There was a village," he said, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "The orders were to make an example of them. Men, women, children. It didn't matter. I had followed orders before, told myself I was serving a greater purpose." His hands clenched. "But that day there was a boy, like Mateo. He looked at me not with fear but with confusion, as if he couldn't understand why." Koji's voice broke. "I couldn't do it. I couldn't be that monster anymore." Lear's hand moved to her journal, thinking of all the stories of monstrosity she had documented. But here was a different story, one of choosing humanity over duty, mercy over orders. "Look!" Mateo's excited cry interrupted her thoughts. He pointed to something in the distance, where the rising sun glinted off metal surfaces. Lear's heart froze as she made out the distinctive silhouette of a Japanese patrol boat. They were heading straight for the channel Koji had suggested, a narrow strait that offered their best chance of slipping past the blockade. But as the patrol boat's outline grew clearer, Lear realized their moment of truth had arrived sooner than expected. Everything they had endured, the storm, their suspicions, their fragile trust, had been merely a prelude to this moment. She looked at Koji, who was already removing his sodden shirt to reveal his Imperial Army undershirt beneath. Their eyes met, and in that moment, she understood what he intended to do. "I can speak their language," he said quietly. "I can buy you time." But Lear's hand caught his arm. "Not alone," she said, reaching for her journal. "Some stories need to be told by those who live them." The patrol boat's searchlight swept across the water, a piercing blade through the pre-dawn darkness. Lear stood beside Koji at the bow, her heart thundering against her ribs. Behind them, Ramon and Eva huddled with the others beneath fishing nets and canvas, Mateo's small form buried deepest beneath the layers. "Remember," Koji whispered, straightening his collar, "whatever happens, get them to safety." His Imperial Army undershirt was stark white against his skin, a uniform that had once represented everything she despised. "Halt!" the command echoed across the water in Japanese, followed by its Tagalog translation. "Identify yourselves." Koji raised his hands, calling back in crisp Japanese. Leah understood enough to follow his story, a routine medical supply transport delayed by the storm. Her fingers clutched her journal, its pages dampened with seawater but intact. Every atrocity she documented, every story of survival and resistance, seemed to pulse between its leather covers. The patrol boat drew alongside, dwarfing their small vessel. Leah counted 6 soldiers, their rifles trained on the deck. A young officer leaned over the railing, his face illuminated by the searchlight. His eyes narrowed as he studied Koji's partial uniform. "Your papers," he demanded in Japanese, "and explain why a medical transport carries fishing nets." Koji's posture remained perfectly straight, his voice steady. "Lost in the storm, sir. We salvaged this civilian vessel." "Search the boat," the officer ordered, cutting him off. 2 soldiers moved to lower a rope ladder. Leah stepped forward, her heart in her throat. "Konnichiwa, Lieutenant," she said in careful Japanese, bowing deeply. She felt Koji stiffen beside her. This hadn't been part of their plan. "I am Nurse Tanaka. My papers were lost when our original vessel capsized, but—" "Silence!" The officer's sharp command made her flinch. "You dare to address." The air raid siren's wail cut through the night like a wounded animal. Searchlights from other patrol boats suddenly swung skyward, seeking the American bombers everyone knew must be coming. The young officer's head snapped up, his face caught between duty and self-preservation. That's when Mateo screamed. One of the soldiers had thrust his bayonet through the canvas, missing the boy by inches. Leah's world compressed to a single moment of clarity. She saw Koji lunge for the soldier, saw the officer draw his pistol, saw the other rifles swinging toward them. "Stop!" Her voice carried across both boats. She held her journal high. "This contains evidence of war crimes committed by Unit 731. Names, dates, photographs. If anything happens to us, it goes straight to the Allied command." It was a desperate bluff. While her journal documented atrocities, she had no proof of that particular unit's crimes. But she had reported on them before the war, and now she saw the flash of fear in the young officer's eyes. Unit 731 was Japan's darkest secret, and even the mention of it caused ripples of unease among the soldiers. The air raid siren continued its mournful cry. The officer's pistol remained aimed at her heart, but she saw his hands trembling slightly. In the distance, the first anti-aircraft guns began to fire. "Sir," one of the soldiers called urgently, "American bombers approaching from the north." The moment stretched like a thread about to snap. Then Koji did something that changed everything. He stepped in front of Leah, shielding her with his body. "Lieutenant," he said quietly in Japanese, "we both know what's in our mission reports. We both know what we've done. Let these people go, and maybe we can still face our ancestors with honor." The first bombs fell somewhere in the harbor, their explosions lighting up the night sky. The patrol boat rocked with the concussion waves. In that chaos, Leah saw the officer make his choice. "Go," he said, holstering his pistol. "But if we see you again—" He never finished the sentence. A massive explosion bloomed behind them, much closer this time. The concussion knocked everyone off their feet. Through the ringing in her ears, Leah heard Ramon screaming that the boat was taking on water. What followed was a blur of smoke and chaos. The patrol boat was pulling away, its crew scrambling to battle stations. Their own vessel listed badly to port, waves washing over the gunwale. Eva worked frantically to plug the hole torn in their hull by flying shrapnel, while Ramon fought with the tiller. "We're not going to make it," Ramon shouted over the explosions. "Too much water." Leah looked at her journal, then at Mateo's terrified face. All those stories, all that evidence, but what good were words if they didn't save lives? She thrust the journal into Koji's hands. "Get them to safety," she said, echoing his earlier words. "Make sure our story is told." Before he could stop her, she ran to help Eva with the hull breach. The cold water was already up to her waist. She tore strips from her dress, stuffing them into the splintered wood as Eva braced against her shoulders. More bombs fell, their explosions painting the world in stark flashes of light and shadow. Somewhere above her, she heard Mateo calling her name. She looked up to see Koji holding him back, the journal clutched in his other hand. Their eyes met one final time. "Live," she told them both. "Live and remember." The next explosion came from directly beneath them. Leah felt the hull splinter, felt the ocean reach up to claim her. The last thing she saw was Koji pulling Mateo into the relative safety of a life raft, her journal held tight against his chest. Then the dark water took her, and with it, all the weight of war and memory she had carried for so long. She had finally found something worth more than words. In the end, it wasn't the stories she had written that mattered most, but the lives she had helped save. As the silent tide pulled her down, Leah Soriano knew that her voice would live on through those she had protected, and perhaps that was the greatest story of all. Dawn broke over calm seas, painting the horizon in watercolor shades of rose and gold. The life raft drifted southward on the current, its 5 surviving passengers huddled together in silence. Koji sat at the bow, one arm around Mateo, who had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep. The leather journal lay open in his lap, its pages drying in the morning sun. Eva's prayers had long since faded to quiet weeping. Even Ramon's bitter anger seemed to have drained away, replaced by the hollow-eyed stare of a man who had seen too much. The other 2 refugees, a young couple whose names Koji had never learned, clung to each other like drowning people. "She knew," Eva said finally, her voice raw. "She knew what would happen when she went to help me with the hull." The old midwife's hands twisted in her lap. "I should have been the one." "No," Koji's voice was gentle but firm. "Leah made her choice, just as I made mine when I deserted." He looked down at the sleeping boy beside him, remembering another child whose life he hadn't been able to save. Sometimes the only victory we can claim is choosing how we face our end. Mateo stirred, whimpering in his sleep. His small fingers clutched at empty air, searching for a hand that was no longer there to hold. Koji tightened his embrace, feeling the weight of a promise he hadn't made but knew he must keep. The journal's pages rustled in the breeze. Koji had been reading it throughout the night, discovering the depth of Leah's witness. She had documented not just atrocities, but moments of incredible courage, ordinary people risking everything to help others survive. A priest who hid Jewish refugees in his church basement, a teenager who ran messages for the resistance, a Japanese officer who secretly provided medicine to prisoners, knowing discovery meant death. "She wrote about you," Koji told Eva, turning to a dog-eared page. "About how you delivered babies in the bomb shelters, how you saved mothers and children when the hospitals were destroyed." He paused, then added softly, "She wrote about me too, about the orphanage." Eva looked up, surprise breaking through her grief. "Read it," she whispered. "Read us what she saw." Koji nodded, clearing his throat. As the sun climbed higher, he began to read Leah's words aloud. Her voice came alive in those pages, sharp, compassionate, unflinching in its truth. She wrote of horror and hope, of cruelty and kindness, of the countless ways people fought to keep their humanity in the face of war. The young couple drew closer to listen. Even Ramon turned his head, his weathered face softening as Leah's words washed over them. Mateo woke to the sound of Koji's voice, tears sliding silently down his cheeks as he recognized the cadence of Leah's storytelling. A distant aircraft droned overhead, American this time, by the sound of its engines. Their raft was well south of the combat zone now, in waters where Allied patrols were more common than Japanese. Soon they would reach safety, become part of the great tide of refugees seeking new lives far from the war. But first, they had to carry their stories with them, had to make sure Lear's sacrifice meant something more than just their survival. When we reach Australia, Koji said, closing the journal carefully, I will testify about everything I saw, everything I did. The Allies will want to know. He looked at each of them in turn. But they should know these stories too, the ones Lear thought were worth dying to preserve. Eva nodded, wiping her eyes. The world must know about the mothers who died protecting their children, about the villages that sheltered strangers at the cost of their own safety. About Lear, Matteo added quietly. It was the first time he had spoken since the sinking, about how she saved us. Ramon stood suddenly, moving to check the makeshift sail he had rigged from torn canvas. But before he turned away, Koji saw the shame and resolve warring in his eyes. I will tell them how she proved me wrong, the fisherman said gruffly, about how she saw worth in those I would have condemned. The sun climbed higher, burning away the morning mist. In the distance, sea-birds wheeled and dove, suggesting they weren't far from land. Koji felt the weight of the journal in his hands, the weight of Lear's trust in all of them. They had survived, but survival wasn't enough. They had to live in a way that honored her sacrifice, had to make sure her voice wasn't silenced by the tide that claimed her. Her stories would join the thousands of others, some recorded, some remembered, some lost to the dark waters of war. But as long as people chose love over hate, courage over fear, humanity over cruelty, something of Lear would live on. The breeze freshened, pushing them steadily southward, toward safety, toward justice, toward whatever future they could build from the wreckage of war. And in that moment, carried by the silent tide of history, they were no longer refugees, survivors, or enemies. They were witnesses. They were storytellers. They were the living proof that even in humanity's darkest hour, there were those who chose light. Darwin, Australia, August 1945. The war ended not with a bang, but with a letter. Koji found Matteo sitting on the steps of their temporary housing unit, holding the worn envelope from the International Red Cross. 3 months of searching had yielded what they had both feared. No trace of Matteo's family had been found in the Philippines. I already knew, the boy said quietly, his English now carrying the slight lilt of an Australian accent. But Lear always said we should never stop looking for the truth. Koji sat beside him, watching the sunset paint the harbor in familiar shades of gold. Military ships still dominated the waterfront, but now they carried supplies and refugees instead of weapons. The tide of war was receding, leaving behind a changed world. Eva had found her calling in the refugee camp's medical tent, her experienced hands and quiet strength helping new arrivals cope with their losses. She had testified before the War Crimes Commission last month, her steady voice giving weight to the stories in Lear's journal. The young couple from their boat had moved inland to start a farm, carrying with them seeds from their homeland. Even Ramon had found a measure of peace, working as a harbor pilot to guide ships safely through treacherous waters. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, he would join them for dinner, no longer the bitter man who had once seen enemies in every shadow. I received a letter too, Koji said, pulling a crisp envelope from his pocket. The Tribune is reopening in Manila. They want to publish Lear's journal. Matteo looked up sharply. All of it. Every word, Koji smiled gently, along with statements from everyone who escaped that night. They're calling it Voices from the Silent Tide, a testament of war and survival. The boy traced his fingers over Lear's familiar handwriting on the envelope. She would have liked that title. She would have liked a lot of things about today. Koji gestured toward the harbor, where a Filipino family was disembarking from a transport ship, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and hope. The war is over. People are going home. Stories that were silent are finally being heard. But they both knew some stories would remain forever untold, lost to the depths that had claimed their teller. Lear's body had never been found, becoming one with the ocean she had crossed in search of truth. Yet her voice lived on, not just in the journal's pages, but in the choices of those she had saved. Koji saw it in the way Matteo helped new refugee children adjust to life in the camp, showing them the same kindness Lear had shown him. He saw it in Eva's gentle strength, in Ramon's gradual softening, in his own daily decision to face his past with honesty instead of shame. "I've been thinking," Matteo said, standing up. "When I'm older, I want to be a journalist, like her." Koji nodded, remembering Lear's fierce dedication to truth. She would have been proud. "Do you think," Matteo hesitated, "do you think she knew, at the end, that it would matter this much?" Koji thought of that final moment on the sinking boat, of the look in Lear's eyes as she made her choice. "I think she knew that love is stronger than hate, that truth outlives war, that one person's courage can change the world even if they don't live to see it." He pulled out Lear's journal, its pages now carefully preserved between new leather covers. Together, they opened it to the final entry, written the night before their escape. The words were faded but clear, a testament to hope in the darkest hour. "Tonight we leave everything we know, carried by a tide we cannot control. But perhaps that is the nature of courage, not to know the end of the journey, but to take the first step anyway. To believe that, even in darkness, someone will carry our story forward. To trust that even in silence, truth will find its voice." The sun slipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of purple and gold. In the harbor, ships continued their endless dance of arrival and departure. Somewhere in Manila, a printing press was humming back to life, preparing to give voice to the silenced. And in a small corner of Darwin, a man who had once been an enemy and a boy who had lost everything sat together, keeping watch over a legacy of courage. The tide had turned, carrying with it the stories of those who had dared to choose love over hate, truth over silence, hope over fear. Lear Soriano's voice had not been silenced by the waters that claimed her. Instead, it had become part of something larger, a chorus of witnesses ensuring that the lessons of war would not be forgotten. As darkness fell, Koji and Matteo walked back to their small quarters, the journal held carefully between them. Tomorrow would bring new stories, new arrivals, new challenges in a world struggling to rebuild. But tonight, they were simply keepers of a flame that one brave woman had lit, a flame that would continue to illuminate the darkness, showing others the way home. The soft hum of voices and the rhythmic sound of scissors slicing through fabric filled the modest shop on Rue de L'Épine. Bolts of silk and velvet were stacked against the walls, their rich colors glinting in the late afternoon light streaming through the high windows. Mannequins stood at attention, draped in elegant, half-finished gowns, while the scent of lavender sachets mixed with the faint metallic tang of needles and pins. This was Madame Claudel's dress shop, a haven for the wealthy and desperate alike. Camille Morau sat in the back room, bent over her embroidery frame, her fingers deftly weaving golden thread into a delicate floral pattern. The candle on the table flickered as a draught crept through the cracks in the wall. She didn't notice. Her focus was unyielding, her hands precise. Embroidery was not just her craft, it was her lifeline. Each stitch represented a step closer to earning enough money for her mother's medicine. The front bell jingled, and Madame Claudel's sharp voice carried through the partition. "Welcome, madam. Please step inside." Camille paused, listening intently. She didn't need to look up to know that the customer had been someone important. The rustle of heavy silk skirts and the clipped tone of entitlement were unmistakable markers of the nobility. Camille's stomach tightened. The revolution was turning Paris into a powder keg, and the shop often felt like the fuse. Nobles came here to flaunt their wealth, while the streets outside boiled with unrest. The juxtaposition gnawed at her. "Camille," Madame Claudel called, her voice cutting through the air like a needle through cloth. "Come and take measurements for the lady." Camille rose quickly, smoothing her apron as she stepped into the shop. The customer stood near the front counter, her powdered wig perched precariously atop her head. Rings glittered on her gloved fingers, and a fan made of ivory and lace swayed lazily in her hand. The woman's gaze swept over Camille with thinly veiled disdain. "Camille, this is Madame Duval," Madame Claudel said with her usual mixture of politeness and practicality. "She requires a gown for the upcoming ball at the Hotel de Ville." A ball in these times, Camille thought, but kept her face impassive. "Of course," she replied, bowing slightly. "Please, this way, madam." As she led Madame Duval to the fitting area, Camille felt the weight of expectation settle on her shoulders. A gown for a noblewoman was not just a garment. It was a statement of power, an act of defiance against the growing tide of revolutionaries who loathed the aristocracy. Camille knew better than to judge openly, but the irony was not lost on her. She, the daughter of a working-class clockmaker, now served the very people who had brought her family to ruin. The fitting took an hour, during which Camille worked in silence, her hands measuring and pinning with practiced efficiency. Madame Duval prattled on about the latest rumors from the court, her words a mix of fear and amusement. When the noblewoman finally left, trailing the scent of rosewater behind her, the shop fell quiet again. "Camille," Madame Claudel said, her voice low as she approached. "There's a man in the storeroom waiting for you. He says he has a commission." Camille frowned. A commission? In the storeroom? It was unusual, but not unheard of. Revolutionary sympathizers often used the shop as a meeting point, slipping messages or materials under the guise of ordering a garment. Madame Claudel had turned a blind eye to such activities, so long as they didn't jeopardize her business. Wiping her hands on her apron, Camille pushed open the door to the storeroom. The light was dim, filtered through a single, grimy window, but she could see the silhouette of a man standing near the shelves. He was tall, his coat patched but clean, his hat pulled low over his face. "Are you Camille Morau?" he asked, his voice steady but hushed. "I am," she replied, her heart quickening. "Who are you?" He stepped forward, and the light caught his face. He was young, no more than 30, with sharp features and piercing dark eyes. "Julien Rousseau," he said. "I'm with the Société des Armies de la Constitution." Camille's breath caught. The Jacobins, the most radical of the revolutionary groups. She'd heard of their leaders, fiery orators who inspired crowds to rise against the monarchy. That one of their members was here, in Madame Claudel's shop, was both thrilling and terrifying. "What do you want?" she asked cautiously. Julien reached into his coat and produced a folded piece of paper. "I need you to hide this," he said, holding it out to her. "It's a message for our allies. It must reach them without being intercepted." Camille hesitated. "Hide it where?" "In the embroidery of Madame Duval's gown," he said, his voice firm. "It will be delivered to the Hotel de Ville. From there, it will find its way to the right hands." Her mouth went dry. "Do you understand the risk you're asking me to take? If this is discovered, it could compromise us all and endanger everyone involved. If anyone discovers this, if this fails, I could lose everything, not just my life, but the safety of those I care for, including my mother and Madame Claudel." "They will not," he interrupted. "You're skilled, I've heard as much, and you'll be well compensated." The word stung. Compensation. Did he think money would erase the fear of being caught with treason stitched into her work? And yet, the thought of her mother, frail and coughing in their tiny apartment, pushed her toward a decision. "How much?" she asked. "Enough to pay for your mother's care and more," Julien said, his expression softening. "Please, we need your help." For a moment, the room seemed to close in around her. The shelves, the fabric, the faint smell of lavender, all of it felt distant. In its place was the image of her mother's face, drawn with pain, and the memory of her father's disappearance. Her family had already suffered under the weight of the aristocracy's greed. Perhaps this was her chance to strike back. "I'll do it," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Julian's shoulders relaxed, and he nodded. "Thank you." He handed her the paper, and as their fingers brushed, she noticed how cold his hands were. Was it fear or something else? She didn't ask. Instead, she folded the message into her pocket and returned to the workroom, where the unfinished gown waited on its stand. Camille sat down, her hands trembling slightly as she picked up her needle. The golden thread gleamed in the candlelight, and she began to sew, her stitches as small and perfect as ever. But this time, each one carried the weight of something far greater than fashion. As the needle pierced the fabric, she could not shake the feeling that she had just crossed an invisible line. One stitch at a time, she was binding herself to a revolution that threatened to unravel everything she knew. The golden threads glimmered under the faint light of Camille's candle as she pulled the needle through the fine silk of Madame Duval's gown. Her hands moved with precision, weaving a delicate pattern of roses across the bodice. To anyone else, it was simply another example of her artistry. To Camille, every stitch carried the weight of her decision to join Julian Rousseau's dangerous mission. The coded message, hidden within the embroidery, was nearly complete. Each rose petal contained tiny, imperceptible knots that formed part of the cipher. The work was tedious, her eyes strained from hours of concentration, but she could not afford a single mistake. If anyone uncovered the hidden message, it wouldn't just be her life at stake. It would be her mother's, Madame Claudel's, and perhaps even Julian's entire network. The morning after delivering the gown to Madame Duval, the air in Paris seemed heavier. Camille noticed it as soon as she stepped out of her apartment. The usual din of street vendors and clattering carriages was subdued, replaced by hushed whispers and furtive glances. A group of soldiers marched past, their boots echoing ominously on the cobblestones. Revolutionaries and royalists alike had grown bolder, and the city felt like a tinderbox ready to ignite. At the shop, Madame Claudel greeted her with a curt nod. "The Duval gown was well received," she said as she adjusted a mannequin, "but there is news you should hear." Camille froze. News? "A nobleman was attacked last night," Madame Claudel said, her voice low. "Henry de Lacroix. Word is it wasn't a robbery." Camille's chest tightened. She'd heard Julian mention Delac during their brief conversations. He was no friend to the revolution, having used his wealth to fund royalist forces. If Julian's group was responsible, the retaliation could be swift and brutal. "Are you all right, Camille?" Madame Claudel asked, her sharp eyes narrowing. "Yes, madam," Camille replied quickly, returning to her work. But inside, her thoughts churned. If Delacroix survived, would he connect the attack to Julian? And if so, how long would it take before he traced the revolutionaries back to the shop? Camille's fears were realized 2 days later. The shop bell jingled, and Madame Claudel stepped forward to greet the customer. But when Camille glanced up, her breath caught in her throat. Standing in the doorway was Henry de Lacroix himself. His face was pale, a bandage wrapped around his temple. Despite his injuries, his bearing was as haughty as ever. His sharp gaze swept across the shop before settling on Camille. He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Madame Claudel," Delacroix said, removing his hat. "What a pleasure to see your fine establishment thriving." "Your Excellency," Madame Claudel replied, bowing slightly. "It's an honor to serve you. How may we assist you today?" Delacroix's gaze lingered on Camille as he spoke. "I require a new coat, something dignified but understated, and perhaps," his smile widened, "a few words with your talented seamstress." Camille's pulse quickened. "Of course," she said, keeping her voice steady. "Right this way, monsieur." She led him to the fitting area, every step feeling like walking into a trap. As she took his measurements, Delacroix studied her intently, his tone conversational but pointed. "You must have remarkably steady hands for such intricate work," he said, his gaze sharp and probing. His gaze lingered on the embroidery Camille had displayed earlier, as if searching for something hidden within the patterns. "I do my best," Camille replied, her voice calm despite the fear coiling in her chest. "I've heard whispers about your shop," he continued, "that it's popular among certain circles." Camille paused, her needle hovering above the fabric. "We serve anyone who can pay, monsieur. Revolutionaries, nobles. It makes no difference to us." "Interesting," Delacroix said, leaning closer. You see, I've been investigating some troubling activities in this city. People passing messages, plotting treason. One wonders where such operations might be concealed. Camille forced herself to meet his gaze. I wouldn't know, monsieur. I'm just a seamstress. For a moment the room was silent, the air thick with tension. Then Delacroix smiled again and leaned back in his chair. Of course, just a seamstress. As he left the shop, Camille's knees nearly buckled. Delacroix was suspicious, she was certain of it. But whether he had proof or was merely testing her resolve, she could not be sure. Later that evening, as Camille locked up the shop, Julien appeared in the alley behind the building. He was dressed plainly, his face partially hidden by the brim of his hat, but his urgency was unmistakable. Is everything all right? He asked, his voice low. No, Camille replied, glancing over her shoulder. Delacroix was here, he's watching us. Julien's jaw tightened. Then we have to move quickly. There's another message that needs to be delivered. Julien. Camille, please, he interrupted. I know this is dangerous, but the information we have could expose Delacroix's network of royalist supporters. If we do not act, more lives will be lost. Camille hesitated, the weight of her first mission still fresh in her mind. But as she looked into Julien's eyes, she saw not only desperation, but also a flicker of hope. He believed in the revolution, in the possibility of a better future, and for reasons she could not fully explain, she believed in him. What do you need me to do? She asked. The second mission was more complicated. The message had to be hidden in the lining of a cloak commissioned by none other than Delacroix himself. As Camille worked late into the night, her thoughts raced. Was it coincidence that he'd chosen this shop, or had he orchestrated it to test her? She was nearly finished when she heard a soft knock at the door. Frowning, she set down her needle and opened it to find Madame Claudel standing there, her expression grave. Camille, she said quietly, we need to talk. Madame Claudel led her to the back room, where she revealed a shocking truth. Delacroix had approached her weeks ago, offering a fortune in exchange for information about her clients. Madame Claudel had refused, but now Delacroix's suspicions threatened to unravel everything. If he finds out what we're doing, she said, he will not just shut us down, he'll see us executed. Camille stared at her employer, feeling a mixture of betrayal and pity. Madame Claudel had always been pragmatic, but Camille hadn't realized just how close she'd come to compromising their safety. We cannot stop now, Camille said firmly. If we give in to fear, he wins. Madame Claudel nodded slowly. Then you'd better be sure this cloak is perfect. The next day, Camille delivered the finished cloak to Delacroix's mansion. The tension was palpable as she entered the grand estate, its opulence a stark contrast to the poverty she saw every day in the streets of Paris. Delacroix greeted her personally, his sharp gaze making her skin crawl. You've done excellent work, as always, he said, examining the cloak. But tell me, mademoiselle, why do you look so nervous? His voice carried a sharp edge, his eyes scanning Camille for any sign of weakness. Do you ever wonder what becomes of those who test their luck too far? He added with a chilling smile. Camille's heart pounded. I'm not nervous, monsieur, she replied, steadying her trembling hands. Delacroix smirked. You're a terrible liar. Before she could respond, the sound of boots echoed through the hall. Soldiers appeared, their muskets trained on her. Search her, Delacroix ordered. Panic set in as they grabbed her, their hands rough as they rifled through her belongings. Camille's mind raced. Had she made a mistake? Had someone betrayed her? As the soldiers searched, Delacroix's smug expression faltered. They found nothing. He examined the cloak again, turning it over with a meticulous eye. It was flawless. No suspicious threads, no hidden messages. His confidence gave way to irritation, though he quickly masked it with another of his unsettling smiles. You're clever, he said, though his tone carried more disappointment than admiration. But cleverness has its limits. Be careful, mademoiselle. Camille left the mansion shaken, but a quiet resolve had taken root within her. She had delivered the cloak but withheld the letter. It was no longer concealed within the embroidery. The message that Julian had entrusted her with, the one that would expose Delacroix's network, was not there. She clutched her cloak tighter as she walked through the streets of Paris, replaying the confrontation in her mind. The risk had been too great. If Delacroix had discovered the letter, it wouldn't just have been her life at stake. It would have endangered Madame Claudel, her mother, and the shop. She had made a choice to protect herself and those she loved, even if it meant betraying Julian's trust. Her steps grew heavier as she approached the shop. Julian's expression haunted her, his disbelief, his anger. He had trusted her and she had failed him. No, not failed, she thought bitterly. Chosen. She had chosen to act on her terms, not as a pawn in a revolution that demanded everything but offered no mercy in return. The Hôtel de Ville stood silent in the aftermath of the chaos, its grand halls now empty, save for scattered debris and the lingering echoes of confrontation. Outside, the city seemed to hold its breath, the distant hum of Parisian life broken only by the occasional shout or the clatter of a passing carriage. Camille moved swiftly through the back alleys, her steps careful and calculated. The satchel that should have carried the letter had been destroyed, leaving only the weight of her decision in its place. She clutched her cloak tighter, replaying the moments in the antechamber over and over. Julian's expression, a mix of disbelief and betrayal, haunted her. She had stopped the message from falling into Delacroix's hands, but she had also denied Julian and the revolution the chance to expose their enemy. The choices she had made left her teetering between opposing worlds, one demanding blind loyalty, the other steeped in ruthless ambition. The revolution, she realized, was not as pure as Julian had painted it. Its victories demanded sacrifices she could no longer justify. And though she remained committed to its ideals, she could not be part of a fight that cost her humanity. As she slipped through the back door of her apartment, Camille paused in the narrow hallway, listening for signs of danger. The weight of her choices had placed her squarely in the middle of a conflict that would not forgive indecision. If Delacroix suspected her involvement, he would act swiftly. If Julian could not see the reason behind her actions, the revolution might see her as a traitor. Yet, despite the peril, she found solace in the knowledge that she had followed her conscience. The next morning, Camille returned to Madame Claudel's shop, only to find the older woman waiting for her at the door, her face pale and drawn. "They were here," Madame Claudel said in a hushed tone, glancing over her shoulder. "Delacroix's men. They asked questions about you, Camille." "What did you tell them?" Camille asked, her voice steady but her heart racing. "Nothing they could use," Madame Claudel replied, though her trembling hands betrayed her fear. "But they'll be watching us now. You need to be careful." Camille nodded, her mind already racing with thoughts of how to safeguard those she cared for. The noose was tightening around her, and the safety of the shop, her sanctuary and livelihood, was no longer certain. Yet she could not abandon it entirely. There was too much at stake, not just for her but for the women who worked there and depended on its protection. As she stepped inside, Camille noticed something new, a small package resting on the counter. Inside was a single red ribbon and a note that read, "For the threads you've woven, there will be consequences. Beware the unraveling." The message was clear. Delacroix was sending a warning. Camille's choices had not gone unnoticed. Later that evening, as Camille worked late in the quiet shop, Julian arrived unexpectedly. His steps were brisk, and his expression betrayed a mix of anger and urgency. He didn't wait for pleasantries before speaking. "Camille," he said, his voice low but biting, "do you understand what you've done? Your actions didn't just delay us, they put lives at risk. The people who depend on this movement do not have the luxury of second chances." She met his gaze, her hands stilling over her embroidery. "I stopped you from becoming the monster you're fighting against." "You think I wanted this?" Julian shot back, stepping closer. "You think I do not know the cost of what we're doing, but we're fighting for more than just survival. We're fighting for a future." "A future built on blood," Camille countered, her voice rising. "What about the innocents, the servants, the people caught in the crossfire? You cannot preach justice and then abandon it when it becomes inconvenient. For a moment, Julian said nothing, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. You think this fight is clean, that we can win without sacrifices? Every delay weakens us, Camille. Every chance lost means more lives endangered. Your choice jeopardized our plans, our allies, and our chance to dismantle Delacroix's network. Every hesitation risks exposing our plans, weakening our allies, and giving Delacroix the upper hand. Your decision endangered not just us, but the entire cause. I've questioned my own actions more times than I can count, Camille. But every time I come back to the same truth. We cannot afford hesitation. No, Camille admitted, but I will not be a part of a revolution that sacrifices its humanity for power. There has to be another way. The tension between them was palpable, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, Julian sighed, running a hand through his hair. You're brave, Camille, braver than most of us, but bravery doesn't always save lives. Maybe not, she said softly, but it can save souls. Julian nodded, his anger giving way to something more resigned. Delacroix will come after you now, he warned. You need to leave Paris. Camille shook her head. I will not run, not yet. In the days that followed, Camille worked in secret to protect herself and the people she cared about. Using her skill with needle and thread, she encoded one last message, this time not for Julian's revolutionaries, but for Delacroix himself. It was a risk, but one she was willing to take. The note, delivered in the guise of an ordinary order slip, contained a veiled threat. The tapestry you weave will unravel. We see your threads, and when they snap, so will your grip on this city. Camille hoped the ambiguity would keep Delacroix guessing, his paranoia working against him. She knew it wasn't a long-term solution, but it bought her time. Time to protect Madame Claudel and her shop, to find allies who believed in a revolution that didn't demand the abandonment of compassion. On a grey morning, Camille watched from her apartment window as Julian and his group marched through the streets, their presence a mix of defiance and desperation. Though they had fractured in their alliance, Camille felt a pang of pride for his courage, even as she feared for his survival. When Madame Claudel arrived at the shop later that day, she found Camille stitching a new pattern onto a simple linen dress. The design was subtle but purposeful, a vine with thorns encircling a blooming rose. It was a symbol of her resolve, a quiet declaration that she would not be silenced, even as the revolution raged around her. You could still leave, Madame Claudel said softly. Camille looked up, her fingers pausing over the needle. I could, she replied, but I will not. The sun hung low over Paris, its golden light casting long shadows across the narrow streets. The city had grown quieter in the days since the commotion at the Hôtel de Ville, though the air remained thick with tension. Soldiers patrolled more frequently, their presence a constant reminder of the tenuous grip both the monarchy and revolutionaries held on the city. For Camille, life had settled into a precarious rhythm, a delicate balance between survival and defiance. In the shop, Camille worked diligently, her embroidery frame once again her refuge. Each thread she pulled through the fabric felt like an act of reclamation, of her craft, her choices, and her autonomy. The vines and roses she stitched into the latest gown seemed to take on a life of their own, symbolic of the duality she now embraced, beauty and resilience, fragility and strength. Madame Claudel entered the workroom, her expression weary but determined. The client is waiting, she said softly, but take your time. We've earned the right to move at our own pace. Camille nodded, appreciating the subtle encouragement in her employer's words. Madame Claudel, who had once seemed so pragmatic and aloof, had shown surprising loyalty in the face of Delacroix's scrutiny. Their shared survival depended on their ability to adapt and support each other, a bond forged in the fire of shared danger. That afternoon, Camille ventured into the market to buy fresh bread and thread. The streets were bustling with vendors, their voices rising above the chatter of customers, but Camille moved through the crowd with purpose, her eyes scanning for familiar faces. She no longer carried the fear she once did, though caution remained her constant companion. As she turned a corner, she spotted a figure leaning against a lamppost. Julian. His plain coat and hat blended in with the crowd, but his presence was unmistakable. For a moment, Camille hesitated, unsure whether to approach him. Their last conversation had left a rift she wasn't certain could be mended. But then Julian looked up, his eyes meeting hers across the busy street. He straightened, his expression unreadable, and began walking toward her. "Camille," he said when he reached her, his voice softer than she had expected. "I wasn't sure I'd see you again." "I wasn't sure you'd want to," she replied, her tone guarded. Julian nodded, his gaze dropping for a moment. "I was angry," he admitted. "You made a choice I didn't understand, a choice that cost us time and risked exposing our entire movement. You realize what that means for those who rely on us, but I've had time to think." "And?" Camille asked, her heartbeat quickening. "And I see now that you weren't wrong," he said. "The revolution isn't just about tearing down walls, it's about building something better. You reminded me of that." Camille felt a flicker of hope, though she kept her emotions in check. "And what will you do now?" "I'll keep fighting," Julian said, "but differently. There's more than one way to win, and I think you've shown me that." The words felt like a truce, a tentative step toward reconciliation. Julian hesitated, his gaze lingering as though searching for words that could bridge the gap between them, but then he simply nodded. "Take care, Camille." "And you," she replied, watching as he disappeared into the crowd. That evening, Camille returned to the shop with a renewed sense of purpose. She no longer felt trapped between opposing sides. Instead, she had carved out her own path, one that allowed her to contribute to the revolution without sacrificing her humanity. Over the next few weeks, she quietly expanded her network of allies. Through her work, she began embedding subtle messages in her embroidery, not for Julian's group, but for those who sought peaceful reform. She partnered with other artisans and merchants, creating a quiet resistance that operated beneath the notice of Delacroix's spies. The shop became a hub of quiet defiance. Madame Claudel, despite her initial reservations, supported Camille's efforts, offering her sharp eye and business acumen to protect their work. Together, they created a safe haven for those caught between the warring factions, a place where the seeds of a gentler revolution could take root. One crisp autumn morning, Camille stood by the shop window, watching the leaves drift lazily to the ground. The city seemed calmer, though the undercurrent of change remained. She thought of Julian, of the fire in his eyes and the burden he carried. She thought of Delacroix, whose arrogance and cruelty had only solidified her resolve. And she thought of herself, of the woman she had been and the one she had become. Camille had always been a seamstress, but now her work carried a new weight. Each stitch was a statement, each pattern a symbol of her quiet rebellion. She had learned to navigate the complexities of revolution and to hold fast to her beliefs even when the world around her demanded compromise. Her mother's health had stabilized, and while their life remained modest and fragile, it carried a quiet resilience born from hard-won victories. For the first time in years, Camille felt she could look toward the future with hope. Months later, rumors began to circulate about Delacroix's downfall. His network of spies had been exposed, not by the revolutionaries, but by members of his own circle, eager to claim his power for themselves. His name disappeared from the streets, his influence reduced to whispers. Camille felt no triumph in his fall, only relief that his shadow no longer loomed over her. The city continued to evolve, its people weathering the storm of revolution with resilience and determination. And in the heart of it all, Camille remained, a steady presence in an uncertain world. Her life was no longer defined by fear or survival alone. It was defined by the choices she had made, the lives she had touched, and the quiet defiance she had stitched into the fabric of her city. As Camille finished her latest piece, a gown adorned with an intricate pattern of roses and thorns, she stepped back to admire her work. It was beautiful, but it was also a testament to her journey. Each stitch told a story, not just of revolution and resistance, but of hope, courage, and the power of staying true to oneself. She smiled, knowing that while the revolution would continue to rage around her, she had found her place within it. And in the quiet moments, when the city seemed to hold its breath, she could hear the faint hum of her needle and thread, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was beauty to be created and a world worth fighting for. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Black Rock Valley as Tom Briggs pulled his horse to a stop atop the ridge. His weathered hand brushed the Winchester rifle in its saddle scabbard, an old habit from his cavalry days. Below, the valley spread out like a verdant carpet, dotted with homesteads and grazing cattle. The spring grass rippled in waves under the Wyoming wind, and somewhere in the distance, a meadowlark's song carried on the breeze. His bay mare's ears pricked forward at the sound of hammering from a nearby ranch. Through the settling dust, Tom spotted a woman struggling with fence posts, her movements determined despite obvious fatigue. A boy, no more than 14, hauled wooden rails from a rickety wagon, his thin arms straining under the weight. Tom's jaw tightened at the sight of the charred remains of what must have been a barn, its blackened timbers reaching toward the sky like accusing fingers. The acrid smell of burned wood still lingered, even from this distance. His mare shifted restlessly, hooves crunching on loose shale. Tom patted her neck, feeling the sweat-dampened fur beneath his palm. "Easy, girl, we'll find rest soon enough." As he guided his horse down the slope, the woman straightened, one hand shielding her eyes against the setting sun. Her other hand dropped to her waist, where Tom caught the glint of a holstered revolver. "That's far enough, stranger," she called out, her voice carrying clear and steady across the distance. Tom reined in, raising his empty hands slightly. "Name's Tom Briggs, ma'am. Looking for work if you've got any." The woman, Clara Hayes, he would later learn, studied him with eyes hardened by loss and determination. Her son moved closer, gripping a fence post like a weapon. The boy's stance mirrored his mother's wariness, but curiosity burned in his young eyes. "Seems to me the only folks looking for work these days either run with Hardwick or are running from something," Clara said, not moving from her position. Tom nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth in her words. "Yes, ma'am, most are." He gestured toward the burned barn. "Looks like you could use an extra pair of hands, regardless." A tumbleweed skittered past, driven by the freshening wind. In the distance, thunder rumbled. Whether from an approaching storm or hoofbeats, Tom couldn't be sure. Clara's fingers drummed once on her holster before she spoke again. "Can you rebuild a barn, Mr. Briggs?" "Done it before." "Handle a gun?" The corner of Tom's mouth twitched. "Well enough." Clara's eyes narrowed, measuring him against some internal standard. The boy watched the exchange with barely contained anticipation, his knuckles white around the fence post. Finally, Clara nodded toward a water trough near the house. "Your horse could use a drink. We can discuss terms over supper." She turned back to her work, then added, "But keep this in mind, Mr. Briggs. First sign of trouble, and you'll find I'm mighty handy with this revolver." Tom touched the brim of his hat in acknowledgement, hiding a grim smile. The woman had spirit, he'd give her that. As he led his mare toward the water trough, the boy fell into step beside him, curiosity apparently overwhelming caution. "That's a cavalry saddle, isn't it, mister?" Tom's hand instinctively moved to cover the worn U.S. stamp on the leather. "Sharp eye, son." "I'm Ben Hayes." The boy paused, then added with forced casualness, "My pa fought in the war. He didn't come back." Tom met the boy's searching gaze, recognizing the familiar mix of pain and pride in those young eyes. Before he could respond, a rider appeared on the ridge Tom had just descended. The figure sat motionless against the darkening sky for a long moment, before wheeling his horse and galloping away. Clara's voice cut through the evening air. "Ben, get inside." As Tom unsaddled his horse, he noted Clara's practiced movements as she gathered her tools, her eyes scanning the horizon. The wind carried the promise of rain and something else, something that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He'd seen enough trouble to know when it was brewing. Black Rock Valley had the feel of a powder keg waiting for a spark. And Tom Briggs had just struck the match. 3 weeks later, Tom's shoulders burned as he hefted another beam into place for the new barn. Sawdust clung to his sweat-dampened shirt, and the morning sun already beat down mercilessly on his back. From her garden, Clara watched him work between rows of struggling corn, her hands buried in the drought-hardened soil. The crack of a rifle shot echoed across the valley. Tom's hand flew to his hip, but Ben's voice rang out from the pasture. "Got him, Mr. Briggs, right through the head." 20 paces away, a tin can lay punctured in the dirt. Ben stood grinning, Tom's old Winchester cradled in his arms. The boy had his father's stance. Tom had noticed it in the daguerreotype Clara kept by her Bible. "Mind your trigger discipline," Tom called back, trying to hide his pride. "And remember, a gun ain't a toy," Ben finished, carefully engaging the safety. "I know, Mr. Briggs." The distant thunder of hoofbeats drew their attention. Clara straightened, brushing dirt from her skirts as 5 riders approached. Tom recognized Jed Mullins by his silver-trimmed saddle and the way he sat his horse like he owned the valley. "Back inside, Ben," Clara ordered, her voice tight. The boy hesitated, clutching the rifle. "Now." Tom descended the barn ladder, positioning himself between Clara and the approaching riders. His boots left prints in the sawdust as he moved, each step measured, deliberate. Mullins reined in his horse, dust settling around the group. His silver spurs caught the sunlight as he dismounted. "Well, ain't this touching?" The widow Hayes found herself a new hand. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Mr. Hardwick sends his regards and a reminder about his generous offer." "Already gave Mr. Hardwick my answer," Clara replied, her chin lifted. "This land ain't for sale." Mullins clicked his tongue. "Shame about that barn fire. Accidents happen so easy out here." He gestured at the half-built structure. "Be a pity if something happened to the new one." Tom's voice cut through the tension. "Might want to reconsider that line of thinking." Mullins's hand drifted toward his holster. "This ain't your fight, Drifter." "Made it my fight when you threatened the lady." A whiskey bottle hung from one of the riders' saddles. In one fluid motion, Tom drew, fired, and holstered his Colt. The bottle exploded, spraying glass and liquor. The horses shied, and Mullins's hand froze inches from his gun. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Tom's voice remained calm. "Next time, it won't be the bottle." Mullins's face darkened. He remounted, glass crunching under his horse's hooves. "Mr. Hardwick will hear about this." His spurs jingled as he turned his horse. "Enjoy playing house with the widow, Drifter, while you can." They rode away, leaving only swirling dust and the acrid smell of gunsmoke. Tom watched until they disappeared over the rise, his fingers finally uncurling from his Colt. Clara touched his arm, her fingers trembling slightly. "You shouldn't have done that." "Man like Hardwick, he'll keep pushing until someone pushes back. Or until someone else dies." Her voice caught. She withdrew her hand, but not before Tom felt the small calluses on her palm, badges of her daily struggle to keep the ranch alive. That evening, more riders appeared on the horizon, but these were different, settlers from across the valley, drawn by word of Tom's stand against Mullins. They came with coffee, cornbread, and determination in their eyes. As the sun set, Clara's kitchen filled with the low murmur of conversation. Plans were made. Alliances formed. Tom sat in the corner, cleaning his Colt, listening. He caught Ben watching him, the boy's eyes filled with hero worship that made Tom's gut twist with remembered guilt. Through the window, a lone figure watched from the ridge, Henry Dobbs, one of the settlers Clara had vouched for. The man's horse shifted nervously, and Tom noticed how Dobbs kept glancing over his shoulder as if expecting company. Later, after the others had gone, Clara found Tom on the porch. She handed him a cup of coffee, steam rising in the cool night air. "Why'd you really come to Black Rock Valley, Mr. Briggs?" Tom studied the darkness. Somewhere out there, Hardwick was planning his next move. "Been running a long time, Mrs. Hayes. Guess I got tired." "From what?" The coffee scalded his throat. "Some ghosts are better left buried." Clara's silence spoke volumes. Finally, she said, "Well, Mr. Briggs, seems to me those ghosts just caught up with you." Tom nodded, feeling the weight of his colt against his hip. She was right. The time for running was over. Question was, would his stand here bring redemption or just add more ghosts to his collection? The night wind carried the distant howl of coyotes, and somewhere in the darkness, a horse nickered. Tom's hand found his gun grip, an old habit he couldn't shake. Black Rock Valley had become a powder keg, and he just lit the fuse. Lightning split the sky over Black Rock Valley, illuminating Henry Dobbs's face as he pounded on Clara's door. Rain plastered his hair to his forehead, and his eyes darted like a cornered rabbit's. Tom's revolver was in his hand before the second knock. Clara emerged from her room, shotgun ready, while Ben peered down from the stairs. "They're coming," Dobbs gasped as Tom opened the door. "Hardwick's men, dozens of them, and," his voice cracked, "he hired Ethan Cross." The name hit Tom like a physical blow. His gun hand twitched, and the thunder that followed seemed to echo with screams from a battlefield long ago. "You know him." Clara's words weren't a question. "We served together until," Tom's jaw clenched, "until I left them to die." Lightning flashed again, and in that instant, Clara saw something raw and haunted in Tom's eyes. Ben's footsteps creaked on the stairs, but Clara raised her hand, stopping him. Dobbs shifted nervously. "There's more. They plan to burn out the whole valley, starting here." Tom studied Dobbs's face in the lamplight. "How do you know all this?" Dobbs couldn't meet his eyes. His hand strayed to his coat pocket, where paper crinkled, a sound like silver coins sliding against each other. The pieces clicked together. Tom's gun came up just as Dobbs reached for his hidden derringer. "Don't." Dobbs froze, a tear mixed with the rainwater on his cheek. "I had no choice. Hardwick, he offered me a way out. My wife's sick, and the winter's coming." "Get out." Clara's voice could have frozen the rain itself. As Dobbs slunk away into the storm, Tom was already moving. "Ben, get your rifle. Clara, gather the settlers. We make our stand at Thunder Canyon." The next hour was a blur of motion and urgency. Riders scattered through the darkness, carrying warnings. Wagons creaked under loads of ammunition and supplies. Women and children took shelter in the caves above the canyon, while men and boys positioned themselves among the rocks. Tom walked the line, checking positions, his boots silent on the rain-slicked stone. Storm clouds roiled overhead, pregnant with violence. Below, the canyon floor waited like an open grave. Ben appeared at his elbow, Winchester ready. "I ain't hiding in the caves." Tom saw Clara about to object, then stop. She understood. The boy had to choose his own path, just as his father had. "Stay close to your mother," Tom said quietly, "and remember what I taught you about watching the shadows." A horse whinnied in the darkness. Tom's hand found his colt. "They're coming." The storm broke in earnest as Hardwick's men approached. Lightning revealed them in frozen tableaus, mounted figures emerging from the rain like demons from a fever dream. At their head rode Ethan Cross, his duster spreading behind him like dark wings. "Come out, Tom," Cross's voice carried over the thunder. "Face what you left behind." Tom's fingers whitened around his gun grip. The memory of that day crashed over him. The ambush, the screams of dying men, his horse pounding away through the gunsmoke. He told himself he was riding for help, but in his heart he knew the truth. He'd run. Clara's hand touched his arm, warm despite the rain. "That was then," she said softly. "This is now." Cross's men started up the canyon. Tom raised his arm, waiting as they drew closer. The settlers held their breath, fingers on triggers. Lightning flashed. Now, Tom's voice crashed with the thunder. The canyon erupted in gunfire. Horses screamed, riders fell. Cross's men scattered for cover, but the settlers had the high ground. Ben's rifle cracked beside Tom, the sound sharp and sure. Through the chaos, Tom spotted Cross dismounting, moving like a snake through the rocks. Their eyes met across the canyon, predator recognizing predator. "Keep them pinned down," Tom told Clara. "Cross is mine." She grabbed his sleeve. "Tom." He met her eyes, seeing everything they hadn't said to each other. "I know." Then he was moving, sliding down the canyon wall as lightning painted everything in stark shadows. Behind him, the battle raged, but ahead was only Cross and the weight of the past. The rain drummed on his hat, washing away everything but this moment. Thunder rolled across Black Rock Valley like the judgment of an angry god. It was time to stop running. Lightning seared the sky as Tom stalked through Thunder Canyon, rain drumming against his hat brim. Each flash revealed Cross's shadow dancing between the rocks, leading him deeper into the maze of stone. Above, gunfire continued to echo, but it seemed distant now, like thunder from another storm. "Remember that day in Virginia, Tom?" Cross's voice bounced off the canyon walls. "The sound of our boys dying while you rode away." Tom's boots scraped against wet stone as he edged around a boulder. "I went for help." "Liar," the word cracked like a whip. "You ran, just like you're running now, hiding in these rocks." A bullet sparked off the stone near Tom's head. He dove, rolled, came up firing. Cross's laugh echoed through the canyon. "You'll have to do better than that, Captain." Tom pressed his back against the canyon wall, rain running down his face. Cross was right. He was running. Had been running since that blood-soaked day in Virginia. The weight of his colt seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. Another lightning flash, another shadow. Tom's gun roared, and Cross cursed. The sound of boots on wet stone moving left. Tom circled right, using the thunder to mask his approach. "You know what happened to them?" Cross's voice was closer now. "The ones you left behind." Jenkins bled out calling for his mother. Williams took 3 days to die. Each name was a knife in Tom's gut. He remembered their faces, their voices, the way they'd trusted him. "And me," Cross continued. "I crawled through their bodies, survived on dead men's water for 2 days before help came, help you were supposed to bring." Tom rounded a boulder and found himself in a small clearing. Cross stood on the other side, gun aimed steady despite the rain. "Drop it, Tom. Face your judgment like a man." Lightning flashed, and in that instant, Tom saw something move behind Cross, a small figure with a Winchester rifle. Ben. "No." Tom's heart stopped. The boy had followed him, despite his orders. Cross must have heard something because he started to turn, his gun shifting away from Tom. Time slowed. Tom saw it all with crystal clarity. Cross's finger tightening on the trigger, Ben's eyes widening with fear, the rain hanging suspended in the lightning's glare. Tom moved. 2 shots split the night. Pain bloomed in Tom's shoulder as he slammed into Cross, driving them both into the mud. They rolled, grappling, guns forgotten. Cross's fist found Tom's jaw. Tom's knee drove into Cross's stomach. "You should have stayed dead in Virginia," Cross snarled, reaching for a knife. Tom caught his wrist, forcing the blade back. "The war's over, Cross. Let it go." "Never." Cross's eyes were wild. "Not until." The Winchester cracked. Cross jerked, surprise replacing rage on his face. He looked down at the spreading red stain on his chest, then up at Ben, who stood with the smoking rifle. "That's for my pa," Ben said, his voice steady despite his trembling hands. Cross's grip loosened. He slumped forward, and the knife fell from his fingers, landing in the mud with a soft splash. The rain washed the blood away almost as fast as it appeared. "Tom," Clara's voice echoed down the canyon. Running footsteps approached. Tom struggled to his feet, pain lancing through his shoulder. Here, we're here. Clara appeared through the rain, shotgun ready. She took in the scene, Cross's body, Ben's rifle, Tom's wound, and moved immediately to her son. I tried to stay back, Ben said, lowering the Winchester, but when I saw him following you. You did good, son. Tom's voice was rough. You did real good. Above them, the gunfire was dying down. Shouts of victory echoed through the canyon as Hardwick's remaining men fled. The storm, too, was passing, the thunder growing more distant. Clara touched Tom's wounded shoulder. You're bleeding. Had worse, he managed a smile, though maybe not much worse. Her hands were gentle as she examined the wound. You're not running again, are you? Tom looked at Ben, who watched them with his father's determination in his eyes. He looked at Clara, seeing not just the strength that had drawn him to her, but the tenderness she usually kept hidden. No, he said softly, no more running. Dawn broke over Black Rock Valley, painting the rain-washed sky in shades of gold and rose. From the ridge where he'd first arrived, Tom watched settlers emerging from the canyon, helping their wounded, counting their dead. They moved with the quiet dignity of people who had faced their fears and emerged stronger. Clara stood beside him, her hand finding his. Ben sat astride Tom's old cavalry horse, wearing his father's gun belt, and Tom's cavalry hat. Valley's going to need rebuilding, Clara said, watching the sun rise. Could use a good man to help. Tom squeezed her hand, feeling the familiar weight of his Colt against his hip. But for the first time in years, it didn't feel like a burden. Sometimes, he realized, you had to stop running to find your way home. The autumn sun painted long shadows across the hospice room walls as 12-year-old Timmy Ward shifted uncomfortably in the vinyl visitor's chair. Outside the window, golden Iowa cornfields stretched toward the horizon, their stalks rustling in the October breeze. The steady beep of medical monitors provided a mechanical rhythm to the otherwise quiet room. His great-grandmother, Helen Van de Veer, lay still in the hospital bed, her once commanding presence diminished by age and illness. At 103, she seemed impossibly fragile, like a bird that had flown too far. Timmy's parents had insisted he visit. She might not have much time left, they'd said, but he wasn't sure what to do now that he was here. His mother had stepped out to speak with the nurses, leaving him alone with the sleeping woman who was supposedly a part of his family's history. He'd heard snippets about her over the years during holiday dinners, something about flying planes in World War II, but the stories had always felt distant, like fairy tales from another world. On the bedside table, something metallic caught his eye. Careful not to make noise, Timmy stood and moved closer. It was a small golden pin, shaped like wings with a diamond-shaped shield in the center. As he reached for it, a voice startled him. "Those are my wasp wings," Helen said, her eyes suddenly open and clear. "Women Air Force service pilots." Her voice was stronger than Timmy expected, carrying an echo of the authority it must have held decades ago. I'm sorry," Timmy stammered, pulling his hand back. "I didn't mean to." "Take them," Helen said, pushing herself up slightly against her pillows. "Pick them up. They won't break." A slight smile crossed her weathered face. "I've dropped them in mud, rain, and once in the English Channel. They survived worse than a curious great-grandson." Timmy carefully lifted the wings. They were heavier than he expected, the metal warm from the sunlight. "You flew planes." Helen's laugh turned into a small cough. "Flew them? Oh, sweetheart. I flew everything they'd let me get my hands on. Started with a little Piper Cub, like a bicycle with wings, really. By the end, I was ferrying P-51 Mustangs to the front lines. She patted the edge of her bed. Sit. You look like a scared rabbit standing there. Timmy sat, still holding the wings. But women weren't allowed to fight in World War II, were they? Fight? No, but fly. That's where things get interesting. Helen's eyes took on a distant look. You see, they needed every male pilot they could get for combat. Someone had to ferry the planes where they needed to go, train the new pilots, evacuate the wounded. That's where we came in, the Wasps. She reached for the wings in Timmy's hands, her fingers trembling slightly as they traced the familiar shape. We weren't supposed to see combat, but war. War doesn't always follow the rules. Sometimes the sky decides your path for you. A change came over Helen's face then, as if years had fallen away. Her voice grew stronger, more precise. Would you like to hear about my first real mission? Not the training flights or the milk runs, but the day I learned what it truly meant to be a pilot. Timmy nodded, suddenly aware that he was about to hear something important, something real. The room seemed to fade around them, the beeping monitors growing distant. Helen's eyes focused on something far beyond the hospice room walls. It was 1943. I was 22 years old, fresh out of training at Avenger Field. They'd just handed me my wings, these very wings you're holding, and I thought I knew everything there was to know about flying. Lord, was I wrong. As Helen began her story, Timmy leaned forward in his chair. The late afternoon sun cast a golden glow across the room, and for a moment he could almost see her as she must have been. Young, determined, about to step into history. The wings in his hands didn't feel like a museum piece anymore. They felt like a key, unlocking a door to a world he never knew existed. A world where his great-grandmother wasn't just an old woman in a hospice bed, but a pioneer who had helped shape the century he lived in. And as Helen's voice gained strength with each word, Timmy realized he was about to learn just how much of a hero she truly was. The Texas sun beat down mercilessly on Avenger Field as Helen Simmons stood at attention with 30 other women, their shadows sharp against the dusty ground. The year was 1943, and the air vibrated with the constant drone of training aircraft overhead. Lieutenant Colonel James Preston paced before them, his boots raising small clouds with each step. "Ladies," he said, emphasizing the word like it was a fatal flaw, "you are here because the Army Air Forces needs male pilots for combat. Nothing more, nothing less. Half of you won't make it through training. The other half," he paused, eyes scanning the line, "we'll see." To Helen's right, a tall woman with auburn hair barely contained under her cap snorted quietly. Helen fought to maintain her serious expression as Preston's gaze swept past them. "Something amusing, Miss Callahan?" "No, sir," the woman replied, her New York accent thick with barely concealed sarcasm. "Just admiring your welcoming speech." That evening, Helen found herself sharing a cigarette behind the barracks with Maggie Callahan, the sharp-tongued New Yorker who'd caught Preston's attention. "You should be more careful," Helen said, though she was smiling. "Preston's looking for any excuse to wash us out." Maggie took a long drag and passed the cigarette back. "Let him try. I've been flying crop dusters since I was 16. If he thinks his precious at 6 is going to scare me, he's in for a surprise." A quiet voice joined them. "Mind if I join you?" A petite woman with blonde hair stepped out of the shadows, holding up her own pack of cigarettes. "I'm Lillian Ross." "Pull up a crate," Maggie said, patting the wooden box she was sitting on. "We're just discussing our beloved commanding officer's charm." As they talked into the night, Helen felt something shift inside her. These women understood. They knew what it was like to love the sky so much it hurt, to face a world that thought they belonged on the ground. Training began at dawn the next day. The Piper Cub seemed to smile at Helen as she approached it, its yellow paint gleaming in the morning light. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. "Remember," the instructor said, "this isn't some Sunday joy ride. You're training to serve your country." Helen's hands moved over the controls with practiced confidence. She'd learned to fly in a similar aircraft back home, but this was different. This was war. The takeoff was perfect, the little plane lifting eagerly into the Texas sky. For 15 minutes, she put it through its paces, feeling the aircraft respond to her touch like it was an extension of her body. But it was Lillian's flight that changed everything. They watched from the ground as Lillian's Piper Cub climbed into the morning sun. Everything looked normal until it didn't. The engine coughed once, twice. The aircraft's nose dipped suddenly. "Pull up," Helen whispered, her fingers curling into fists. "Pull up, Lillian." The crash seemed to happen in slow motion. The sound of twisting metal and splintering wood echoed across the airfield. By the time they reached the wreckage, the medics were already shaking their heads. That night, Helen sat alone on her bunk, holding the small compass they'd found in Lillian's flight jacket. The inscription read, "Find your way home. Love, Dad." Maggie appeared in the doorway, a bottle of whiskey in her hand. "Move over, Simmons." She sat down and poured 2 measures into tin cups. "To Lillian." "To Lillian," Helen echoed, her voice rough. "You know what this means, don't you?" Maggie's eyes were hard in the dim light. "We have to make it now, not just for us, but for her too." The next morning, they were back on the flight line. Lieutenant Colonel Preston was watching as Helen approached her aircraft, his expression unreadable. "Miss Simmons," he called out, "are you sure you want to go up today?" Helen met his gaze steadily. "With respect, sir, that's why I'm here." The Texas sun was relentless as she took off, but Helen barely noticed the heat. In her pocket, Lillian's compass pressed against her heart, its weight a reminder of everything at stake. As she put the Piper Cub through a perfect landing, she caught sight of Maggie giving her a fierce grin. They had 28 days of training left, and by God, they were going to prove Preston wrong. That evening, a group of male cadets were lounging near the hangars as Helen and Maggie walked past. "Hey, sweetheart," one called out, "why don't you leave the flying to the real pilots?" Before Helen could respond, Maggie stepped forward. "Tell you what, hotshot, tomorrow morning 0600, you and me, landing competition, unless you're scared of getting beaten by a girl." The challenge spread through the base like wildfire. The next morning, every off-duty pilot gathered to watch as Maggie and the cadet took turns performing touch and goss, their landings growing progressively more precise. On the final round, Maggie brought her plane down so smoothly it seemed to float onto the runway. The crowd, even some of the male pilots, burst into applause. Lieutenant Colonel Preston watched it all from the control tower, his expression thoughtful. When Maggie passed him later that day, he said quietly, "Nice flying, Miss Callahan." It wasn't much, but it was a start. As Helen lay in her bunk that night, Lillian's compass on her bedside table, she smiled up at the ceiling. They weren't just training to be pilots anymore. They were making history, one flight at a time. And somewhere, she hoped, Lillian was watching. England, 1944. The airbase sprawled across the countryside like a metal city, its runways crisscrossing through morning fog. Helen stood beside a P-51 Mustang, her hand resting on its silver fuselage. This wasn't a training flight or a routine ferry mission. This was different. "Miss Simmons," Lieutenant Colonel Preston's voice cut through the pre-dawn chill. He strode across the tarmac, a clipboard in his hands. "There's been a change of plans." Helen's heart sank. After months of ferrying training aircraft, she'd finally been assigned to deliver the reconnaissance variant of the P-51 to a forward base in France. Now, she thought, they'd probably give it to a male pilot. "The Stinson L5 medical evacuation crew is down with flu. We need an immediate transport for wounded men near the front." Preston's eyes met hers. "You're the only pilot cleared for the L5 who's currently available." Helen's breath caught. Medical evacuation flights weren't supposed to be flown by WASPs, especially not this close to combat zones. "Sir, I thought regulations." "Regulations be damned," Preston cut her off. "We have men bleeding out there. Can you fly it or not?" "Yes, sir." The words came automatically. "Then get moving. Weather's getting worse." 20 minutes later, Helen was airborne in the Stinson L5 variant that could accommodate up to 5 people, its olive-drab paint blending with the clouds. The channel passed beneath her wings, its waters grey and choppy. Lillian's compass sat in her pocket, a familiar weight against her hip. The front materialized through broken clouds, pillars of smoke, flashes of artillery, the scarred earth of northern France. Helen's hands tightened on the controls as the first anti-aircraft fire bloomed around her. The landing zone was barely more than a cleared field, marked by orange smoke grenades. 2 medics crouched beside 3 wounded soldiers, waving her down frantically. Helen brought the L5 in low and fast, touching down with practiced precision. "Hurry!" one medic shouted over the engine noise. They loaded the wounded quickly, their bandages already soaked red. Helen could hear German artillery getting closer. The takeoff was harder, the field had grown muddy, and the L5 was heavy with its precious cargo. She felt bullets spark off her wingtip as she climbed away, her heart pounding in her throat. "Hold on back there," she called to her passengers, though engine noise drowned her words. Threading through clouds, she evaded the worst of the anti-aircraft fire, eventually breaking into clear sky over the channel. When she landed back at base, Preston was waiting. He watched silently as the medics unloaded the wounded men, then turned to her. "Well done, Simmons," he paused. "There are more wounded waiting." Helen straightened her shoulders. "When do I leave, sir?" That mission changed everything. Over the next weeks, Helen flew countless evacuation flights, delivering reconnaissance aircraft between missions. The male pilots who had once mocked her now nodded respectfully when she passed. It was during this time that she first encountered Tom Van de Veer. She was pre-flighting a P-38 Lightning when a Spitfire roared overhead, executing a perfect victory roll before landing. Its pilot climbed out, his RAF uniform crisp despite the early hour. "Someone's showing off," Helen muttered, returning to her inspection. "Guilty as charged." The voice carried a hint of British accent. She turned to find him watching her with curious eyes. "Squadron leader Tom Van de Veer, that's quite an aircraft you're checking." "Helen Simmons, WASP." She patted the P-38's nose, just making sure she's ready for her reconnaissance work. "Heard about your evacuation flights," Tom said, his expression growing serious. 7 men in one day, wasn't it? Under heavy fire. 8, Helen corrected, then caught herself. "But who's counting?" Tom smiled. "The men you saved, I'd wager." He stepped closer, examining the P-38. "Beautiful machine, though not as lovely as my Spitfire." "Is that a challenge, squadron leader?" "More of an invitation. Ever flown one?" "You know I'm not allowed to fly combat aircraft." "Technically, you're not allowed to fly combat missions either." His eyes twinkled. "Yet here we are." Before she could respond, an air raid siren shattered the morning. They both looked up to see dark shapes approaching Luftwaffe fighters, their crosses clearly visible. "Rain check on that Spitfire," Tom called as they ran to their respective aircraft. Helen smiled despite the chaos. "You better believe it." As she guided the P-38 into the clouds, Helen realized something had shifted inside her. She wasn't just ferrying aircraft anymore. She was part of something bigger, something history would remember. Lillian's compass sat steady in her pocket, pointing the way home. The P-38 Lightning gleamed in the early morning light, its twin booms casting double shadows across the tarmac. Helen ran her hand along the reconnaissance camera housing. This wasn't just any Lightning, but an F-5 variant equipped for photographic missions. Her mission: deliver it to a reconnaissance unit near the front lines in France. "Weather's turning nasty over the channel," Maggie said, studying the sky. "Sure you don't want to wait it out?" Helen shook her head. "They need these photos, Mags. Intelligence says there's German movement in the sector." "Just," Maggie hesitated, then pulled something from her pocket, a flask. "For luck." Helen took a small sip, the whiskey burning warm in her chest. "See you tonight. Save me a hand of poker." The takeoff was smooth, the twin Allison engines purring as she climbed through broken clouds. The channel passed beneath her wings, its waters dark and choppy. Lillian's compass sat in its familiar spot in her pocket, a constant reminder of what was at stake. The first sign of trouble came an hour into the flight. The right engine's temperature gauge began climbing, its needle creeping into the red. Helen adjusted the mixture, reduced power, but nothing helped. Then the left engine started to sputter. No, no, no. Helen's hands flew over the controls, trying everything she knew to keep the engines alive. But something was wrong, catastrophically wrong. Later, investigations would reveal sabotage in the fuel lines, but in that moment, all Helen knew was that she was losing both engines over Nazi-occupied France. The right engine died first, its propeller windmilling uselessly. The left followed seconds later. The sudden silence was deafening. Helen's training kicked in. "Mayday, mayday, mayday," she called into her radio. "This is Wasp transport. Both engines failed, preparing for emergency landing." Static was her only answer. The ground was coming up fast. Through breaks in the clouds, she could see French farmland fields, forests, and somewhere in the distance, the thin line of a road. No time to be picky about landing spots. A cleared field appeared ahead, but as she lined up for approach, she saw the telltale glint of barbed wire. German defenses. She banked away sharply, losing precious altitude. There, a narrow strip of land between forest and farmhouse. It would have to do. The landing was more controlled crash than anything else. The P-38's wheels caught in the soft earth, sending the aircraft skidding. The left boom clipped a tree, spinning the plane around. Metal screamed against earth until finally, mercifully, it stopped. For a moment, Helen sat perfectly still, her hands still gripping the controls. She was alive. Somehow she was alive. Then she heard voices, German voices, and reality crashed back in. Grabbing her survival kit and Lillian's compass, Helen scrambled out of the cockpit. Smoke was rising from the engines, providing cover but also marking her position. She could hear vehicles approaching. The forest was her only hope. She ran, keeping low, her heart pounding in her ears. A bullet cracked past her head, then another. But the trees were close, so close. She dived into the underbrush just as a spotlight swept the area. For hours, she could hear them searching, dogs barking in the distance. She pressed herself into the earth, barely daring to breathe. Night fell, bringing cold rain. Helen found shelter in an abandoned farmhouse, its roof half collapsed. As she huddled in a corner, checking her compass by moonlight, she thought of Maggie, probably still waiting for that poker game. Of Tom, who might never know what happened to her. Of Lillian, who had faced her own final flight with similar courage. A noise outside froze her in place. Footsteps, then a whispered voice. "American." Helen held her breath. The voice came again. "American, pilot." Slowly, she peered through a crack in the wall. Two figures stood in the shadows, wearing civilian clothes. One held up empty hands, showing he was unarmed. "Resistance," he whispered. "Nous sommes là pour vous aider." The French resistance. They'd found her first. What followed was 3 days of careful movement, always at night. The resistance fighters Marcel and Jean smuggled her through German checkpoints, hiding her in wine cellars and hay wagons. They spoke little English. She spoke less French, but they shared a common enemy and a common courage. On the 4th night, they heard Allied aircraft overhead. Using an improvised signal lamp, Marcel contacted a British reconnaissance plane. Hours later, Helen was picked up by a covert extraction team. When she finally returned to base, Maggie was the first to spot her. Her friend's usual wit failed as she ran forward, crushing Helen in a hug. "You missed poker," Maggie said finally, her voice rough. "Did I miss anything good?" "Just Preston actually showing emotion. Think he was worried about you." Helen laughed, then stopped as she saw who was approaching Tom Van de Veer, his face showing relief he couldn't quite hide. "Heard you had some engine trouble," he said casually. "Nothing I couldn't handle." "So I see. He paused. That rain check on the Spitfire flight still good. Helen touched Lillian's compass in her pocket and smiled. Try and stop me. Later, in the debriefing, Preston looked at her for a long moment. You know what the Germans would have done if they'd caught you? Yes, sir. And yet you never gave up trying to complete your mission, even after the crash. I just did what needed to be done, sir. What any of us would do. Preston shook his head. Get some rest, Simmons. You've earned it. He turned to leave, then stopped. And well done. That night, Helen sat on her bunk, writing in her journal. The words came slowly. Today I learned that courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about being terrified and doing what needs to be done anyway. Lillian knew that. Now I do too. The evening sun cast long shadows across the RAF airfield as Helen approached the Spitfire, its elegant silhouette almost ethereal in the golden light. Tom Van der Veer stood beside it, his RAF uniform crisp despite the late hour, 7 victory marks painted proudly on the aircraft's fuselage. She's beautiful, Helen said, running her hand along the wing's smooth surface. Thought you might appreciate her. Tom smiled, watching Helen's inspection. Most people see a weapon, you see her soul. Merlin engine, elliptical wings. Helen circled the aircraft slowly. The perfect balance of power and grace. No wonder she's your favorite. Care to find out why? Tom patted the cockpit. I know regulations say you can't fly her, but... He grinned mischievously. Regulations also said you couldn't fly combat missions, yet you've got quite a record of medical evacuations under fire. Helen glanced around the quiet airfield. Most of the ground crew had left for dinner. Won't you get in trouble? Squadron leader's privilege. Tom climbed up and opened the cockpit. Besides, after what you did with that P-38 over France, you've more than earned this. The cockpit was snug with both of them, Helen sitting somewhat improper but necessary on Tom's lap, his arms reaching around her to the controls. The position should have been awkward, but somehow it felt right. Ready. Tom's voice was soft near her ear. Helen nodded, her heart racing as the Merlin engine roared to life. The takeoff was smooth, the Spitfire leaping into the air like an eager thoroughbred. They climbed through layers of pink and gold clouds, the setting sun painting the sky in impossible colors. Your aircraft, Tom said, letting Helen take the controls. The Spitfire responded to her touch like it could read her thoughts. She put it through a gentle roll, feeling the perfect balance of the controls. Oh, she breathed. Now I understand. They flew west, away from the front lines, until they spotted a small meadow nestled between patches of forest. Tom pointed to it. Fancy a picnic. The landing was perfect, the Spitfire settling onto the grass like a dancer taking a bow. Tom produced a small basket from behind the seat, bread, cheese, and a bottle of wine he'd traded for somewhere. They sat beneath the Spitfire's wing, watching the sun paint the clouds in shades of amber and rose. The distant sound of war felt like it belonged to another world entirely. 7 German fighters, Helen said, looking up at the victory marks. That must have been intense. Tom was quiet for a moment. The worst part isn't the fighting, he said finally. It's losing friends, watching them go down and knowing there's nothing you can do. Helen touched Lillian's compass in her pocket. I understand. We lost a girl in training, Lillian. I carry her compass with me on every flight. To remember. To find my way home. Tom looked at her then, really looked at her, and something shifted in the air between them. You're not like anyone I've ever met, Helen Simmons. Is that a compliment, squadron leader? The highest, he hesitated, then reached out to brush a strand of hair from her face. You know what the boys call you, the angel of the front, the pilot who flies through hell to bring our wounded home. Helen felt her cheeks warm. I'm just doing my job. No, Tom said softly. You're doing what the rest of us wish we had the courage to do. You're flying into danger not to destroy, but to save. The kiss, when it came, felt as natural as flying. The setting sun wrapped them in golden light as the war seemed to hold its breath around them. Finally, Tom glanced at his watch and sighed. We should head back before they send out a search party. The flight back was intimate in a way Helen had never experienced. She sat close against Tom's chest in the cramped cockpit, feeling his heartbeat, watching the stars begin to appear above them. Just before they landed, Tom spoke near her ear. "Marry me." Helen's heart skipped. "What?" "Marry me. When this war is over, marry me. We'll fly together, build a life together." The Spitfire touched down smoothly as Helen tried to find her voice. Finally, she turned in the cramped space to face him. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes." They taxied to a stop just as Maggie came running across the tarmac. "Where have you been? Preston's been looking everywhere for." She stopped, taking in their faces, and a slow grin spread across her features. Well, about time." Later that night, Helen sat on her bunk, writing in her journal. The entry was brief. "Today I learned that love is like flying. It requires trust, courage, and the willingness to leap into the unknown. Today I chose to leap." She touched Lillian's compass and smiled. Some paths, it seemed, led not just home but to entirely new horizons. Outside, the Spitfire stood silent under the stars, its silver wings still holding the memory of a perfect sunset, and a moment when two pilots found something more precious than victory. They found each other. Washington, D.C., December 1944. Helen stood with hundreds of other WASP pilots in a cold auditorium, listening as the program's deactivation was announced. No benefits, no military status, not even a ride home. Just a handshake and a thank you for your service. "That's it," Maggie whispered beside her, fury evident in her voice. "We flew through hell for them, and that's it." Helen's fingers found Lillian's compass in her pocket. The war wasn't even over yet, but their part in it was done. She thought of all the planes she'd delivered, all the wounded men she'd evacuated, all the missions flown in weather that would ground most pilots. None of it seemed to matter now. The transition to civilian life felt like a crash landing. Helen and Tom had married in a quiet ceremony in England just before the WASP program ended. Now, as 1945 dawned and the war in Europe wound down, they found themselves in Iowa, living on Helen's family farm while planning their future. "Pan Am is hiring pilots," Tom said one morning over coffee. He'd already secured his position, his RAF combat experience opening doors. "You should apply." Helen looked up from the newspaper's want ads. "They don't hire women pilots, Tom. You know that." "Times are changing. After what you WASPs did in the war." "The war's over." Helen's voice was bitter. "We're supposed to go back to being good little housewives now." But she applied anyway, put on her best dress, brought her flight logs showing thousands of hours in military aircraft, including the P-51 Mustang and P-38 Lightning. The airline hiring officer barely glanced at her records. Mrs. Van de Veer," he corrected himself, looking uncomfortable. "While your wartime service is admirable, commercial aviation requires a different temperament. Have you considered applying as a stewardess?" Helen stood, her back straight as it had been on the flight line. "I've flown through anti-aircraft fire to evacuate wounded men. I've landed a P-38 with both engines dead in enemy territory. I've logged more hours in high-performance aircraft than most of your male applicants combined." She paused, meeting his eyes. "But you're right. I don't have the temperament for commercial aviation. I have higher standards." She walked out with her head high, but in the car, her hands shook as she gripped the steering wheel. Tom found her there an hour later, tears of frustration finally breaking free. "I don't know who I am anymore," she whispered as he held her. "If I'm not flying, what am I?" Tom was quiet for a moment. "You're Helen Van de Veer, the best damn pilot I've ever known. And if they won't let you fly commercially, then find another way to stay in the sky." The idea came gradually. It started with a young man who'd seen her walking near the local airfield, still wearing her old flight jacket. He'd asked if she really flew in the war. When she said yes, his eyes lit up. "Would you teach me?" Helen looked at the small airfield, at the Piper cubs lined up like eager students. She thought of Lillian, of all the women who'd never gotten the chance to fulfill their dreams of flight. "Yes," she said, "I can teach you." Word spread quickly. Soon she had a waiting list of students, many of them veterans on the GI Bill. Some balked at first at having a woman instructor, but her reputation from the war preceded her. The first time she demonstrated a perfect chandelle in a Piper cub, their doubts evaporated. She also took a position teaching 4th grade, but her heart was in the sky. Every evening and weekend, she was at the airfield, passing on her knowledge, her love of flight, her understanding of what it meant to touch the clouds. One day, after a particularly good lesson, a student asked about her wasp wings, which she still wore on her flight jacket. "What was it like, ma'am, flying those warbirds?" Helen touched the wings, then reached for Lillian's compass. It was about more than just flying. It was about proving that the sky doesn't care who you are or what anyone thinks you should be. It only cares if you have the courage to spread your wings. The student nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, not just for the lesson, but for showing us it's possible." That night, Tom found her sitting on their porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in familiar golds and roses. "Good day?" he asked, sitting beside her. "I think I finally figured it out," she said softly. "Why we did what we did in the war. It wasn't just about delivering planes or evacuating the wounded. It was about opening the sky for everyone who comes after us." Tom took her hand, his pilot's fingers intertwining with hers. "You're still making history, love, just in a different way." Helen smiled, watching one of her students practice touch and goss in the evening light. The sound of the aircraft's engine was different from the roar of a P-51, but the joy it brought to her heart was exactly the same. She wasn't just a pilot anymore, she was a keeper of dreams, a builder of futures, a teacher of flight. And somehow, that felt like the greatest victory of all. The hospice room had grown dark as Helen finished her story, the autumn sun long since set behind the Iowa cornfields. Timmy sat transfixed, still holding her wasp wings, having barely moved for hours. "Tom passed in '93, Helen said softly, her voice tired but clear. "He was 73. We had 48 wonderful years together, flying whenever we could. He never stopped calling me his angel of the front." "How many students did you teach to fly?" Timmy asked. A smile crossed Helen's weathered face. "Hundreds. Some became airline pilots, some flew crop dusters, some just wanted to touch the sky." She paused, her eyes distant. "You know what's funny? For years I thought being grounded after the war was the end of my story, but teaching, that was just a different kind of flying." She shifted in her bed, reaching for a small box on the bedside table. "Timmy, would you hand me that?" Inside the box was Lillian's compass, still bright after all these years. The inscription remained clear. "Find your way home. Love, Dad." Lillian never made it home, Helen said, running her fingers over the compass. But she helped guide so many others there, including me. She held out both the compass and her wasp wings to Timmy. "I want you to have these." "But," Timmy's voice caught, "they're yours, your history." "History is only alive if we pass it on." Helen's voice grew stronger. "We aren't remembered for what we did alone, but for what we pass on to others. These wings, they're not just about what I did. They're about what's possible when you refuse to let others define your limits." Timmy carefully took the items, feeling their weight not just physical, but historical. "I'll remember," he promised. "I know you will." Helen smiled, then looked out the window at the night sky. "You know what I miss most? That moment just before dawn when the air is perfectly still and you're the only one awake in the whole world. The engine starts and for a few precious seconds, everything is possible." She turned back to Timmy, her eyes bright. "Promise me something." "Anything, great-grandma." "Find your sky. It might not be flying, it might be art, or science, or something no one's even thought of yet. But find that thing that makes everything feel possible, and don't let anyone tell you you can't do it." 3 days later, Helen Van de Veer took her final flight. The funeral was unlike anything Timmy had ever seen. Hundreds of people came, former students, fellow pilots, military officers, historians. Each had a story about how Helen had touched their lives. "She taught me to fly in '62, one elderly man told Timmy. "Changed my whole life. Went on to become a commercial pilot, taught my own daughters they could do anything." A woman in an Air Force uniform approached. "We stand on her shoulders," she said simply. "Every female military pilot today flies because she and the other WASPs proved it was possible." The military honors were impeccable. The flag was folded with precision, the bugler played taps, and then something special. A formation of aircraft appeared in the distance, P-51 Mustangs, restored to their wartime glory. As they passed overhead, one peeled away, executing a perfect missing man formation. Timmy stood straight, holding Lillian's compass in one hand and Helen's wasp wings in the other. Tears rolled down his cheeks, but he smiled as the aircraft disappeared into the autumn sky. 2 weeks later, Timmy sat in his history class, half listening to a lesson about World War II. The teacher's voice droned on about factories and battleships, but there was no mention of the wasps. Timmy raised his hand. "Yes, Timothy." He stood, drawing Helen's wings from his pocket. "I'd like to tell you about some other heroes of World War II, about women who flew through enemy fire to save wounded men, about pilots who changed history, even though the history books forgot them." The teacher nodded, intrigued. "Go ahead." Timmy took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the wings in his hand, remembering Helen's words about passing on history. It started in 1943, when a young woman named Helen Simmons arrived at Avenger Field, Texas. As he spoke, he could almost hear the drone of aircraft engines, feel the Texas sun, sense the determination of those brave women who refused to be grounded. And somewhere, he knew, Helen was still flying, still teaching, still showing others the way home. Above the school, a lone cloud drifted across the perfect blue sky, silent, steady, unbroken, like the shadow of a Spitfire banking into the sun, forever climbing. The town of Redemption clung stubbornly to the edge of the prairie, a cluster of weather-beaten wooden buildings standing against the unrelenting wind. It wasn't much of a town, just a saloon, a general store, a blacksmith's forge, and a train station built from aging timber and iron. Beyond the station, the railroad stretched like a scar across the open plains, cutting through golden fields that shimmered beneath the relentless sun. Redemption was a place where people stopped for a drink or supplies on their way to somewhere better, but for John Garrett, it was the end of the line. John had arrived in Redemption 5 years ago, carrying nothing but a saddlebag and the weight of a past he couldn't shake. Once he had been a lawman, a name whispered with respect, or fear, depending on which side of the badge you stood. They called him Iron Hand, not because of any physical strength, but for his unyielding sense of justice. John Garrett had been a man who didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, and didn't compromise. That man was long gone. Now, John spent his days in the back corner of the blacksmith shop, fixing watches and pocket knives, anything delicate enough to keep his hands busy without reminding him of the weight of a gun. His own pocket watch, a battered relic of his time as a lawman, sat on the workbench, its glass cracked and its hands motionless. He tinkered with it every day, but the gears never seemed to line up right. It felt like a fitting metaphor for his life. The townsfolk left him alone for the most part. They knew who he was, or who he had been, and respected his silence. John didn't go to the saloon. He didn't drink much anymore. He didn't talk about the family he couldn't save or the badge he threw away. Redemption wasn't a place for questions. It was a place for forgetting. But the world didn't stop moving just because John Garrett did. On this particular day, the town buzzed with anticipation. The train was coming. For most, it was a simple event, a whistle in the distance and a plume of smoke on the horizon. But this train was different. It carried passengers, cargo, and rumors of gold. John leaned against the station wall, the brim of his hat pulled low to shield his eyes from the late afternoon sun. He wasn't interested in the train. He was just there to see the blacksmith about a new file for his tools. The whistle sounded, shrill and piercing, as the locomotive came into view, its iron frame gleaming in the light. Dust swirled around the platform as the train screeched to a halt and passengers began to disembark. A young schoolteacher with a firm jaw and fiery eyes stepped onto the platform, her hands gripping a worn leather bag. Behind her, a wealthy merchant adjusted his coat, while an elderly couple helped each other down the steps. It was a diverse crowd, the kind you didn't often see in Redemption. John turned to leave, uninterested in the spectacle. That was when he heard the first gunshot. The sharp crack echoed through the air, silencing the murmurs of the passengers. John froze, his instincts from years as a lawman rising to the surface. A gang of riders thundered into town, their faces obscured by bandanas and their revolvers drawn. At their head was a man John recognized immediately, Rafe Cutter, a name whispered with fear across the territories. Cutter's gang fanned out across the platform, corralling the passengers like cattle. Their leader dismounted, his boots striking the wooden boards with a heavy thud. "Ladies and gentlemen," Cutter announced, his voice dripping with mock courtesy, "welcome to the last stop on your journey." John's hand moved instinctively toward his hip before he remembered. He didn't carry a gun anymore. He clenched his jaw and stepped back into the shadows, watching as Cutter's men began stripping the passengers of their belongings. The schoolteacher protested, earning a hard shove from one of the outlaws. John's fists tightened, but he didn't move. Cutter's eyes swept across the platform until they locked onto John's, recognition flaring in his sharp gaze. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face. "Well, if it isn't the legendary Iron Hand Garrett," he drawled, his voice oozing mockery. "I figured you'd have gone to ground, or the grave, by now." John stayed silent, his jaw tightening. He didn't need to reply. The look in Cutter's eyes said everything. Whatever peace John had found in Redemption was shattered. Cutter gestured subtly, and two of his men strode toward John, their rifles held ready. "Climb aboard, Garrett," one of them ordered, his tone cold and uncompromising. "Boss wants to make sure you don't miss the ride." John hesitated for a fraction of a second before stepping toward the train, his movements deliberate. The glint of iron in the outlaw's hands told him there was no refusing without bloodshed, and he wasn't willing to risk the townsfolk. Without a word, he climbed the steps into the passenger car, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The train lurched forward, the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails a jarring contrast to the heavy silence inside. John stood near the front of the passenger car, his jaw clenched, his eyes scanning the tense scene. Cutter's men prowled the aisles with menacing purpose, rifles slung across their backs, their boots thudding heavily on the wooden floorboards. Passengers huddled in their seats, terror etched into their faces. Among them, the schoolteacher Sarah Whitfield sat upright, her fiery gaze fixed on John. Her earlier defiance had earned her a split lip, but her spirit remained unbroken, a quiet challenge that John couldn't ignore. John had avoided eye contact with her since he was forced to board the train. Her bravery shamed him. She was willing to stand up, even without a weapon or experience, while he, the man who had once been Iron Hand, had hesitated. He reminded himself that hesitation was better than recklessness. It kept people alive, or so he told himself. Cutter lounged in the middle of the car, his boots kicked up on the seat across from him. He had a confidence born of years of getting his way, and he wore it like a badge. Once, he'd been a deputy under a lawman not unlike John Garrett, but life had taught him that power didn't come from a badge. It came from taking what you wanted and leaving nothing behind. "Everyone just stay calm," he said, his voice smooth and unhurried. "Follow my boy's instructions, and you'll live to tell your grandkids about the day you met Rafe Cutter." John's eyes narrowed. Cutter wasn't the type to leave witnesses. John's eyes darted across the car, noting every detail. The narrow aisle, the splintered wooden seats, the faint lamplight flickering as the train rocked. Every shadow felt like a trap waiting to spring. John didn't know where that was, but he could guess the stakes. The armored car at the back of the train wasn't just carrying mail. Rumors of gold shipments had circulated in Redemption for weeks. A rough hand clapped John on the shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. One of Cutter's men, a wiry outlaw with a scar across his cheek, sneered at him. "You're awful quiet, old man. Don't go thinking you're going to play hero. You'd be dead before you drew." John didn't respond, his stoic silence masking the simmering anger underneath. He had no intention of dying in some futile act of bravado, but the sight of Cutter's men roughing up passengers twisted his gut. As Cutter's men rummaged through the cargo, John's sharp eye caught sight of a crate marked explosives. His stomach churned. Why would they need explosives for a simple robbery? Cutter wasn't just after gold, he was planning something far worse. His eyes flicked to the back of the car where Sarah was watching him intently, her gaze sharp and calculating. When the outlaw moved on, Sarah seized the moment. She leaned forward, her voice low but urgent. "You're him, aren't you? Garrett." "The lawman." John gave her a wary look. "Not anymore." "Then what are you?" she pressed. "A bystander, because if that's all you are, we're as good as dead." Her words stung. She wasn't wrong. John looked away, his hand brushing the broken pocket watch in his coat. He didn't have an answer for her, at least not one he was ready to admit. Hours passed as the train sped deeper into the wilderness. The golden prairie gave way to rocky terrain, the tracks winding through narrow canyons and dry riverbeds. Cutter's men grew more restless, their shouts and laughter filling the cars. One of them, a towering brute named Beau, threw a man to the floor for asking to use the latrine. Another gang member rifled through a woman's jewelry, pocketing a gold locket while she sobbed. John watched, his fists clenched under the table. He felt the old instincts stirring, the itch to take control, to fight back. But he couldn't do it alone. He needed allies. Sarah approached him quietly during a moment of distraction. "There's an ex-soldier in the next car," she whispered. "He has a pistol hidden in his boot, and I think the clerk knows the layout of the train. We can't do this without you." John hesitated, his eyes flicking to Cutter, who was lighting a cigar and laughing with Leela Graves, his sharp-eyed second in command. The stakes were higher than they'd ever been, and the cost of failure wasn't just his life, it was everyone's. "All right," he said finally, "but we do it smart." The group gathered in hushed secrecy in the baggage car, the low hum of the train masking their voices. Jacob Boone, the ex-soldier Sarah had mentioned, was a grizzled man in his 40s with a permanent scowl and a haunted look in his eyes. He'd seen enough bloodshed to last a lifetime, but he was willing to fight if it meant a chance at redemption of his own. "I've got 6 rounds and nothing to lose," Jacob said gruffly, pulling the pistol from his boot. "You give me a target and I'll take it." The timid clerk, Harold, trembled as he spoke, his spectacles sliding down his nose. "The train has a service ladder running along the roof. It connects the cars," he stammered. "But it's dangerous. If they see you—" "They won't," John interrupted. "That's the only way to take Cutter by surprise. Jacob and I will handle the guards in the front. Sarah, you and Harold make sure the passengers stay safe." Sarah frowned. "You're splitting us up." "We don't have a choice," John replied. "This isn't just about stopping Cutter, it's about keeping people alive." The plan was set, but as they moved into position, John felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. For years, he'd avoided making decisions like this, afraid of the consequences. Now he had no choice but to act. As early evening settled in, the train entered a narrow canyon, the cliffs rising high on either side. The shadows lengthened, and the air grew still, heavy with the scent of dry earth and stone. John climbed the service ladder, his boots scraping against the metal rungs. The wind whipped at his coat, and the train's motion made every step treacherous. Jacob followed close behind, his pistol gripped tightly in one hand. When they reached the locomotive, they crouched low, waiting for the right moment. 2 of Cutter's men guarded the engine, their rifles slung casually over their shoulders. They didn't see John and Jacob until it was too late. The fight was swift and brutal. Jacob took out one guard with a single shot, while John tackled the other, his fist connecting with the man's jaw. The guard went down hard, his rifle clattering to the floor. John didn't hesitate. He grabbed the weapon and turned it on the remaining gang members in the engine, forcing them to surrender. The locomotive was theirs, but the real fight was still ahead. Cutter and Leela were in the passenger car, and they wouldn't go down without a fight. As John prepared to move forward, he caught sight of his reflection in the window. For the first time in years, he didn't see a broken man. He saw Iron Hand Garrett, the lawman who didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, and didn't compromise. His hand brushed the cracked glass of the pocket watch in his coat, a reminder that even broken things could be made to tick again. It was time to finish this. The sharp whistle of the train pierced the early evening air, the sound echoing off the canyon walls as the golden light from the sun bathed the rugged terrain. John Garrett crept toward the passenger car, the stolen rifle heavy in his hands, a weighty reminder of the man he once was and the man he could no longer ignore, and the man he had tried to forget. Behind him, Jacob Boone kept low, his pistol drawn, his eyes sharp. They had reclaimed the locomotive, but the real fight lay ahead. Cutter and his gang were still in control of the passengers, and the stakes couldn't be higher. John paused outside the door to the passenger car, his heart pounding. Through the narrow glass pane, he could see Cutter at the center of the car, pacing leisurely as if he had all the time in the world. Leela Graves stood by the far end, her revolver resting casually in her hand, her sharp gaze scanning the room. The hostages sat frozen in their seats, the fear in their eyes mirrored by the faint lamplight flickering above. John inhaled deeply, steadying himself. This wasn't just about stopping Cutter. It was about proving to the passengers, to the town of redemption, and to himself that he could still stand for justice. He glanced at Jacob, who gave him a grim nod. The plan was simple. Create a diversion, disarm the gang, and ensure no one else got hurt. But plans in the West rarely went as intended. With a swift motion, John slid the door open and stepped inside, his rifle leveled. "Cutter!" His voice cut through the tense silence like the crack of a whip. The outlaw leader froze mid-stride, his head tilting toward the sound. A slow smile spread across his face as he turned to face John. "Well, well," Cutter drawled, his tone mocking. "If it isn't Iron Hand Garrett, coming out of retirement. Thought you didn't carry a badge anymore, old man." "I don't," John replied, his voice steady, "but I still know right from wrong. Let them go, Cutter. This doesn't end well for you." Leela shifted at the far end of the car, her fingers twitching near her revolver. Cutter raised a hand to still her, his eyes never leaving John's. "You've got guts, Garrett, I'll give you that. But guts won't stop bullets." He gestured to the hostages. "And if you pull that trigger, you might hit me, but how many of them do you think go down first?" John's grip on the rifle tightened. The room felt suffocatingly small, every breath heavy with the weight of 100 possibilities. He knew Cutter wasn't bluffing. One wrong move, and innocent blood would spill. Yet doing nothing wasn't an option. "You don't have to do this," John said, his voice low but firm. "There's enough blood on your hands already. Don't make it worse." Cutter's expression darkened. "Spare me the sermon, preacher," Cutter snarled, his voice laced with bitterness. "This world took everything from me, and now I take what I'm owed." The moment shattered with the sharp crack of a gunshot. Jacob, hidden outside, had fired through the side window, striking one of Cutter's men who had moved for his weapon. Chaos erupted as the hostages screamed and ducked, and John dove for cover behind a row of seats. Cutter's gang opened fire, bullets splintering the wooden benches and shattering glass. John rolled to his feet, his rifle steady as he fired back. The narrow confines of the train car turned the fight into a chaotic melee, the roar of gunfire deafening. Jacob climbed in through the shattered window, his pistol blazing, while Sarah Whitfield rushed to usher the passengers into the next car. John's focus narrowed to Cutter, who moved through the chaos with practiced ease. The outlaw fired off 2 shots, forcing John to duck, before making a break for the gold car at the rear of the train. John gave chase, weaving through the chaos as Jacob and Sarah held off the remaining gang members. The hot air hit John like a slap as he stepped onto the narrow platform between the cars. The train roared through the canyon, the wind whipping around him and the rickety boards swaying beneath his boots. Ahead, Cutter was climbing the ladder to the roof of the train, his long coat billowing like a spectre in the shadows. John climbed after him, his muscles straining with every step. The train barreled forward, the sound of its wheels like thunder in his ears. Cutter reached the roof and turned, his revolver glinting in the moonlight. He fired once, the bullet grazing the edge of the ladder, splinters flying. John pulled himself onto the roof, his rifle raised, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Cutter grinned, his revolver still aimed. "This way you make your stand, Garrett, on a roof in the middle of nowhere. Fitting." John didn't reply. He didn't need to. He took a step forward, steady despite the swaying of the train beneath him. Cutter fired again, the shot going wide. John seized the moment, raising his rifle and firing a single, precise shot. The bullet struck Cutter's hand, sending his revolver clattering to the roof. With a snarl, Cutter lunged at John, the two men colliding in a brutal grapple. The train rocked violently as they fought, fists and elbows landing with bone-jarring force. Cutter was younger, stronger, but John fought with a dogged determination born of years of experience. A punch to Cutter's jaw sent him stumbling, but he recovered quickly, taking John down. As they struggled, John caught sight of the explosives Cutter had rigged to the train's rear car. The detonation cord was primed, the timer ticking down. If Cutter set it off, the gold would be destroyed, but so would everyone on board. Summoning every ounce of strength, John broke free from Cutter's grip and slammed him against the edge of the roof. "This ends here," he growled, his voice low and resolute. Cutter laughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You think you're a hero, Garrett. You're just an old man chasing ghosts." Cutter lunged, his fists striking with the fury of a cornered animal. "You think you're better than me, Garrett?" He spat, blood dripping from his mouth. "You left the law behind just like I did." John ducked a wild swing, his body aching with every move. "Difference is I'm not running from it," he said through gritted teeth. With a final surge of strength, he pushed Cutter back. The outlaw stumbled, his boots slipping on the swaying train roof. For a moment he clawed at the edge, his eyes wide with fear. "See you in hell, Iron Hand," Cutter hissed before he plummeted into the depths below. John staggered to his feet, the weight of the moment settling over him like a shroud. He climbed down to the gold car, his hands steady as he disarmed the explosives. The timer stopped with seconds to spare, leaving John standing alone in the eerie silence that followed. For the first time in years, he felt like Iron Hand Garrett again. The train ground to a stop, its wheels churning up clouds of dust beneath the wide, sunlit sky. Smoke curled from the engine, mingling with the golden light. John Garrett stepped off the final car, his boots crunching against the gravel. His hands were bloodied, his shirt torn, and his face bore the marks of the fight. But the passengers were safe, and the gold lay intact in the armored car. Emerging from the train, Sarah Whitfield steadied the elderly couple who had clung to each other amidst the chaos. Her determined gaze softened as it met John's, and a weary but heartfelt smile crossed her face. "They're safe," she said quietly. "But it wasn't just you, John. You showed us what it means to stand up, and what it takes." John gave a short nod, the weight of her words settling heavily on him. He glanced back at the train, where Jacob Boone leaned against the frame of a shattered window, cradling his arm. The ex-soldier's sharp eyes still burned with adrenaline, but there was something lighter in his expression, a glimmer of pride. For the first time in years, Jacob had fought for something that mattered. The passengers, though shaken, began to climb out of the cars. An elderly woman approached John, her frail hands trembling as she pressed a handkerchief into his palm. "You saved my family," she whispered, her voice thick with gratitude. Tears welled in her eyes as she added, "I thought we'd never see another sunrise." Nearby, the timid clerk who had cowered in fear earlier now stood straighter, his glasses askew but his resolve firm. "You showed us what courage looks like," he said, his voice cracking. "I won't let anyone take advantage of me again, not ever." Even the wealthy merchant, who had spent the ordeal clutching his hat like a lifeline, stepped forward. "You saved us all," he said simply, his tone raw with emotion. Whatever happens to that gold, it'll never compare to the lives you spared. John didn't respond immediately. He felt the weight of every life on that train, the lives he had risked, the lives he had saved. He had taken action, but at what cost? His hands tightened around the rifle he still carried, and for a moment he wasn't sure if he felt relief or regret. The sound of approaching hooves drew his attention. A small group of riders appeared on the horizon, the town marshal among them. They'd come to investigate the train's unscheduled stop. As they dismounted, the marshal's eyes widened in recognition. "John Garrett," he said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Didn't think I'd see the day." John handed the rifle to the marshal, his movements slow and deliberate. "It's over," he said. His voice was steady, but there was a weariness in his tone, the kind that came from facing demons both old and new. As the sun hovered just above the horizon, casting long shadows over the plains, John turned to Sarah. "You did good back there," he said. "The town's lucky to have someone like you." "And you?" she asked, her voice soft. "What about redemption?" John looked out over the plains, his gaze distant. "Redemption's not a place," he said. "It's what you make of it." With that, he walked toward the horizon, the wind carrying the faint sound of the train's whistle as it prepared to move on. For the first time in years, John Garrett felt like he was finally moving forward too. The wind carried the faint whistle of the train as it resumed its journey, now a symbol of survival and renewal for those that were aboard. Behind him, the town marshal and his men secured the gold. Jacob Boone received the care he needed, and Sarah Whitfield tended to the shaken passengers. Life would move forward, scarred but intact. For the first time in years, John didn't feel the weight of failure pressing on his chest. He had faced his demons, risked everything, and found that some part of the man he used to be still lived inside him. Though he hadn't carried a badge in years, he had upheld the law in the only way he knew how, by acting when no one else could. Back in Redemption the following day, John returned to the shop, pulling the broken pocket watch from his coat pocket as he approached the workbench. The cracked glass caught the light, reflecting the wear of its years. He set it carefully on the workbench and began to reassemble the delicate gears and springs. With each precise movement, it felt as though pieces of himself were falling back into place. Finally, the watch ticked to life, its steady rhythm echoing the resolve he had rediscovered. The hands moved smoothly across its face, a small triumph, but one that carried monumental meaning. As John hung the repaired watch on the wall, he glanced at his reflection in the shop's window. He didn't see the shadow of a broken man anymore. Instead, he saw someone who had found a measure of redemption, not from the world, but from himself. The sound of the train whistle echoed in the distance, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. John sat back, a faint smile tugging at his lips. For the first time in years, he felt ready to face whatever the horizon might bring.